Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Millis Continent, a few months ago. Have you heard the whispers about the fourth prince of Asura? Yes, they call him a demon. But the strangest thing? Everyone who speaks of him dies within a day. Some say he's the reincarnation of an ancient evil, one who defies the gods and scorns all religion. The rumors had spread like wildfire across the continents, even reaching the heart of the Millis faith, one of the largest and most deeply rooted religions in the world. Founded by Saint Millis, its doctrines permeated every corner where humans lived. For someone like Prince Gilgamesh, opposing such a religion was like trying to strike down the sky. The scriptures of Millis declared, all demons must be destroyed. The faith had always shunned the demon race. But 3 centuries ago, a priest stumbled upon a passage reading, all races are equal under Millis. That one sentence cracked the foundation of the church, birthing 2 factions that remained locked in quiet conflict. That discord was buried, until the rumors of Gilgamesh reached the ears of Papa Harry Grimoire, the most revered oracle of the Millis church. He had begun to speak strange prophecies. He foresaw the massacre of adventurers in the Central Sea. He predicted the bloody fall of noble houses in Asura. He even prophesied the vanishing of the elves from the world, and he was right every time. But nothing rattled the Millis clergy more than his final warning. A mana catastrophe is coming. They heard the prophecy too late. Countless lives were lost. And yet, Papa Harry's influence grew, eclipsing even Miko, the girl with the ability to see memories through eye contact. Though her power was constant, Harry's visions, rare and divine, carried more weight. In private, Harry declared the rise of a new demon, one reborn in human flesh, a being destined to become the protagonist of a world-shaking upheaval. People believed it, and fear took root. That name, whispered like a curse, was Gilgamesh Asura, 4th prince of the Asura kingdom, a human monarch, but feared as the harbinger of ruin. The divine mission. In a grand chamber of the Millis Cathedral, Papa Harry Grimoire turned to a towering figure clad in silver plate. Richard de Luc, in the name of sacred Millis, do you swear to hunt and slay the demon known as Gilgamesh Asura? As a holy knight and bearer of the divine sword, it is your duty to strike him down and prevent the coming war. Richard, known across the continent as the Emperor of the Sword, knelt with solemn resolve. Yes, Papa Harry, I will end the demon's life with the sacred blade. Remember, your sword's divine strike is singular. One blow, one chance. It surpasses even god-rank attacks and echoes the ancient technique once used against the demons of old. I understand. The seed of doubt. But Richard de Luc was no fool. He had always tempered strength with wisdom. And something about the order troubled him. Why kill Gilgamesh? The prince was infamous, yes, but not without cause. His enemies painted him cruel, but there was no crime grave enough to justify assassination. Richard resolved to investigate. Before his journey began, fate crossed his path with Miko, the quiet girl gifted with mind sight. When Richard looked into her eyes, she told him a truth that shattered his faith. The religion you serve is rotting from within, she said. A new god has emerged, the so-called human god. He has tampered with the memories of Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane and sowed discord within your church. She claimed that the war against Gilgamesh was a smokescreen, an excuse for the corrupted elite to unify kingdoms and remove a powerful threat to their dominion. Gilgamesh, she said, was no demon. He was a godlike being, yes, but one who sought to bring unity, not destruction. Richard's soul quaked. Join him, Miko urged. If you want to stop the human god and the descent of your people into darkness, Gilgamesh is your only hope. But why help me? He asked. Because that human god, he's evil. Faith fractured. Those words never left Richard's mind. As he continued his investigation, the cracks widened. He saw it with his own eyes, the corruption, the ambition, the manipulation. Milla's clergy no longer served their people. They served themselves. In contrast, Prince Gilgamesh, feared as a demon, had begun uniting tribes, forging alliances, and speaking of peace through strength. He wasn't a monster. He was a monarch, and one far more noble than the zealots trying to destroy him. Richard realized he had been used. The divine mission was nothing more than a weapon drawn by desperate men clinging to their thrones of lies. Turning point. When the day came to face Gilgamesh, Richard wasn't there to kill him. He came to warn him. He rode through the night, his blade heavy not with bloodlust, but with the burden of truth. The battle was no longer between good and evil, but between false gods and the future. The religion he once served now stood against the very justice it claimed to uphold. And so, Richard de Luc chose a new path, not as a holy knight, but as a guardian of truth. Master, a battle raged somewhere far away. Richard's voice echoed through the battlefield. Master, he shouted in desperation, sword flashing like lightning. He had to reach Gilgamesh. He had to make him understand. The storm was only beginning, and the human god was watching. The rescue in the depths. Richard's voice echoed through the cavern. Master! His heart pounded as he watched the group of adventurers. Among them his younger sister, Daphne, the very one who had once promised never to take on dangerous missions, stand in the deadliest place on the continent. Above him, his old master, body pierced by crimson shadows, let out a final surge of power. His limbs trembled, flesh torn, but he stood firm, protecting Richard with his fading strength. Daphne, get out of here, the master shouted with ragged breath. On a different path, Daphne heard the cry. Her expression froze in horror. Just one step forward, and she'd be gone. Is that your brother? A companion asked urgently. Daphne, think clearly. Even two sword emperors can't handle this. His sacrifice is your chance. Don't waste it. We must go, or we all die here. And then came the tide. From every shadowed crevice, ancient beings swarmed the cavern like a living sea. The death cave sealed behind Richard with their arrival, the sound like a tomb closing. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled. A shock wave burst through the battlefield. Rocks shattered, shadows scattered, and every eye turned toward a blazing figure tearing through the dark like a comet. A blur of motion, a roar of wind. Gilgamesh. He barreled through the walls of the cave, demolishing stone and shadow alike with raw momentum. 10 shadow nests were obliterated in his path. Not even falling boulders slowed him. Boom! He pierced the cave where Richard and his master fought. He's not here, Gilgamesh muttered before locking eyes with Richard. Interesting. You need help. With a sweep of his sword, Gilgamesh grabbed Richard and his master, disappearing in a blur. Brum, brum. A heartbeat later, the ancient shadows roared in fury. Like a tsunami of hate, they surged after him. From afar, Daphne watched Gilgamesh vanish into the distance with her brother in tow. Daphne, her companion urged, now's our only chance. If we don't leave, we die. She nodded, quiet but resolute. Let's go. The Titan's flight. Gilgamesh soared across the underground expanse like a golden titan crashing through the depths. Holes opened and collapsed behind him as he led the shadows on a deadly chase. Their prey stolen, the ancient beings shrieked in rage. From every direction they came, crawling, flying, slithering, horrors from forgotten age, swarming to devour the one who defied them. Boom, boom, boom. The air quaked. Gilgamesh remained calm. Then he reached it. The trap, a hidden battlefield, prearranged with deadly intent. There Roxy, Eris, and Cussfield had been waiting. As the first wave of shadows arrived, the trio burst forth. Darkness collided with brilliance as golden chains exploded from the walls, sealing the battlefield. The sky above glowed as magic surged in all directions. The warriors struck hard and fast, Eris like a whirlwind, Roxy unleashing torrents of spells, and Cussenfield tearing through the enemy with precision. The shadows screamed. Boom! Boom! The earth shuddered as the creatures were crushed, hole after hole collapsing beneath their broken forms. Adventurers fleeing from distant paths could feel the tremors as if the world itself were being dragged into the abyss. Finally, silence. The tide of shadows had been reduced to lifeless husks, dry, withered skins that twitched no more. Gilgamesh looked around the ruined battlefield. Still nothing. Seems he doesn't want to come out, he muttered. He'd expected the shadow entity to reveal itself. But nothing. It had vanished deeper, evading even this trap. Not bad. It can even resist that. Shadows within flesh. Richard, barely conscious, looked around in disbelief. The man sent to kill him had just saved his life. Then, a guttural cry broke the silence. Art! His master convulsed violently, collapsing as crimson shadows writhed beneath his skin, sharp tendrils slicing through flesh, wrapping around muscle like parasites. Gilgamesh's face darkened. He's been infected by remnants. I cut through the main ones, but some lingered. Master! Richard shouted, rushing forward. Don't touch him. Gilgamesh barked. The shadows might transfer. Stand back. To Cussenfield, he ordered, open his clothes. Now, the young man obeyed swiftly, and Gilgamesh poured holy water over the wounds. Steam rose. The master screamed in agony as the shadows wriggled, boiling and dying as they crawled out of the wounds and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Richard watched, breathless. Will he live? He asked, his voice trembling. Gilgamesh gave a faint smile. He'll survive. Just barely. Then he turned to Richard with a serious expression. But I want to know something. What will you do now? What? Richard blinked. Why ask that? You've got a story worth telling. So I'm asking you, what comes next? What will I do now? Gilgamesh looked at this knight and said, You come from a very distant place, and I must assume it's because of my presence here. The question is not how I know, but what you will tell me right now. Richard, looking at Gilgamesh in front of him, truly felt he was in the presence of a god whose strength could not be matched by anyone in this world. He had been foolish to think he could have killed him, but that no longer mattered now that he knew the truth, so he made a decision immediately. Bowing on one knee, Richard lowered his head and said, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Richard, and I am one of the divine knights sent by the Holy Church of Milis. I was given a special mission, and that is to kill you. What did you say? While Richard was immersed in his thoughts, the edge of a sword immediately pressed against his throat, and when he opened his eyes, he saw how his old master was targeted by several ice spears that lowered the temperature around them. If he said something wrong now, both he and his master would undoubtedly die. While Eris held the sword over Richard's neck, Roxy aimed her staff at the old master of the man who had just said he was here to kill Gilgamesh. No one was against killing. They themselves now only needed a small reason to eliminate these people. Cussenfield stood by, stunned. How was he not aware of the situation a moment ago? When he heard the knight, whom Gilgamesh had just saved, mention killing him, he scoffed deeply in his mind, as trying to kill someone like him would require at least a true god, and he wasn't talking about the scale of this planet. Reconsider your words. Death is not the only thing waiting for you. Roxy had never shown so many negative emotions together, but her eyes were as cold as winter. As for Eris, she wouldn't hesitate a second time to kill those who even thought of harming the people she cherished. If she hesitated again, she would prefer not to keep living. Richard turned pale and said, That was the mission assigned to me by coming to this place. Of course, it was unthinkable for me to do something like that. What I come to bring you is a message, one that is about to change what we know today as the future and the past. Gilgamesh, needless to say, had seen Richard's past and realized what he wanted to tell him. So he simply said, It started much earlier than you thought. A long time ago, I mentioned it, but honestly, it was just a joke. Eris looked at Gilgamesh and asked, What does this man mean? Well, how do I explain it? In short, the Church of Milis was corrupted by my enemy, who is strategically targeting realms around the Asura kingdom to attack it in united assault. That is, we would be the public enemy of an entire continent, and much more. Roxy frowned and muttered, "That's a good plan, but it doesn't amount to anything. Aren't we stronger than most conventional warriors in an army? It's strange. The one controlling those people should know that. So how is it that he hasn't considered that? Maybe what he's looking for is something else, something like a distraction." Eris looked at the edge of her sword at Richard's neck and muttered, "Perhaps it's a distraction. That's the best I can come up with." Gilgamesh nodded and said, "You're right. It could be a distraction, but things are extremely blurry, something that I find a bit perplexing. The future is disastrous. Nothing is stable, and what is about to happen is like a confused mind not knowing exactly where to go. Isn't the future written?" Roxy murmured to herself, but her words were heard by everyone. That's an easier way to explain it. The future is not written, and it's really strange. I suppose the numerous timelines we've created while trying to see the future are like a convergence effect. If there's a stable path, and we add a small branch to it, there will be a future effect that changed. If that changed future has a stone removed, then a new timeline is created, and the previous two are of no importance. Along with Gilgamesh's explanation, Richard was lost in his thoughts. So, if he knew it from the beginning by seeing it, why did he save him? It wouldn't be useful if his mission was accomplished in this place, so there was no need for him to be saved. If that's the case, perhaps his usefulness still holds some value in Gilgamesh's eyes. But what he didn't know is that this is not how the future Gilgamesh could see worked, but without expressing his questions, obviously there would be no answer. Earlier, Gilgamesh took Eris and Roxy in search of the entity that had escaped from his seal, but found absolutely nothing. Without any traces, he decided to go alone into each of the isolated caves to look for any trace of that entity, and luckily encountered Richard, who, without thinking, helped him. Therefore, this meeting is just a mere coincidence. However, even after eliminating so many shadows, that thing that should supposedly be nearby never appeared. Not bad. Your mission has been completed, so I appreciate it. Still, my question stands, what will you do now? Gilgamesh, who was a little uneasy about not being able to catch the entity that had escaped from this place, asked Richard. In this dangerous area, death is at every corner. The underground areas are enormous. Wandering aimlessly is only seeking death. Richard, at this moment, was in a daze. He had no idea that, in the end, he would be left without a purpose in this life. It would have been better even to die. To lose one's desires is just a feeling of loss for him. At that moment, Richard's old master sat down with the support of his disciple. He looked at the doubts in the eyes of this young man and said, "Young Richard, it's still too early for your wishes to die in this place. Old master, please don't educate me in this place. You must stay calm and rest. I will get you out of this place, or your daughter would hate me." Kunzfiel at that moment said, "Just rest, Grandpa. Everything will be okay." Richard then saw the talking dog. Was that filthy dog a divine beast? "Lord Gilgamesh, for saving my only disciple, I am extremely grateful." Richard's old master finally stood up and expressed his appreciation towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh slightly nodded. Then he looked at Richard and said, "You've come from far to bring me a message. Saving you is just a small admiration on my part for your principles." At this moment, Richard lowered his head in silence. This time, a couple of things had moved his heart, and unknowingly, he had already made his decision. "Allow me to pledge loyalty to you." Gilgamesh looked at Richard and asked, "Are you sure? I have nowhere else to go after failing. My sister will return to the Millis continent, so I only have one thing left, and that is to follow you." Gilgamesh looked at Richard with unknown thoughts and nodded, handing him a special sword and warning him about the consequences of betraying him. "What do we do now?" Unable to find the main entity of this place, a worried Eris asked. "After everything that has been done here, nothing will catch its attention." Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and said, "This thing is cunning. However, I still have one more method. Even if it's a demon, it will still have to lick my boots. Come, let's go to a different cave. I don't believe it won't come out." As he was unable to lure it, Gilgamesh wanted to use something else that was in this place. Now that he hadn't found it with normal methods before destroying everything in this place, he wanted to try new methods. Finally, Gilgamesh led the group to a different place. Richard, along with his old master, also followed. There were no more shadows as they traveled to a different place. The truth was that not only Gilgamesh, but even the other adventurers still in the other caves realized that the malevolent shadows were no longer appearing. The truth was that the ancient black adversity monster was aware of the danger and felt that someone was hunting it. Thus, it turned into a ghost, hiding underground, and no longer took action. It became inactive and waited instead. Eventually, Gilgamesh and the others arrived at a large cave. This rocky cave was very large. However, without Gilgamesh leading the way, others would not be able to find it. There was something that looked like a giant box, but also a bright stone platform. It is unknown what divine minerals this thing, which looked magical, was made of. It emitted a faint light along with a brilliant beam, resembling a very beautiful blood diamond. A crown was floating on top of this platform. On closer inspection, this crown was not made of divine material or magical metal. This black and white crown suspended above the platform, with careful observation, was found to be made of two types of woods, one black side and one white side. The black was like obsidian stone. The white was as white as a diamond. Seeing this black and white crown, others would think it was made of magical materials. However, Gilgamesh was not captivated by the crown. His gaze was on a pig statue. This huge pig statue didn't move, but lay on the platform without moving. Gilgamesh stared intensely at this pig. His eyes became incomparably fiery, and he murmured, "I never thought a pig could be a divine beast. It must be my pet." Gilgamesh regained his composure and walked slowly toward the stone pig lying on the shiny platform. He hadn't expected that this pig, which had been sleeping for thousands of years in this place, could have the ability to travel through space. "What is that?" Richard looked at the platform ahead and was stunned for a moment. Then, he tried to murmur something but was stopped by Kunzfiel. "Shoo!" Kunzfiel whispered softly and gestured for Richard to be quiet. He too was looking at this stone pig on the shiny platform. He knew that Gilgamesh was about to capture a potential creature that only legendary men could do. This stone pig had a quite round body with somewhat short legs, and its small eyes could be seen. As for its skin, it couldn't be seen as it was covered in stone. Gilgamesh stepped onto the shiny platform, but the pig still didn't move. There was a seed on top of its huge head. The size of this pig itself was enormous, so large that Gilgamesh needed to fly to do what he intended. "How many years do you have? 1,000, 2, or 3,000 years? I don't think I'll live more than 2,000 years, so I'd like you to be by my side on my journey through the demonic continent." At this moment, Gilgamesh understood why this pig didn't wake up. The problem was the seed on its head. Even Gilgamesh had to change his expression. He approached and looked at the seed. Then he spoke slowly. "It's incredible. I never would have thought that the seed of that plant existed in this world. The fruit of immortality, I have its plant now. Anyone who knew the origin of this seed would be surprised. The time he sought immortality, he found it. But when he plucked the fruit, everything that gave life to the tree began to wither. In that year, he knew that he held the last fruit of immortality that had been waiting for its harvest for thousands of years. It was then that he took it, but in the end he decided not to eat it because there were some things he considered at that moment. The wisdom he gained in return for that became the reason he was loved by all. The approach he took at that time also helped him in the future war, when everyone decided to stand in arms with him or challenge the gods. That war was memorable. Those who lived and died in it are considered celestial warriors. In the last breaths of his life, he was considered by all humans as the emperor of humanity, the one who died standing, fighting against the gods on behalf of humans. When he was dying, he felt no regret, and that fruit resting in his treasury was forgotten in his memories. There was nothing more he could think about it. It was then that maybe he was considered a worthy heir of life, one who carries the mantle of mortals in each of his final decisions. Unexpectedly, After many recent events that had happened to him, things made no sense. Unexplainable enemies and unknown events that didn't seem to be of this world were calling him. But now he understands that this seed of immortality was calling him. All recent events might have happened for many reasons, but somehow this seed managed to connect with Gilgamesh so that he would be the one to germinate its essence and give life to new plants of immortality. As for the pig, it seemed to be a divine beast that initially caught Gilgamesh's interest because it could be an ideal beast for him to ride on this adventure he was having. After sleeping here for a while, the seed descended onto its head and sent it into an indefinite rest. Both had terrifying origins, and they were attacking each other. Eventually, the consciousness of the pig yielded, and it fell into a deep sleep. If it had taken longer, it would have been possible that the pig would never have awakened. "Can you hear me?" Gilgamesh flew in front of the giant pig and said, "Such a seed you have on your head. You couldn't escape from it even in another 1,000 years. How about we make a deal? You become my pet, and I'll help you get rid of that seed that has you imprisoned in this place. If we do nothing, that seed will eventually consume you, and your future will be very miserable." The huge pig opened its eyes, causing layers of stone to fall from its eyes. After a long time, it looked at Gilgamesh, and without a doubt, it agreed to the proposal. "That's how it should be." Gilgamesh smiled, and with a snap of his fingers, the chains of Enkidu appeared around ready to seal the seed if necessary. When the divine power in Gilgamesh's hands enveloped the seed, it shrank slowly, coiling as if wanting to protect itself. When the seed fell from the pig's head, it tried to shine, but at that moment, Gilgamesh's hand moved like lightning and caught it. "You are now mine. Didn't you call me for this?" Gilgamesh trapped the seed in a treasure chest filled with ancient runes that sealed it. Although this plan of immortality was formidable, being inside the gate of Babylon is something no treasure can escape. Locked in that place, every treasure was at the mercy of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, who stored the seed, looked at the huge pig and said, "Don't you like to travel? Come on, we can see the world together from now on. In this world, only I can harness your true potential." At this point, it was tranquil. Then, its body began to tremble, and all the layers of stone began to reveal the lime green color of its skin. The huge size of its body was formidable, and its large back could easily accommodate a comfortable house, according to Gilgamesh's thoughts. Seeing that stone statue turning into a huge divine beast, not only Roxy and Eris, even Richard and his old master were amazed. "Great catch! That's a legendary beast." Kunzfiel was thinking of other things when he saw this. "Is that more formidable than a dragon?" Eris exclaimed in amazement. Although it was a pig, its presence was much stronger than that of any creature they had ever been in the presence of. Eris thought that this huge pig was a mythical or divine beast. However, they didn't expect it to be something much more incredible than that. Gilgamesh, after sitting on the head of the enormous pig, said, "Its name shall be Killa. Our dear Killa will now be our method of transportation." The group couldn't help but look at each other. The huge pig, now named Killa, was immediately considered by Gilgamesh as his new means of transport. Of course, the only one who didn't think this was strange was Kunzfiel, who, in the blink of an eye, was next to Gilgamesh. With this huge pig, Gilgamesh had the idea of asking the dwarves to make a head the size of a huge hat for Killa, who seemed to be able to withstand it. If he placed a house inside this pig, all his companions would be much more comfortable than traveling on the Vimana. At this point, Gilgamesh also took the floating crown of thorns. This crown was made similar to obsidian and diamond minerals, black with white, an exquisite conviction. This crown on Gilgamesh's head was extremely heavy, so much so that when he stepped on the ground, it sank slightly. The moment the sword was on Gilgamesh's head for a minute, in a flash, it instantly unleashed two beams of light. One was as bright as the white glow of a rainbow, while the other was as dark as the aura of the underworld. The two beams twisted and circulated continuously, like a fish around its new bearer. Sleeping in this extremely serious state, this crown was perfect for a king, and on his head was the perfect place to empower it. Within the array of black and white rays, ancient runes floated. This light was as vast as endless oceans. Within this ocean of energies, there was great authority that encompassed the profound ancient truths from Gilgamesh's experience. I didn't expect it to represent the value of the ruler who wears it. It seems that my value is still unparalleled even in this world. In conflict, but harmoniously beautiful, now my thoughts are tiny, and I seem to have the authority to wear this crown. Holding this crown over his head, Gilgamesh sighed emotionally. This crown of terrifying origin was something decorative in Gilgamesh's eyes. Now, having the possibility of new fruits of immortality, there was nothing more sacred that he desired so fervently in this life. Even his enemies were insignificant in his eyes, something he would eventually eliminate without much trouble. A good crown. It's fitting for the future emperor of the Central Continent. Eris said these words confidently. There would be no better crown for him. At this point, Richard was also surprised. Seeing the bright platform absorbing the rays of Bloody Diamond, he said, "So, is this a weapon made by the gods?" No one perfectly understood treasures made by man, let alone by the gods. The crown, armor, and Enkidu's chains that Gilgamesh wore were a sign of that. Treasure of the gods? Gilgamesh laughed and shook his head. There are no gods in this place, so there are no treasures of the gods. If there are treasures of that magnitude, do you think humans could obtain them? No one can obtain a weapon from a god. Wielding one means falling into the bottomless abyss. Since there are powerful beings, there is no possibility that they would allow them to obtain a treasure like this. Let's leave this place. The entity of the black adversity won't appear, so we'll destroy this place directly to ensure nothing can enter here and, consequently, leave. Gilgamesh, seated on the head of the giant pig, instructed Roxy to manipulate the Vimana as he had taught her, and everyone gathered. But at that moment, the entire platform lit up with strands of bright, bloody lights. These rays of light intertwined into a network that spread throughout the underground. It seemed to be an endless network of some unknown energy capable of destroying the entire underground area. Crack! In the center of the bright platform, a bloody ray pierced through the stone layer above their heads and shot into the sky. When this ray touched the sky, the bright platform emitted even more colorful lights. These strands of light were no longer magical. They were more like flowing blood strings. These bloodied strings gathered and turned into a bloody petal that pierced through the entire underground world. When Gilgamesh saw this, his eyes shone golden, and he murmured, "Once again, the future has changed." Seeing the bloody light from the bright platform, Richard said with a cold expression, "The night of blood, the rise of a dark being. The light that attracted all living beings, the light that made them think there was some kind of treasure here, flickered in this place. This is curious." Gilgamesh seemed to awaken from his thoughts and looked around as he explained, "It seems this is a prison, precisely something to trap those who would want to take the crown." Gilgamesh, who had stood up, slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Listen to my words. Do not stand in my way." Boom! A loud explosion occurred. The bright platform flew upwards and hit the ceiling. By then, Gilgamesh had told Roxy to prepare, and she created a shield to cover everyone on the back of the giant pig, Killa. The rays were like an unstoppable waterfall, piercing downwards into the ground. What is that? At this moment, many more adventurers who had ventured into the underground world and armies of nations that wanted to investigate the mysteriously open gates were close to the light. Many of them, through the bright scene, saw a platform rising into the sky. In turn, they noticed the blood-red cascade falling torrentially down, causing them shocking surprise. "Is it a magical target?" an adventurer murmured. At the top of the bright platform, Gilgamesh looked around. However, he couldn't find a monster that had escaped from this place anywhere. Someone else must have helped him. It's not possible for him to escape my eyes, let alone my perception. If my intuition doesn't fail me, It seems that idiot god is planning something. Gilgamesh released his Enkidu chains and slowly wrapped them around Killis' body, which was shaking from side to side due to the strong blasts. Have you been here before? Seeing Gilgamesh having an answer for absolutely everything, Richard asked with curiosity. This question was normal. After all, how could he know every answer in just a few seconds? Upon hearing this question, the group following Gilgamesh couldn't blame Richard. It was as if there was nothing that could be hidden from Gilgamesh's eyes. Listen, young lad. Everything my eyes can see is nothing compared to what you can see. Just think that I am incredible, so naturally incredible that no man or god can compare to my greatness. This is nothing surprising, Gilgamesh said calmly as he looked towards the sky. Gilgamesh's words suddenly made Eris and Roxy blush. They weren't as straightforward as to tell a stranger about their greatness. Perhaps Eris might, but she has been behaving more reserved lately. Just at that moment, many adventurers who had made their way inside the cave hurriedly emerged from beautiful caves. After the malicious shadows halted their offensive, although all the experts from the new adventurers and small army units of nations rushed forward, they couldn't find anything but blood. That's when they saw the clear and bloody rays spreading everywhere like a river of blood. Everyone got excited, thinking this was the appearance of a magical treasure, so they all sought the origin of the light. The treasure of the gods. The eyes of many dreamers reddened with excitement. Everyone with a chance climbed mountains and ascended towards the sky where the bright platform was suspended. Oomph. At this moment, Richard's old master snorted coldly and took a step forward. Suddenly, the battle aura of a sword emperor was released unabashedly forward, hitting many adventurers who wanted to approach and giving them a powerful push. This was a sword emperor. The nearby sword kings didn't dare to approach, but many secretly launched attacks on the bright platform, as if trying to bring it down. Attack after attack reached the platform, and everyone began to surround it. Without Gilgamesh's command, the old master stepped out as his battle aura roared with killing intent. Anyone who wanted to come would have to pass through his sword first. Since he owed his life to Gilgamesh's group, that debt would be difficult to repay, so at this moment, he was willing to resolve any problems that arose. That's a divine treasure. The mages rushed in masses from the ground, but stopped when they saw the dazzling, violent, bloody rays from the platform. At this point, their preconceived notion was that the treasure released by this dungeon was on the bright platform, a treasure that could make them gods. How could they not be excited? However, with an old sword emperor blocking the front of the attacks, no power dared to go all out. Many gave up and retreated just to watch. If they advanced now, all they would do is die. At this moment, with a violet aura, a group forcefully emerged from a cave in the ground. Then two powerful battle auras rose from the ground. Are those two of the three emperors of the north? Behind them, there was a young man with a huge snake tattoo on his forehead. They stood in front of Gilgamesh and advanced towards the battle aura covering the entire platform. The one at the front was a nobody. No one knew him. Even if he was powerful, no one had heard of him, but seeing that he wasn't afraid of that distant battle aura made people believe he was powerful. As the group ascended on what seemed to be a flying platform, the gazes of both groups met. The one at the forefront was a young man, seemingly unremarkable except for his strength. At this moment, Gilgamesh and the unknown group, led by the young man, were the most powerful groups daring to confront each other. Seeing more and more people gathering, and the monster still keeping hidden, Gilgamesh smiled coldly and calmly told Richard's master, "Elder, these are peculiar guests. There's no need to scare them." The old master looked at Gilgamesh and nodded, then quietly returned to the back of everyone, just by his side. Anyone who wanted to approach, he would be the first to react. How about it? Are you all looking for the divine treasure that this platform released? Then, the young man in front of the group stepped forward with a piercing look towards Gilgamesh. After a few seconds, he spoke with a highly threatening voice. "Hand over all the treasures you found, and I'll leave immediately." There was hatred in his gaze, and it was obvious that it was directed at Gilgamesh. However, there was a problem. No one knew him, not even Eris or Roxy. Everyone here knew their stuff. Seeing the enigmatic golden armor and shining crown on Gilgamesh's head, they immediately speculated that this was what he had found. However, as the mysterious young man wanted that treasure, no one here dared to say anything. There's a small inconvenience. This crown can only be worn by a future emperor, and a brat like you doesn't have a right to wear it. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes and smiled. There was no trace of anger in his gaze. Kunzfiel and Richard on the side were completely stunned by this exchange of words. Divine treasure? They knew there was no such thing. Even the crown that Gilgamesh put on was just an ornament in their eyes. So he was only deceiving these people. Eris gave them a sympathetic look. They wouldn't even know the way they're going to die. She didn't know if these were just decoys, but asking for something from Gilgamesh is like inviting death. As arrogant as the rumors say, I suppose I should kill you. With a majestic aura, the young man at the forefront of the new group said, My name is Alexander, and I tell you to give me that crown on your head, and I'll make sure no one harms you. I care little about your name. You're a complete stranger in my eyes. All the other adventurers saw that look from Gilgamesh and swallowed saliva eagerly. Do you think you're the only one with the right to obtain something from this place? Gilgamesh observed everyone around him and said in a very calm tone, It seems that taking this crown has resulted in several unexpected incidents. It seems you have certain issues, little Alexander. You should retreat and calm your mind. Reconsider your actions and think of this as a second chance I give you as a good man that I am, said Gilgamesh, looking at that child with eyes full of disdain. Alexander's words were like sharp thorns, and he replied, Holding on to that treasure won't only be your death, but also the downfall of the kingdom. Smart are those who live, who take only what they need and leave the rest to others. But being selfish and arrogant like you will lead to your doom. Lower your head, and we'll accept your goodwill. Who is this worm? Eris asked Roxy, not understanding why they were having this conversation with an unknown idiot. I don't know. Maybe just someone seeking attention, Roxy said. She didn't know who Alex was, but there are many fools in this world who always seek attention in the most stupid ways. If you aim high, you must have the strength to back it up. We're tired of killing idiots like you all the time. You should lower your head and apologize, as my dear Gil has given you a chance to live another day. At that moment, Eris, who was on the huge pig, pointed at Alexander with her finger and scolded him. Eris's statement made Alexander's expression turn from red to green. Then, he coldly frowned and remained arrogant in front of Gilgamesh. My patience is limited. Hurry up and hand over the divine weapon, or else suffer the consequences. At this moment, Alexander unleashed his aggressive aura and grew impatient. Gilgamesh burst into laughter. Even in front of everyone, he remained indifferent and calm. What if I don't hand over the treasure? You will only die by my hands. Alexander responded with just one sentence. It was filled with a killing intent, like cold steel, causing chilling shivers in the others. You will become the enemy of the entire world if you don't hand over the treasure. You will be hunted down and eventually killed by everyone. One of the men behind Alexander mentioned these words. Desire, greed, and something else were being released around the place without anyone realizing it. It was like the callus of desire, an imperceptible poison. Enemy with everyone in this world? Killed by everyone? I'm so scared. If there was a reason why Gilgamesh had let time pass without killing these people, it was that there was something bothering him that he had just deciphered. Right now, the boy called Alexander was actually a young man named Alex. What he could see in the future was tiny, and in the past, everything was blank. But there was only one possibility for this to happen. It was the human god, the idiotic pig that never seems to give up. Gilgamesh now more than ever wanted to have fun, so he mocked and patted his chest. Then he narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Enemy with everyone in this world? Everyone in this world. Only with you? All worthless. And what if the whole world were my enemy? I'd still kill you without mercy. You're a brave young man, but sometimes the weight of your words is nothing compared to reality. The world is dark and mysterious. You must be careful. I'm so scared. I wonder how many. Roxy, who looked at Gilgamesh, felt that something was wrong, and at that moment, she heard a voice in her mind. My dear Roxy, Stay alert and don't separate from Eris. For some reason, don't be near Richard either. How many of you think you'll come out of this alive? Richard took a few steps forward and said, "Do you really think you're facing someone you can defeat? Rethink." At this point, an old man with a hat next to Alexander took a few steps forward. His intention was very clear. He wanted to unite everyone against a single man who is actually terribly powerful. This old man came out with a completely different momentum, imposing like a giant mountain, standing still like iron chains blocking the clouds. Even though he suppressed his own aura when he came out, everyone felt very oppressive, and the air was suffocating. When this old man took a step forward, even the eyes of the old master, Richard, narrowed. He felt a great threat, knowing that he had encountered an enemy much stronger than him. Only one man can give this feeling, and that's a sword god. Alexander looked at the old man, who was his master, and smiled arrogantly. A sword god. At that moment, countless people trembled just by being in the presence of such a powerful human being. Today, we have a mission. This is destiny. Gilgamesh smiled and replied, "You're just a child in my eyes. My swords have touched more blood than you've seen in your life. I suppose you've made your decision. Then I'll consider making mine." The old man with a long sword on his back said, "Invader from another world, you don't need to worry. If you lower your head, we can all leave here alive. Will you?" Gilgamesh knew that these puppets only wanted him to bow his head, as if he were a mere human in the eyes of a stupid god. But it's normal. The little that the human god has seen is enough for him to believe that simple traps could kill him. After a few seconds, he looked at everyone around him, and Gilgamesh said, "I am a person with a bad habit. When others want to oppose me, my blood can't help but boil, and I have to cleanse my beautiful swords with blood. Since this is a mistake, then that's fine. I like mistakes." This time, Gilgamesh had decided. He looked at everyone, and with a sinister intent of death, he asked with the authority of a man, "Who do you think you are? A damn apostle of the human god? Even if you are the same god, I won't bow my head. I never did, and I won't now. Will I be the enemy of the whole world? I love that title. I'll crush you all as I always have. I'll live with my own, and then I'll seek out your god and kill him. Very well. Come all who want to die today." This unrestrained arrogance caused everyone to burst into laughter. Alexander took a step forward and laughed. "You're a damn foreigner from another world. How come you're so arrogant?" Gilgamesh rejoiced loudly and spoke with disdain while looking at Alexander. "It's a pity your sweet sister died. But are you blaming me for something that's fate? I saved your life. You should thank me, you damn wretch. Enough words, I'll kill you." Alexander unleashed his battle aura, and with a swing of his sword, a blade headed towards Gilgamesh. "A trash like you has no right." Eris immediately attacked before Gilgamesh could move. A single sword movement forced Alexander to step back several paces. With her beauty and that beautiful armor, she looked at Alexander with contempt. A puppet has no right to speak. Being looked down upon by Eris infuriated Alexander to the point where he began to tremble with an ugly and pale expression on his face. "Accept your death." Alexander seemed to lose his mind and roared with force, his battle aura exploding with power beyond what a normal human could achieve. "Get lost." After a shout, orange flames surged like ocean waves. Eris maneuvered and blocked Alexander's strike. In the blink of an eye, her battle aura caused several sacred lights to appear, and delicate tattoos emerged on her skin. "A mere apostle who wants to touch my man. You must be 10 times stronger if you want to fight me." Eris stood up with complete dominance. She was as determined as a war goddess. Well, Miss Eris, people will say I'm intimidating a little girl. That wouldn't be a good outcome." Gilgamesh calmly said as he pulled Eris back and held her by the hips while whispering something in her ear. After that, he looked at everyone with indifference. "Trying to snatch my treasure. I have no choice but to kill you all. One-on-one. That would be me intimidating you. All of you come. Puppets of a god who doesn't value you. In my eyes, you're all worse than shit. I could kill you all with one hand. You ignorant fool. Let's go and tear him apart." Gilgamesh's arrogance infuriated everyone, and one of them exclaimed furiously, "Since you're seeking your own death, I'll help." Alexander, with a powerful aura, took a step forward. Not only Alexander, but also the two emperors of the north, the elderly man with the long sword. They all wanted to tear apart Gilgamesh. But that wasn't all. They also wanted to eliminate Gilgamesh's group, including his two women. Indeed, those who know me understand that I'm intimidating the weak. My bad. Kunzfield didn't know what was about to happen, but Eris and Roxy did, so both of them stepped back and dragged the curious follower of Gilgamesh, who wanted to see his lord decimate his enemies with a powerful attack. However, he was soon pulled into the Vimana. "Well then, let's begin, young Alexander, little bastard apostle. I'll kill you and the bunch of clowns following you." Gilgamesh laughed heartily. At that moment, he took out a transparent crystal box from the door of Babylon. While wizards prepared powerful spells, other adventurers near the area felt that this situation defied all common sense. Is that man insane? Does he want to kill everyone? Alexander's mysterious blue eyes, capable of seeing through everything, unleashed a deep killing intent. Then, a sword made of battle aura was condemned to skin Gilgamesh. Alexander, with a cruel gleam in his eyes, also snorted and pointed towards Gilgamesh with total resentment. "Kill him." At that moment, all kinds of attacks rushed forward, not only with the intent to kill Gilgamesh, but also to seize the treasure. Boom! However, at this very moment, the crystal box in Gilgamesh's hand suddenly shook, and a vicious black liquid rushed out of the box in an instant. Bearing immense power, black spear-like entities emerged from the treasure in Gilgamesh's hands, and in an instant, an impact headed towards everyone who attacked him. Gilgamesh, who at that moment held an entirely black spear that resembled a living being, just swung his weapon slightly, sending everyone flying. Those who took action, whether they were sword emperors or gods, all of them were repelled, and some were even cut like sheets of paper. At this moment, as if something awakened, the same platform where Gilgamesh stood showed changes, and a bloody creature began to take shape from the blood oozing from the orifices. That fresh blood was extremely beautiful, something that would catch everyone's attention. But Gilgamesh, manipulating his spear, immediately threw it and its sword into the sky. Subsequently, it descended and turned into thousands of black arrows that headed straight for the group below. Gilgamesh's attacks were simple and successfully defended by the enemy. However, that wasn't Gilgamesh's purpose, as from beneath his enemies, numerous shadows silently moved and attacked anyone still alive. Ploof! Ploof! Suddenly, that blood creature dispersed and fell onto the shadows, turning into creatures moving at an extreme speed. Kill them. Seeing blood strands flying forward, adventurers who were previously knocked down cast magic spells, unsheathed their swords, and attacked. Crack! Crack! But even using their treasures, they couldn't cut these blood strands. In an instant, blood spurted like a fountain, and shortly after, many were drenched in blood. Screams echoed, while the non-fatal wounds, pierced by the black shadows that merged with the blood, were slowly drained of all blood on their bodies. In an instant, miserable cries resonated in the air. Several adventurers were deprived of their blood and fell to the ground lifeless. Run away. That was the only word formed in the minds of many. Everyone wanted to flee because they were terrified. An adventurer shouted and ran towards the exit. Crack! However, at this moment, many large shadows rushed out of the ground like tentacles of a fearsome creature, but they were much more terrifying than ordinary tentacles. My leg! This person fleeing was pierced by the shadow, and in a matter of seconds, his body withered like a mummy. Amidst this chaos, countless large malevolent shadows lunged at all the adventurers with extreme speed. Other shadows mercilessly attacked Alexander's group. Alexander's group roared ferociously and unleashed powerful defensive techniques, repelling the shadows time and time again. And as if no one expected it, behind all those blood shadows, there was a malevolent being enjoying this feast. With a humanoid body not too tall, around 3 meters in height, it looked like a terrifying demon lord, where all the malevolent shadows emanated from its body. What was most frightening was that it had a pair of completely black eyes on its face. When this being appeared in front of everyone, its aura of terror didn't stop there. It suddenly emitted an endless malevolent presence that rose through the surroundings. Boom! At that moment, the figure that had appeared changed shape and turned into even more shadows that scattered everywhere. They merged with the shadows around and suddenly became blood swords piercing through the hearts of any living being. Ancient monster, shadow of malevolent adversity. You've finally shown yourself. You're much stronger than my expectations. You even managed to form your humanoid body, Gilgamesh said as he looked at the perpetrator of the troublesome shadows. Is it the demon that was released in this place? Roxy was frightened after occasionally seeing the humanoid form of a shadow demon. At that moment, she remembered why Gilgamesh wanted to find it to eliminate it. Its thirst is unstoppable. That's its curse. As Gilgamesh looked at this demon, he knew it wasn't a simple one that could be treated carelessly. What were these things? Why are these things sucking blood from everyone? A sealed demon, the kind that has died in this world if you ask Roxy. Why is it here? Maybe it comes from another world, but who sealed it is a mystery that Gilgamesh doesn't care to solve. As the shadows of the shadow demon absorbed more energy, it became even stronger. A few times stronger than before, Alexander's group had almost eliminated it, but the last moment, they were forced to retreat. As their numbers dwindled, Alexander's expression became grim. According to what he had heard from Hidegami, this demon would kill Gilgamesh, but now it seems that he will be killed first. Don't retreat. Alexander waved his sword while activating a magical item. Boom! In the midst of fire and thunder, when this magical item emerged, a divine aura swept away all the shadows around, erasing numerous shadows and protecting Alexander's group as they ran away. A magical shield, although its power was limited in use, it could protect them while they made their way out of the trap without issues. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. Gilgamesh smiled as he condemned several golden ripples. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the two swords exploded as Gilgamesh snapped his fingers. The swords released unimaginable power. Gilgamesh had used simple swords that were destroyed by his powerful energy, but the real attack wasn't derived from that. The magical item in Alexander's hands was affected, and he immediately unleashed his divine power to defend. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the underground. Everyone in the demon continent felt two formidable presence. Beneath the earth, the volcanic walls began to glow more intensely. Under the clash of two divine forces, innumerable beings fell to the ground, kneeling. Crack! In just a few seconds, Alexander's magical object could withstand Gilgamesh's energy, allowing the victorious power to shine brilliantly. Losing the protection of the divine power, two warriors from the group were suddenly attacked by the shadows. Move! Alexander didn't have time to save them. It had taken him a long time to reach this point, and he didn't want to die without killing Gilgamesh first. But it seemed that this wasn't the moment for revenge. So, with a roar, he unleashed his battle aura and narrowly escaped the shadow attack. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. He dragged those closest to him onto a quartz platform that shot up into the sky, heading towards a recently formed crater. As he hurried towards the exit, he didn't even glance at Gilgamesh before crawling like a worm towards safety. As his magical object didn't have much protective power, he didn't want to use his other methods to save the lives of those around him. Unknowingly, he did the same thing he accused Gilgamesh of. Of course, this was a human trait that everyone has but seldom notices. The only noteworthy thing is blaming those who are immediately present and venting their grievances. Having lost the protection of the magical object, adventurer after adventurer screamed and fell to the ground. The next to fall was a Northern Sword Emperor. After the sudden wave of shadow attacks, only a few remain alive. In this life-and-death moment, the old man who had been at the forefront of the group and was indeed one of the most powerful, released his aura completely. He was a powerful being, a sword god who skillfully maneuvered his attacks to cut down the approaching shadows. Boom! But when the old man tried to escape the shadow net, there was a lightning bolt that fell from the sky, carrying the force of thunder. The lightning struck his body, and he immediately froze as blood began to spurt from all his orifices. His body slowly collapsed to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw Gilgamesh, who had ordered his death, looking at him disdainfully. As I said, you must be careful with your words. Gilgamesh, seeing this outcome, sheathed the sword he had used to cast the lightning. Did you really think my warning was just empty words? If my words were just hot air, then I wouldn't be unique in heaven and earth. Even the gods must look at me with respect. You damned fool. In this place that seemed to be a dungeon, it was a death trap specially designed to kill anyone who entered and not release anyone. This was not just a simple prison, but also a place where human blood should not have been shed. Otherwise, the shadow demon might awaken. At this moment, the last standing adventurer finally perished under the malignant shadows. From start to finish, only Alexander and one guard managed to escape. The rest of the people who tried to steal Gilgamesh's treasure suffered horrible deaths. What a disaster. They didn't trust my words. I told them that anyone blocking my path would be killed mercilessly. Did they think I was joking? Gilgamesh calmly looked at this horrific scene. As for Eris and Roxy, both lay silently dead. They had seen before the terrifying ways that Gilgamesh had employed to eliminate his enemies, which even made Richard and his old master feel chilled. From start to finish, Gilgamesh basically didn't move, but in a short time, several thousand people were killed. The most terrifying part was that sword kings, dominant mages, and strong beings died. The shadow demon is watching us. Eris whispered to Gilgamesh. At this moment, the shadow demon now measured 4 meters in height, being at least a little less than twice its previous height. When it opened its dark eyes to look at Gilgamesh's group, countless shadows began to fly towards them. Meanwhile, it continued to drain blood from those who were still perishing in the surroundings. The shadow demon had an appearance that reeked of death. It was covered by countless large shadows, resembling a cloak from the depths of hell. Anyone who saw its appearance would be trembling with an uncontrollable shock of fear. As it looked at Gilgamesh like a venomous snake stalking its prey in the darkness, it caused others to break out in goosebumps. If you promise loyalty to me now, you will have a path to survival. Otherwise, you will turn into ashes and dust, dying like a miserable demon. Everyone was afraid of the gaze of the shadow demon, but only Gilgamesh remained calm. He spoke slowly, exchanging words with this demon. At this moment, not to mention Richard, even the gymnasium group was afraid. One has to know that this existence before them could even kill sword gods, disrupting the order of the world. The shadow demon used a more direct method to respond to Gilgamesh's question. The shadows around it returned to its body, then quickly shot forward like arrows, with enough power to break through the very void, doubling the speed it had before. It absorbs a lot of blood. The more blood it consumes, the more powerful it becomes. Roxy made a conjecture and thought that, in addition to the insatiable thirst curse the demon had, as mentioned by Gilgamesh, it also increased its strength in that way. But in the blink of an eye, golden chains appeared behind Gilgamesh, and all the shadows were bound by a devastating divine power. This level of sealing caused the chains to increase their movements, and numerous chains began to emerge from more golden ripples around all the shadows, preventing them from moving. It was impossible to break the chains of Enkidu. All the shadows that had moved to attack Gilgamesh were also imprisoned. This left the shadow demon horrified. At this moment, it felt a terrifying pressure, something it had only felt from the being that imprisoned it. Crack, crack, crack. Wave after wave of crunching sounds came from the chains, shooting endless golden lights. A magical rune flew into the sky, turning into mysterious enchantments that slowly transformed into a huge golden hole. At this moment, this golden hole seemed like it could seal even the gods. sustained by a powerful divine energy that reinforced the strength of the chains. Beneath, a huge golden hole. The tip of a massive golden chain could be faintly seen. Once the chain emerged from that golden ripple, all living beings would be crushed. What is that thing? Watching the shadows being suppressed by the chains, Richard asked excitedly. They're the chains of Enkidu, a weapon that can seal even the gods. One of the favorite weapons of Gilgamesh, which was gifted to him by his best friend before his ascension to a new life. Kunzfiel observed the signs in this matter, and he spoke emotionally. One of my lord's most powerful weapons. Gilgamesh, upon hearing this, remained silent. For some strange reason, many knew him from the world that dog came from. It didn't bother him. Everyone considered him a true king of heroes, so as long as they recognized his worth, there was no need to be upset. Did you really think you could take my blood containing the purity of the gods? Unfortunately, you're not very smart. Crack, crack. At this moment, all the shadows of the demon fought madly to escape the chains, but all in vain. The heavenly chains are so powerful that they are anti-divine. No god can free themselves from their grip, let alone a mere demon. This time he smiled that he could control more of the chains. Now he could unleash about 70% of the power of the heavenly chains. Was he becoming stronger? Those absurd restrictions of the gods were not present, so that's the only answer. Even if it's a powerful demon, Gilgamesh would unleash his power to suppress that growing malevolence. Killing this enemy is similar to crushing a cockroach. Crack! The shadows beside the Shadow Lord's body had been caught and crushed. The shadow demon wanted to escape. Its drag was powerful, and it crazily sank into the ground, wanted to take root to stop the force of more chains dragging it, but it was in vain. It's useless. In front of the heavenly chains, unless you don't have divinity in your body, it's meaningless. The eyes of the shadow demon turned cold, and a section of the shadows suddenly gave way to become countless arrows toward Gilgamesh. It believed that killing Gilgamesh, who controlled the chains, would be possible. However, numerous ripples appeared behind Gilgamesh, and swords shot out at a speed faster than the attacks coming in his direction. Are you trying to kill me? Gilgamesh burst into laughter and murmured, You're still too young. Compared to the real demons I've killed, you are nothing. Boom! A series of chained explosions filled the air. The shadow demon was clearly being torn apart, and its struggle weakened with each passing moment. The chains that connected to its body grew weaker, the blood within it vanished, and all its attempts were erased. Og! At this moment, an incomparable power surged from beneath the ground, aiding the shadow demon. After being assisted by this power, the shadow demon began to stabilize and then attack the platform where Gilgamesh stood. The shining platform was dragged downward by the shadow demon. Boom! In no time, the surroundings began to shake, and the still shadow demon seemed eager to finish off Gilgamesh. What's happening here? Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Eris and Roxy, standing on the Vimana, were frightened and lost color. Once the shadow demon captured the platform, Gilgamesh could possibly be in trouble. The shadow demon managed to devour such a rare thing. This growth is not unreasonable. Gilgamesh remained calm and said with a smile, The underground contains a magic crystal alienated by the manga. This concentration of magical energy is something very valuable that the shadow demon had not considered before. If that demon manages to use all its power, it may become an existence comparable to the gods of this world. Boom! Suddenly, more golden ripples appeared, and the chains in the sky doubled. The sound of the chains tightening around the shadow demon, while sensing the divine energy on its body, forced it a few more times, pulling it with more force. The walls began to crack. This scene was like the release of a divine beast, causing countless destructive events. In just a few seconds, even with that new power, the shadow demon was helpless, and nothing could prevent its destruction. In moments, the sword shooting out from the ripples managed to destroy a part of the demon's body into pieces. Crack! But now, an even more horrible event occurred. The bony protrusions around and the bones of the water path seemed to have an induced function, and all that stored tension began to be released. At this moment, all the bones connected. Whether they were human bones, beastmen bones, or remnants of stone statues, everything was assembled into a huge skeleton of a giant. This enormous skeletal giant appeared in front of Gilgamesh like a giant monster and struck toward the platform with its monstrous body. Boom! The entire platform was shaken by the impact, but chains with superior instinct moved toward the giant, and huge swords pierced its body. Crack! At this point, the still-free shadows took over the platform, wanting to destroy it into pieces. By God, this thing is much stronger than before, Richard on top of the enormous pig named Killa said. However, the skeletal giant was much more terrifying than a simple giant. At this moment, a bony protrusion sprouted from the ground. This bony protrusion was several thousand meters tall, and its edge was terrifying like a powerful lance. It crashed into a part of the enormous platform where Gilgamesh was suspended in the air, and it was destroyed in parts. Gilgamesh frowned and began to fly out of the platform. If he stayed over this place, Killa could have serious problems. Both the bone giant and the shadow demon, with their limited strength, attempted to strike Gilgamesh. Part of the platform was still affected, allowing some parts to break. In no time, their attacks became even faster. I fear the platform won't be able to handle this. We must flee. If this horrible thing escapes, we'll die here. Richard lost his colors and looked at Gilgamesh as he spoke. There's no real problem with that demon. Gilgamesh remained calm. Looking at the shadow demon, which continued to fight despite its motionless body, he murmured, "Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but since you're becoming annoying, I'll make a move." Having said these words, Gilgamesh flew into the sky, and his weapon, appeared in his right hand. Energy immediately surged like a torrent of lightning, and his unsatisfied gaze fixed on the struggling shadow demon. Enoma Elish. Boom! At this moment, an unimaginable scene unfolded. The entire space in the underground area was illuminated by a reddish light. The entire mountain began to shake and collapse, while the energy from this attack split the mountain in two, and the light from the sky descended into the dark place illuminated by magenta. As his weapon, began to rotate, a powerful attack shook the space. In a powerful flash, the energy released in his attack pierced and destroyed absolutely everything. Under the onslaught of gods, divine beasts, planets, and parts of the galaxy couldn't withstand its attack if he used the necessary force. An attack from a god, much more powerful than the one used against the demons in the human-demon war. Even a powerful being like Richard fell to his knees while watching with all this powerful attack right in front of his eyes. If not for the pig Killa, they would have been sent flying and killed by the shockwave. That's only 1% of my lord's attack. Only his best friend has been able to withstand 80% of the total attack of my lord. Custofiel seemed amazed to witness this attack in person, and now his dreams have been appeased by this scene. Was he forced to use that attack? Eris knew that this attack was tens of times weaker than the one he used to fight against the invasion from another dimension, so she asked this to Roxy. Maybe he doesn't want to leave anything alive. Richard's old master had experienced many things in his life, but his hand was still trembling with cold sweat. At this point, he was secretly glad not to be an enemy of Gilgamesh. Even if he were stronger, they would still be doomed to certain death. In a matter of seconds, Gilgamesh had dealt with all these minor obstacles. He wouldn't have been so meticulous if Roxy's family were nearby. There would be problems if one of these shadows escaped from this place. What they know about life is ephemeral and very small. Even if several realms choose to see me as their number one enemy, this would be the outcome. Moreover, I wouldn't need to raise my sword to end all those who sought a senseless war. For many, wanting to escape their fate is impossible in the first place. Looking at this result, Gilgamesh simply shook his head. Richard and his master's wife didn't know where Gilgamesh's power came from, but seeing how he reduced more than half of the mountain, they were extremely frightened. The attack they had just witnessed could pose a deadly threat to hundreds of thousands of enemies, ending their lives without much difficulty. Under this power, there was not a single being capable of resisting. Eris and Roxy, on the other hand, knew exactly where Gilgamesh's power came from. They took a deep breath. Having been with him from the beginning, they knew the immense battles they had fought, and in none of them did they encounter difficulties despite how horrible they could be. Not only was his strength powerful, but Gilgamesh's power was unreachable in their eyes, and there was nothing capable of harming him. The shadow demon was released in a somewhat questionable way. After the battle, Gilgamesh discovered many things and was sure that he was missing something. At this point, the only one still alive was the little Alexander, who seemed to have managed to escape from this place. But before going after him, he first had to make sure there were no problems here. Boom! At that point, all the bones of the giant created by the shadow demon had turned to ashes, and Gilgamesh's attack had erased all traces of the shadow demon. While the group was stunned, the platform that had been lying on the ground turned into rubble, and the killer pig fell with a crash to the ground. The chains were withdrawn, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Gilgamesh walked back to Killa the pig, sat on its head, and said, "Finally, this is over." A series of unfortunate events. It took longer than I expected. Eris, sitting next to Roxy on the Vimana, looked at Gilgamesh. No matter how terrifying a thing he did, she would no longer be surprised. As for Richard and his old master, they remained silent. This matter was like a dream to them. Thousands of people, including a sword god, were annihilated right here. Many genius experts, northern sword emperors, and many more could not escape death. If this news spreads, the whole world would be completely stunned, as they could not even imagine that a powerful demon had been reborn. However, these things were something Gilgamesh didn't care about. According to his calculations, this was still not over, so he would continue crushing his enemies until they were completely destroyed. Richard's old master, who had experienced many things in his life, had to look at this man in his 20s with a different gaze. Even if they were told to kill this man, he would adamantly refuse. Facing Gilgamesh was extremely terrifying and something he didn't want to do. Richard also pondered for a long time on what had happened. At this moment, he understood why many were willing to follow this man. Eris was recognized as one of the strongest and most promising young women on the central continent. At the age of 10, she was a sword queen, something even Gilgamesh wouldn't achieve easily at that time. For many, she was unreachable, and her strength was to be respected. Others might think that she would choose a man who had her solely in his eyes, but those thoughts were not entirely correct. As far as was known, Eris was committed to Gilgamesh, but he, in turn, had another woman define the rules of the Grerat family to have only one partner for the rest of their lives. But seeing Gilgamesh's strength and that he would be the future king of the central continent, there was nothing he couldn't do. "Well, this matter is settled," said Gilgamesh as he looked around. "Are we not going after Alexander?" Roxy asked, slightly confused. Gilgamesh thought about it and said, "We'll deal with him later." "Then it's fine." Eris nodded as she looked around. "Well, you are free now." Gilgamesh addressed Richard and the old master. "You can collect some treasures from this place and live a full life elsewhere. If you decide to live according to your principles, you can go to the central continent, which is a bit far from here." Gilgamesh looked deeply at Richard, appearing a bit confused deep in his eyes, but said nothing more. Upon hearing this, Richard said, "I have nowhere else to go. If I failed this mission, it means I died at the hands of the enemy, so I wouldn't have a place to return to. Shall we look for him?" "Of course, we need to kill that apostle," said Gilgamesh, who had a deep gaze in a special direction. "Then we'll follow you for now. Honestly, I go where the wind takes me. I'm aware of what's happening in the Millis continent, so I came to this place mainly because my old disciple wanted to do something here. Then let's go." Gilgamesh left the mountain, instructing Roxy to bring down the other half so that no one could be exposed to danger again. After that, they headed north. After the great battle with the shadow demon, who exerted his dominion along with the attack of his noble phantasms, All existences in the demonic continent felt threatened. Along the way, nothing stood in their way, and Killa appreciated the fresh air outside for the first time in a long time. On the way north, they gathered many edible fruits, and the harvest was incredible. They then stopped in the deepest area of the north. Even if they didn't want to stop, they had no other way to go, as their path was blocked by a huge cliff. Before them was a massive cliff that split the continent into a large cave, something that, according to Roxy, wasn't there before. This place had traces of Alexander, which made Gilgamesh pay special attention. Monstrous creatures were flying in the sky, but deep in the crevice, there was a concentration of energy becoming increasingly intense. What could release that power? It wasn't anything dangerous, yet it exuded a terrifying presence. Any existence in this place would be trembling in fear or even bowing in worship to the unknown. Any other enemies? Within the group, Roxy knew what was happening. Sensing that energy, she said with a cold expression, "This is a zone personally suppressed by a powerful being. Anything here must be in an incubation state." At this point, Gilgamesh's gaze turned cold as he looked at the scene ahead. He had guessed it before, but after personally witnessing the suppression, he furrowed his brow with an icy demeanor. As Gilgamesh observed that place carefully, the group felt somewhat pensive. They sensed Gilgamesh's anger. Even someone as powerful as Richard trembled in fear before this wrath. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if everything within millions of miles was about to be sacrificed. At this moment, Gilgamesh drew a very special black sword as he looked at the red light at the bottom of the crater rising into the sky. At that point, he instructed Roxy to move away with her Vimana. Boom! Looking down at this place, an aura emanated from his body that covered the entire sky, causing black clouds to appear overhead. When Gilgamesh pointed his sword at the bottom of the crater, a powerful rumble echoed across the horizon. Such an aura caused everyone within the demonic continent to be terrified with anxiety. At that point, someone named Orsted looked to the north. He knew that a powerful being was in this place and was the author of powerful attacks that should not exist in this timeline. So, accompanied by a girl, he headed toward the source of energy. But at that point, the skies seemed to shatter when a dark energy covered any trace of light. That power was demonic, something that would alarm all living beings in the world. Finally, the aura that spanned the sky and shook the earth solidified into a sword thousands of meters above the sky, capable of massacring both gods and divine beasts. A sword that could pierce through worlds, one destined to kill immortal beasts. How dare you be born in this world? Gilgamesh's voice was filled with resentment. He knew this energy well, because these creatures have been created by mere intentions of human annihilation. Gods, time and time again, are the ones who stand in his way. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the enormous sword buried itself in that crater, and as if it were a bomb, everything exploded brutally, reducing everything to ashes. This sword instantly emitted a bright glow, illuminating the entire demonic continent, and, in turn, splitting the sky. At this point, everything within a radius of 100 kilometers was turned into a massive crater, and the energy at the bottom of the crevice turned into nothing. An explosion shook the entire demonic continent. Under this single attack, not to mention the group of Eris and Roxy, who were protected under the magical shield of the Vimana, Richard and his old master could easily die. But at that moment, Richard's heart tightened, and his body fell into a deep sleep. The sword on his waist shone with a divine color, and in just a few seconds, a powerful attack contained deep within that sword shone toward Gilgamesh and headed directly for him with a threatening glow. A sword capable of piercing through the world against something that remained dormant. Although Gilgamesh's sword completely cut through its target, he was interrupted by an attack to his side, one that was certainly powerful enough to send him flying through the clouds. Undoubtedly, that attack harmed Gilgamesh, but wearing his armor, the damage was reduced several times, failing to fulfill its goal of killing him. What is the way to kill a demigod? A single attack capable of completely crushing him was the only way, something that must be directed towards him without him realizing. This attack must be unique among all that could be launched at him. Hidegami's plan was to weaken Gilgamesh as much as possible from the moment he entered the demon continent until this point. What he saw in the scream was a mere unreal projection that the human god had obtained from his memories the first time they met, something he knew would disturb him greatly. This idea was fantastic, but what the human god did not consider were the treasures in his possession, those treasures that had accompanied him to this human. And because he never saw anything related to Gilgamesh again, he did not realize that those treasures had always been by his side. Richard's old master wanted to act immediately to stop him, but just then, Eris unleashed her powerful battle aura. At that moment, right behind Richard, a golden sword began to form, and due to the oath he made to Gilgamesh, it had to be condemned. The servant contract was extremely strict. Nothing should be violated, and those who violated this contract suffered the consequences, leading to imminent death. Crack! The sword flashed with force and headed towards Richard's heart, but at that moment, his old master, still enfeebled, moved and interfered with that attack. Instead, the sword plunged into his heart, blood spilled over Richard's back, and he, waking from a stupor, felt his back wet. Ah! Richard! Master! Richard, astonished, turned around and looked at his master, who had a fatal wound near his heart. Carlos Slightly, Emperor of the Sword, who abandoned the world for his beautiful wife who died years ago, was one of his greatest victories. Saving his only disciple in proper form was the achievement that would end his life, but he had no regrets because he knew that his disciple was being controlled by evil people. Eris, calm down. Roxy was furious, but knew that this would happen at any moment due to Gilgamesh's suspicions from the beginning. Walking towards Richard's old master, she raised her staff and began to cast very deep healing magic. But the old man shook his head and said, "I am already tired. Please, my noble student was being controlled by that divine sword. Plead for mercy from Gilgamesh. His life should not end in this place." "Master," Richard murmured as he held his master's hands. It was an honor. With those last words, the master who had taught him the way of the sword had died. Needless to say, this had been expected for a long time. For this very reason, Gilgamesh had given him a sword that would serve him later. But from the beginning, he had expected this to happen when he was facing the shadow demon. Not now precisely. "Indeed, I was expecting it, but I didn't think it would be so sudden," said Gilgamesh, appearing beside Richard. His body bore red tattoos covering his muscles, with no trace of any wounds present, but signs of a powerful blow. "Gil, are you okay?" Eris ran to Gilgamesh's side and asked with concern. "I'm fine, but it seems he died in place of Richard. You must make use of this life your master has given you." Gilgamesh gave her a calm look. At this moment, Gilgamesh's gaze turned cold as he spoke slowly. "Think about it. You've been the puppet of a system much larger than you imagine. Go find your sister and locate a Uruk tower in the central continent. It seems that Alexander died in that outrageous explosion." Gilgamesh's words frightened Kunzfeel. Although he was only whispering, he knew he was speaking in a secretive tone. "My lord, I have many things to think about, but first I will look for my sister. I delivered the message he wanted, so I withdraw." Richard looked at his master's corpse and felt guilty. He wanted to die, but he still needed to make his master's life worthwhile. Finally, Gilgamesh did not stay here for long. He jumped onto the Killa and left all the debate behind. "Then take care, don't trust strangers easily." On the way, Gilgamesh didn't speak, but Eris, as one of his fiancées, asked, "Are all the enemies resolved?" More than enemies. Eris knew that these puppets were not worthy of being called Gilgamesh's enemies. She knew that his strength was not limited to mortals. Without being considered a being that could be compared with others, few could stand up to someone like him. Gilgamesh looked back at the deepest part, then shook his head gently and said, "Everything will be fine for now. The demon continent will be calm for some time. It would be good if your village accepted living in the hidden paradise, Roxy." Hearing this left Roxy in contemplation. The truth was that she also wanted Qua to be in a much safer place, especially with everything that was happening recently. Those who want to harm Gilgamesh are the same ones who can seek to harm her family because she was his wife. In this regard, she should be careful and warn her family about it. This place was specifically created to kill me. Indeed, that last attack managed to hurt me a bit, and that is truly surprising. Gilgamesh touched his skin and fell silent for a few seconds. Roxy then understood that this place infested by the unknown was not as simple as it seemed. It couldn't just be a demon field to attract humans to that place. Gilgamesh, calmer this time, lay on the large back of the Killa, resting his head on Roxy's legs. Meanwhile, Eris, who was exhausted, lay on his chest. Roxy could feel her discomfort as they got closer to her village. "Don't be nervous. I'm truly a charming man if I set my mind to it," murmured Gilgamesh, a light smile covering his face. Roxy then lowered her head and stroked Gilgamesh's forehead. She felt very scared when she saw her man in fights that she couldn't interfere with. That made her believe that she had to be much stronger, achieving magic at the god and divine level as soon as possible. Now she only lacked understanding, so there would be no problems. As for Eris, she was thinking that she needed to increase her aura control and reinforce her decisions in battle. Such lovely sights. I should place a chair in this spot. Cussenfiel, who was on Killa's nose, wagged his tail from side to side before falling completely asleep. Those are the perks of being a dog. Sleep whenever you want. During the wartime, as the only one capable of facing the gods, Gilgamesh had to excel in different battles and triumph over disadvantageous situations where surely anyone else in his same condition would die. The dangers he faced in that stage of his past life were perilous. On the path in that war, they fought all kinds of battles, he and the humans who took up a sword without fear of dying on the battlefield. From those times until now, there was a saying when Gilgamesh fought seriously: "The world may split in two, but the sun will always triumph over darkness." Everyone can both win and lose. Gilgamesh didn't understand the fear of a god over a world he didn't have total control over. The human god has no access to the world, which was more than confirmed because Gilgamesh had never encountered him. I mean, if that god wants to kill him, why would he hide in the first place? No one knows of his existence. The things he can influence are small, but significant. If for some reason all those things succeed, it's because the humans of this world don't have the heart to stand against them. Later, regarding everything he had experienced in this world, it could be said that living a second time is not a bad option. Now he knew death, so he felt no curiosity, and there were so many things he wanted to do that 100 years are few compared to everything he wants to discover. What does it feel like to be a dad? What is it like to have a family? There were so many things to draw from experience that Gilgamesh was very excited, but with the recent events, he feels a bit mentally exhausted. He needed to find that human god. He had to do it as soon as possible. However, Gilgamesh knew that there was still some hope of finding the way to where this god of humanity is, and he was sure he would find it sooner or later. His group now consisted of 2 future wives and a human trapped in the body of a dog for hundreds of years. If this dog were strong, it would be of great use, but all it knows how to do is move like a die from side to side and sleep deeply. Are we almost there? No, there's still a long way to go, and traveling on Killa is not the fastest speed we could have. Roxy and Eris were inside a large tent they had set up, thanks to which the light no longer hit them directly, and Gilgamesh took advantage of it to fall into a deep sleep. It's true that a small house on Killa would be a good idea, something they would do knowing that they would be traveling here from now on. What Gilgamesh was looking for was to experience the journey more closely, which is why he chose a pet like Killa, since he would take them all over the world at a speed that helps them appreciate the surroundings. Now you have the ability to communicate telepathically. Isn't that wonderful? Eris, who was combing Roxy's hair, smiled as she watched the ice outside the tent slowly melt. Yes, the stimulation of my bloodline activated with the stimulation of that ritual. Roxy smiled as she remembered everything that had happened so far. Cussenfiel, seated on an ice throne, after demanding Roxy to take better care of the super divine, intelligent pet of the group, had suggested that she conjure large ice walls, And indeed, everything became much cooler. Even Kilo walked much faster while feeling his entire body cool. Do you think in your village they would adore me as a god? I could speak more than 30 languages, but now I only remember 2. Kunzfiel boasted his abilities while scratching his belly with his right paw. Eris was surprised and asked with vigilant eyes, "More than 30 languages?" "Of course, I know English, Spanish, Hindi." Kunzfiel mentioned all the languages he remembered hearing about in his original world, but truth be told, he barely mastered a few words. Roxy and Eris lost interest seeing Kunzfiel talk about things they had never heard in their lives before. They assumed it didn't exist and began to ignore him. "I wonder if my lord will appoint me as a count. He needs loyal servants, so I can serve in his kingdom for about 200 years. If you travel for 10 years and sleep 100, I don't need a subordinate who sleeps so much." Having said this, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. But after a while, behind his smile, there was a sense of strangeness. "Should we eat something?" With this, Gilgamesh opened his gate of Babylon and pulled out many exquisite dishes. As he continued to bring out food, Kunzfiel had moved like lightning and sat naturally beside Gilgamesh, his tail moving unnoticed. "Should we pray before eating?" Everyone turned to Kunzfiel strangely. Eris and Roxy knew that Gilgamesh didn't believe in any religion, so this question was a bit awkward. "I mean, thank nature for bringing us together. In this life, not everyone is fortunate enough to eat food like ours." While Kunzfiel said this, his paw had dragged a plate of steaks towards his side, and Gilgamesh, who saw this, smiled slightly. He liked this dog, and that's why he had let him travel with them. "All right, let's eat something before we arrive." A few hours later, to the north of the demon continent. I'm already preparing and moving while thinking about what will happen in 100 years. What has happened and what will happen, everything is strategic preparation. However, many things have happened in recent years, and right now, with Nanahoshi, things have become imperceptible. Orsted, the current dragon god, looked at the huge crater and frowned due to all the wreckage the being had caused in this place. First, he had traveled to the Central Sea to investigate what had happened. After that, he learned about the mana explosion that was supposed to have occurred. However, everything started to change years ago. After so many regressions, maybe things have taken an unexpected turn. I must find the author of this destruction and figure out what happened here. Orsted thought as he walked in the same direction that Gilgamesh had departed with his group. I have to say that Roxy Megurita, after several years, will finally be able to return to my hometown with my future husband, thought Roxy as she sat on the back of the great pig Killa, who was now her great mount that would take them to their next experiences. In the distance, she could see that the Migard settlement had not changed in the slightest, nor had her friends and acquaintances changed in the slightest. Although from the views, it was obvious that the population had increased in the last few years she had been away. However, for Gilgamesh, who was sitting beside Roxy, resting his head on Eris's legs, there was an ominous silence that invaded the village. Originally, he thought it wouldn't be as silent as he had seen in Roxy's memories when he searched for who she was. But what surprised him is that this place is indeed extremely depressing for those without telepathic communication abilities. At the moment, silence engulfed the surroundings because there were no conversations among the inhabitants, all unconsciously directing their gaze towards the great pig Killa that had arrived in their village. When they were close enough to the village, people could recognize Roxy, so their uneasiness soon disappeared. "Roxy, you're back. Welcome. We missed you so much. You've grown a lot. You look more beautiful than the last time we saw you. Who is that man next to you? Did our dear Roxy finally get a husband?" Roxy felt her heart squeeze tightly. Her calm hands began to tremble due to excitement, and a tear unconsciously spilled onto her cheek. She could finally hear them all speaking to her with so much emotion and closeness. "I told you, your telepathic ability was granted to you when the quality of your lineage evolved." Gilgamesh held Roxy's trembling hand while looking at her with a gentle attention that gave her a warm feeling. "I'm back." Those were the first words that Roxy could address to everyone, The words that had been contained in her soul had traveled through the wind and were heard in the minds of all the migrants in the area. What took you so long? Did you finally manage to talk to us? This is incredible. Roxy finally spoke to us. We are very proud of you. Your parents have missed you since the day you left. You should go see them right away. All of Roxy's acquaintances smiled and greeted in her direction, making her feel so excited that she couldn't even contain her tears. This place is amazing. Eris on the side pointed to a house and, trying to ease Roxy's embarrassment for crying, pointed dramatically in the distance. Yes, that's a house. Gilgamesh muttered, totally uninterested in this place. Are you implying that I'm annoying? Eris's hair began to rise, as if infused by an invisible aura. Only on occasions. Gilgamesh didn't remember when this girl started becoming much more daring. Maybe she already hinted that he would never replace her. I challenge you to a duel. Roxy and I have been working on a powerful technique that will surprise you. Eris said, completely excited. Kunzfiel on the side wagged his tail and said angrily, Who awakened this divine beast from its slumber? He's alive, he didn't die. Eris, who saw Kunzfiel, said with some joy. That dog had been sleeping for more than 25 hours, which puzzled her a lot. Of course I'm alive. I just took a little nap after filling my stomach with delicious dishes. Kunzfiel looked around and asked in disgust, In what desert are we? It's Roxy's village. Watch your words. Eris lost interest in challenging Gilgamesh when this dog woke up, without thinking that she was slightly worried that he might have died. Roxy, in her excitement, was greeting everyone without paying attention to Kunzfiel, who surprisingly also knew how to communicate telepathically. The great pig leaped and began to run from side to side like crazy, wagging its tail and even urinating in corners without anyone seeing it. Today we must celebrate with a feast. Roxy can finally respond to our call. That would be amazing. The hunters brought beasts that had been running due to the evil aura released in the surroundings. Today, we will celebrate. It's not necessary. Roxy, embarrassed, replied to everyone with a smile on her face. How is it not necessary? We must celebrate this. I still remember when you were a child and couldn't speak to us openly, and we only understood your signals. Roxy, still talking to the villagers, showed herself extremely happy. All those words that she wanted to tell them before leaving this place were finally coming out of her memories. She was extremely excited, never thought there would be a cure for her illness because she had been researching a lot at the magic school and had never found an answer to that problem. But now she was here, talking to everyone around her with a face full of smiles and emotions that captured her so much. Squeezing Gilgamesh's hand, she wanted this feeling never to end, and the tears of excitement had soon disappeared from her face. What if we go to your house first, and then celebrate with the resources we have? Gilgamesh asked, looking at the excited Roxy with a smile on his face. I agree. Roxy responded, somewhat embarrassed to know that she had been talking silently without Gilgamesh or Eris being able to understand her. And we should also take a tour. We are in unknown lands, and even more importantly, places where any normal human would die. Eris had removed her armor due to the extreme heat, so she replaced it with a cooler outfit. After a while, the great pig advanced through the streets, and its large body even destroyed some parts of the road without caring much. In a short time, the news that Roxy had returned spread throughout the surroundings, and those who were Roxy's parents appeared before them while maintaining a smile. Is she your mother? Eris's eyes shone with excitement as she stood up. Yes, they're my parents, Rowan Magurdia and Rokari Magurdia. My in-laws. Gilgamesh murmured with a very subtle look to avoid causing major problems. You've grown so much, Roxy. Who are your friends? Rokari looked at her daughter and asked in a friendly tone, her smile conveying an approach that very few could fail to perceive. Roxy, who for the first time felt secure in herself, telepathically responded to her parents. The man on my right is the one I will marry in the future, and the woman by his side is one of his fiancées. What did you say? Rokari seemed unable to process how to respond to her daughter's words, instinctively replying verbally without realizing that Roxy had used the unique Migard ability. Have you spoken telepathically? Rowan, Roxy's father, asked surprisingly, ignoring his daughter's words. She spoke. Rokari, who had processed the information, trembled slightly, and her facial expression filled with an inexplicable sensation. She immediately ran to her daughter and embraced her tightly. Those feelings transmitted to Roxy, who also received the affection sincerely because her ability had awakened. It wasn't easy to assume the fact that she had awakened that ability that had been hidden in her body for a long time. In truth, that was the reason why Roxy had difficulty fitting in and fully understanding what her parents said to her. She never expected these words of concern or welcome. The whole wave of emotions overwhelmed her, and she only cried in her parents' arms for minutes, thinking about all the good things that had happened to her since she reunited with Gilgamesh. All she could say is sorry. She must admit that her parents were very worried. They couldn't fake the voice they expressed telepathically, and she could feel the contained emotions of both of them when they hugged her. Before, her inability to use the unique Migard ability prevented her from feeling these kinds of things. When she thought about that paternal loneliness gap was completely erased from her memories. A few minutes later, Rokari looked at the man behind Roxy, who maintained a cold expression at the unfolding scene. Forgive our appearance. Come in and take a seat. It's understandable. I understand the turbulent emotions you're going through. Gilgamesh nodded and walked slowly towards the small house where Roxy's parents lived. Eris remained silent. She had nothing to say, so she simply walked slowly and, after entering, sat behind Gilgamesh with the intention of not intervening in the conversation that was about to unfold. I really promised myself not to cry, but it seems I couldn't contain myself after receiving such shocking news, Rokari said as she wiped away her tears, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Kunsfeel, who had appeared who knows when, thought, it's obvious her daughter will marry the god Gilgamesh, King of Kings. How did the recovery happen? Rowan asked as he took his wife's hand. They had decided to speak normally because there were people present who didn't have the telepathic ability they had, and it would be too impolite not to consider that. There were many things before that, but I owe everything to Gil, who, through a medical ritual, allowed me to recover that dormant ability and grow much more than I would have otherwise. Roxy seemed very happy when she said this, showing a smile without realizing it. Gilgamesh didn't know how to start his interaction with this couple, Roxy's parents. He had never been in such a complex and mysterious situation before. With Eris, things had been different since they were practically happy about their engagement, and they congratulated them on it. However, things here are different. So when did you two meet? Rowan asked, still not giving much importance to his daughter's declaration. When I was a child, Gilgamesh answered these words sincerely, thinking there was nothing wrong with them. Which continent are you from? Rokari asked this time, looking Gilgamesh up and down. Central continent. After many unexpected events, we ended up in the Central Sea, where we found Roxy after a long time, Johann replied with a slight smile. Then he looked at Roxy, and with a snap of his fingers, 2 ornate boxes appeared. Inside them were 2 gold necklaces. These necklaces are very special magical items. They will protect you from any harm, no matter who attacks you. The necklaces were unique items he had taken from his treasury, because that would prevent the human god from interfering, at least with their lives. He couldn't control the machinations of that cunning god who seemed to have developed a plan to end his life and the lives of those who followed him. Although it was annoying to have to be careful with these small details, each one of them was necessary. So he had to be very meticulous, especially with his future in-laws when he officially married Roxy. The magical items were just a small gesture on his part, something that didn't mean much, but was necessary. Rokari looked at the beautiful necklaces and smiled. She looked at Gilgamesh and said, "You are a very charming man. Any woman would be more than willing to be your wife, and you know that. However, if you plan to marry my daughter, I must say I am against it." Mama. Roxy was shocked by her mother's words, as if she had never expected to hear such a clear response. If they were now telling them this, it was due to the continuous threat from those close to Gilgamesh and for obvious reasons of relocating their entire village to a safer place. Rowan smiled awkwardly and said, "First, listen to your mother, Roxy." "But that's unacceptable." Roxy was angry. She wanted to openly argue, but Gilgamesh's voice in her head stopped her. "Let's hear their reasons," Gilgamesh said, maintaining a calm expression. "What bothers you?" Rokhari smiled slightly and said, "Roxy, my daughter, you are a Migard, and you know that our life is 3 to 4 times longer than that of an average human. Do you plan to suffer the last years of your life or die when your husband does? I cannot allow myself to see you plunge into the pain of losing your loved one. No one of our race would accept it. That's why we choose a mate with whom we will spend the rest of our lives. Do you understand?" "Yes, but it's different." Rokhari interrupted Roxy and told her in a more severe tone, "We are demons. In the eyes of humans, we are a dangerous race that threatens life in human realms. You must have had many similar experiences, and you know what I mean. For that reason, I am against both of you getting married. Besides, you should know that he already has a human companion, so having more than one is a strange tango for us." "It is not," Eris, who had not spoken, said. "He is Gilgamesh, the future emperor of the central continent and the one who will change the history of the whole world." Gilgamesh smiled subtly with pride. He was about to say a word when Roxy said, "I'm pregnant." "What? What did you say?" Rowan looked at his daughter and then at his wife, unsure of what to say in this situation. "I'm pregnant," Roxy whispered with a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Gilgamesh immediately noticed that she was lying, perhaps seeking her parents' compassion to make them understand her decision, but that didn't make sense. Smiling gently, he looked at Roxy's parents and said, "Age is not a problem. I have many ways to extend my lifespan, so rest assured that I will never leave this world before those who chose me as their partner. Besides, I promise that my love will be equal. Isn't my dear daughter enough?" Rokhari asked Gilgamesh with a questioning expression. "Mama," Roxy wanted to stop her father, but she also wished to hear that answer from Gilgamesh's mouth. Gilgamesh, who knew this was a trap, responded the next second, "I never knew about close relationships. Until a few years ago, I didn't know if I would ever have the opportunity to marry a woman in this life. My past struggles were bloody, full of misfortune, and I didn't have the chance to think about something like that. This time, I will become a king, one who will need a talented child and, at the same time, a pure mindset." After saying that, Gilgamesh thought for a moment and continued, "If you're wondering about Roxy's value to me, you can rest assured as she is deeply in a part of my heart alongside Eris. Together, we have overcome many unimaginable challenges. Once I consider something a treasure, no one can take it away from me. With your permission, I truly hope to have your blessing, and that Roxy can alleviate all the grievances that have haunted her since childhood. She can finally understand them, she can talk to everyone else, so that is the greatest treasure in her life that I cannot see damaged by a misunderstanding of ideas. Immortality I can achieve. Living 1,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years is nothing to my eyes. I may be human in your eyes, but I can touch the sky so easily that becoming a god is just a tiny thing for me." Not only were Roxy's parents surprised, but everyone who heard Gilgamesh's words fell silent, because those who knew him knew that these words were true. Being a god is something that no one can achieve even if they are human. Those self-proclaimed sword gods are mere servants of time and the human body, something that Gilgamesh rules in his life due to the divine blood that runs through his veins. With my right hand, I can crush the entire galaxy. With my left hand, I can give life to those who need it, and with a single glance, I can know all the secrets of antiquity. These were the simple words that described Gilgamesh as a man capable of everything, but diminutive in terms of personal desires. Rowan, who didn't have much to say, pointed out a very important point. "But you are still human, and my daughter is a demon. Do you really think your kingdom would accept you marrying her? The religions of this world repudiate demons, but I repudiate all religions. The world is changing, and everyone has noticed it. So you must be aware that a new war is approaching, and only those who remain standing will decide the truth from a lie." Gilgamesh didn't want to say it this way, but there was no other option. He had to make things clear and not have to expand his dominion into the demon continent. What does that have to do with what we are talking about? Rokari was a kind woman, but when it came to her daughter's happiness, she couldn't hesitate. It means that this war will be the last after the Great Change. So you must know that this would affect everyone equally. I love Roxy, so as her man, I will protect her from all evil, no matter what others think. For that very reason, I will become an emperor who leads the entire central continent without exception. Gilgamesh expressed that goal he had set some time ago. Does that mean, yes, if I am emperor, I have the final say, so there will be no problem if someone says an unpleasant word about my wives. We will rarely appear in public, so those concerns you have should not be of importance in our relationship. I came for many more things here, but I will let you have a quiet conversation. Gilgamesh stood up and left with Eris, accompanied by Kunzfeel. None of Roxy's parents said anything. They couldn't perceive it, but they knew that Gilgamesh was a man of solid character with determined principles. Right now, he was very considerate with them, showing the respect and love he had for their daughter. As parents, what should they do? They worried that their daughter would be hurt. After all, she had suffered a lot since childhood, and what they wanted most was the best for her future. As parents, that is their greatest responsibility. After Gilgamesh walked away, Roxy clenched her hands tightly, not wanting to ruin the harmony they had gathered with her family. However, that desire was small compared to the question of what she wanted most. Roxy. Rokari's voice sounded in a soft and very friendly tone, and now they were talking telepathically. Lifting her head, Roxy looked at her parents, who were smiling so kindly as if they were not angry with her at all. This reassured her. Upon reflection, she now understands her parents and what they meant initially. Do you really love that man? Rokari asked in a soft tone. Roxy looked at her parents with a determined gaze and said, after getting to know him, I learned to love myself more. I understood my worth, and the value I now give to my life is so great that it cannot be compared to anyone else. He helped me with the issue of my telepathic communication, takes care of me, and is determined to marry me. I've never received so much love from a man before, and what I feel from that is simple joy that cannot be extinguished by anything in this world. Does he love you? Rowan asked this time, a bit more attentive. Roxy paused for a moment with a look full of happiness that couldn't be hidden and said, yes, that's what I feel, and since I've known him, he has never lied to me. It's hard to put into words, but I believe I was always destined to choose him as my husband. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the faces of Roxy's parents. They were now more at ease hearing this, but still knew that in the end, they could not prevent this under any circumstances. Like Roxy, they didn't want to ruin their hard-earned closeness with their daughter that took more than 30 years to achieve. So, Roxy had nothing more to say, just hoping that her parents would give their approval to feel more secure and happy. We cannot interfere if that is what you desire. We are now more at ease knowing he is a man of principles and, above all, a future king. Not everyone is willing to go that great distance for a simple infatuation, so do what you desire most, Rokari finally said with a smile. Mama, Papa, I love you, Roxy exclaimed, filled with happiness. The family of three cried for a good while, talking about many other things that Roxy had experienced throughout her journey. Is it okay to leave them alone? Eris asked, slightly confused about how things had turned out. It was surprising for her that Roxy's parents had initially rejected her engagement to Gilgamesh. Unlike her own parents, they seemed much more serious about it. It's not surprising. They express concern simply because they are demons. The difference lies in their race, so, as long as they are in the central continent, they will face disdain or be judged simply because of their roots, Kunzfeel replied for the first time, giving a satisfactory answer that made Eris nod. Eris, surprised by this fact, looked at the enormous Killa sinking into the ground and exclaimed, the earth is eating him. Eris, wait, he's just resting. Gilgamesh didn't notice any anomaly and simply responded based on his initial observations. This village was a small settlement with no more than 300 people, and its defenses were weak, to say the least. Although they were strong, there was no possibility of survival if a higher-ranked beast attacked in this area. This couldn't be ignored by Gilgamesh, who kept a keen watch on the surroundings. After walking for a few minutes, an old man approached them. "Dear travelers, I apologize for not welcoming you earlier," the old man said in a friendly tone, keeping his eyes on Gilgamesh, who seemed to exude a colder aura than the others. As Gilgamesh understood it, the Miggards stopped aging after their bodies developed at the age of 16. After that, they would begin to age again after around 150 years. Therefore, Gilgamesh was possibly facing an old man of about 180 years, so he should be careful with his words because this man could be the leader of this settlement. It's a very impressive place. I'm surprised that you have managed to settle in such a demanding location. Gilgamesh nodded as he walked around. It's not surprising. We managed to establish ourselves here for hundreds of years, so we adapted to the demands this place imposes on us to survive. Can we speak in private? Gilgamesh asked after confirming what he wanted. Of course, follow me. The old Miggard nodded and led them to a house that was actually a large turtle shell. Wow! Eris, on the other hand, couldn't stop marveling at the things along the way. Everything was simply incredible to her eyes. After passing through the entrance of the house, Gilgamesh looked at the old man with a sharp gaze and said, "I will marry Roxy. That is something we have decided to do after exploring the world a bit." "Congratulations, that's a wonderful idea." The old man was much smarter than anyone else in the village. He understood perfectly the level of nobility in Gilgamesh, and that subtle death intent surrounding his body was something that told him this man was dangerous and not to be trifled with. For that reason, he had no plans to go against his arguments. "All right, I didn't want to come to this simple point. What I really want to say is much more important," said Gilgamesh, pointing out. "I worry about the safety of my wives, their families, and the future. You must know that in the world, I have powerful enemies waiting for the right moment to cause me the slightest harm. That's why I want to offer a proposal to this entire village." The old man's eyes narrowed. He understood perfectly what Gilgamesh was implying. So he said, "Go ahead, tell me. I have many enemies, and I fear that the security of everyone in this village may be compromised. So, I have a suggestion for all of you. There's a place where everyone, whether they are elves, dwarves, or humans, can live. Of course, you would be the first demons to arrive at this highly protected and special place. The land is fertile, and the place is incomparable to your life here. My proposal would be to offer everyone without exception the possibility of living in that place. Everyone will have a beautiful house and a new life," said Gilgamesh, looking directly into the old man's eyes. This was the best way to choose to protect Roxy's village. This land is simply too challenging for them to survive, so he is offering them a sacred place where they could continue their lives, but in a simpler way. "How big is that place?" the old man asked, slightly interested. "As big as a continent. You should know that from the beginning, I had prepared a special place for Roxy's tribe. We had thought about it from the start. No one should worry about the journey or luggage. You will all be teleported directly to that place," said Gilgamesh in a straightforward tone. "Can your enemies reach that place?" "Absolutely. Didn't you feel the tremor from a day ago? That was caused by my great Lord Gilgamesh. So your enemies are not something that a village like this can overcome with its weak strength," said Cuneifiel, swaying his tail from side to side. Eris smiled and said, "What Gilgamesh means is that he wants to take care of all of you, so that Roxy doesn't worry about your safety. Times are changing, so it would be wise for you to choose a much better life." The old man knew they were not lying. Of course, life here is very difficult, but they have managed to survive all this time. However, what happened recently alerted all the higher-ranking beasts, so there's a possibility that they might not survive an attack from a stronger enemy. If Gilgamesh offers them a better place with all difficulties solved, why not discuss it with the tribe? "I'll talk to everyone about it, but I still can't get my hopes up. What you're saying is even unreal, but nowadays, what is magic?" Your response is sensible. I am not a selfish man, so it's good that everyone is moved to a sacred place where their lives will not be affected by anything. Gilgamesh stood up and walked out of the old man's house. Just as he was about to walk towards the large pig Killa, Roxy appeared in the distance without her big hat and signaled for everyone to come closer. My parents have agreed. Gilgamesh and Eris smiled. Both returned to Roxy's house to discuss a few more things. Many things happened throughout the night. In the coming days, an anonymous vote would take place where Gilgamesh's proposal would be accepted or denied. Meanwhile, he was offered a house not far from the central area of the village while these events unfolded. Gilgamesh started to get along much better with Roxy's parents. They shared many private things with him, and it became increasingly enjoyable. After a while, Gilgamesh got up, and outside the tent were Kunzfeel and Eris. This time, he was completely different from before, while Eris was attentively listening to a fantasy story related to Gilgamesh. Seeing Gilgamesh coming out of the tent, Eris silently got up and entered while maintaining a sly smile on her face. Kunzfeel, if you want to follow me, you must know that there will be a code of respect among all my servants. Sitting down, Kunzfeel looked at Gilgamesh and said, "As your great servant, I understand perfectly all the requirements needed to serve you, and believe me, I will accept each one without fail." Kunzfeel was a dog that had reincarnated from the human world, with very special blood running through his veins. Most likely, he had consumed some kind of fruit that granted him immortality. He was just a dog in Gilgamesh's eyes, but he wanted to feel human again because there were many things he wanted to achieve in life. "I will never forget it. You know if I am lying or not, so your final decision is understandable." Gilgamesh smiled calmly and said, "As a servant, you haven't done anything significant for me. How can I call you a servant if you haven't done any of that?" Kunzfeel gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Gilgamesh as his chest rose. Although he was in the presence of a universal being, he had to make it clear that he had lived for hundreds of years and had experiences, so he was no worse than any other follower Gilgamesh had acquired. "Haven't I done anything for you?" "Of course, that's because you haven't ordered me to do anything." Kunzfeel defended himself as best as he could against Gilgamesh's accusations. "Is that so?" Gilgamesh laughed and said calmly, "Isn't it because you want me to fix the condition of your body?" Upon hearing this, Kunzfeel's face froze because Gilgamesh had uncovered his little mischievous secrets. He truly did not expect his grand performances to be discovered. "Do you remember that my purpose is to deal with the human god?" Gilgamesh stopped laughing and looked formally at Kunzfeel. Gilgamesh's words left Kunzfeel in a state of distress due to any possible misunderstandings. He also became solemn. With a serious look, he said, "Of course. Why do you ask?" He knew that the human god was on bad terms with Gilgamesh. He only knew that because of what he had heard on the way here, for that simple reason. He took it seriously because they were talking about the human god. "I want you to make a strict oath, something you have never done before, and then I may try to see how I can help you." At that moment, Gilgamesh did not raise his tone. For what reasons? Kunzfeel's expression also changed significantly. A magical promise or oath, for any sentient being with a bit of brain, was the most serious within an oath of loyalty. Once that oath was made, those words would follow them to the ends of their lives. "I can fully awaken the capabilities of your body." Gilgamesh spoke very slowly after a few seconds. "Every condition of the body has certain restrictions. Some are born with celestial bindings, and others with curses that subject them to a cruel action in exchange for stable deformation." Kunzfeel understood what Gilgamesh meant. He was about to attempt to cure him so that he could have a human form or at least be something strong. As a reincarnated being, he had always dreamed of regaining his human body, and those desires haunted him even in his long dreams. After a long time, he had accepted the fact that he was a dog, but when he found that Gilgamesh believed he had a way to fix it, a glimmer of hope emerged. "If I do that, will you trust me?" Kunzfeel looked at Gilgamesh with much more dignity on his face, as a man must show that he also has a strong character. "Is there anything for my condition?" Kunzfeel, like anyone else in his situation, had researched everything about his condition. He had visited the most dangerous places in this world and found things that others didn't know until he spread the rumors himself. But never, in any of the places he visited, Did he find something that could solve his state? It was true that he was in front of Gilgamesh, but that was hard to process. Gilgamesh mentioned the blood ritual to further enhance Kunzfiel's body and growth. He should know that the fruit he ate possibly wasn't fully ripe, causing him to only obtain half of its power. It's impossible for others, Gilgamesh calmly continued, but I am Gilgamesh. These ordinary words carried an unparalleled confidence. Kunzfiel furrowed his brows, then looked deeply at Gilgamesh. His confident words shook his heart. At this moment, he was breathless as his tail swayed from side to side. Do you serve me or not? Gilgamesh said indifferently. The decision is in your hands. Eventually, Kunzfiel calmed his heart, took a deep breath, and looked at Gilgamesh for a long time. Finally, he said in a serious tone, Then I, Kunzfiel, pledge allegiance to the supreme Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. An oath of allegiance in the presence of Gilgamesh was no joke, but he knew that this would mean his life was now bound to the extraordinary man in front of him. After he made the oath, Gilgamesh smiled and said, Listen carefully. Because of that fruit you ate, you are 1/3 immortal. It would be very bothersome if you didn't understand my words. Gilgamesh explained the profound truths behind the term 1/3 immortal to Kunzfiel. This would make him understand many things, such as the fact that he might one day die. Kunzfiel had lived for hundreds of years, but had never known this information that Gilgamesh had just provided. He was briefly surprised due to the incredulity of it all. At this moment, he now knew that he was somewhat immortal, and on top of that, Gilgamesh had discovered it long before they spoke for sure. So, how can I fix my situation? Even now, Kunzfiel didn't know how his situation would be reversed. Gilgamesh smiled calmly and said, Firstly, you are a dog, you mustn't forget that. The race you reincarnated into is that of a simple, intelligent dog. You can obtain a humanoid body, but your race cannot be changed. Having said this, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. These words left Kunzfiel in silence. That was something he didn't know. In fact, he thought he was trapped in the body of a dog, and at some point in his life, he might regain his true form. Having gained knowledge from Gilgamesh, Kunzfiel reflected on his own situation. Just as Gilgamesh had said, he was a natural dog, so he would never have regained his human form if not for external help. In this way, he could never have reverted to his original form because he was not human. But even dragons have a human form. After Gilgamesh said this, joy returned to Kunzfiel's face. I can grant you the ability to obtain a humanoid body. That won't change anything even if you are a dog. In a few days, I will prepare a blood ritual for you that could enhance your bloodline and give you what you desire so much. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. His smile was so sharp and clear. It was particularly pleasant for someone like Kunzfiel to hear this news. Gilgamesh smiled and called Eris. He took out a second sword and handed it to her. Since you will become my wife, you need to wield a different sword to balance your stats. Eris gave Gilgamesh a surprised look. Then she asked, What is the name of the sword? This sword was forged by a crazy goddess who wanted to marry me in my previous life. Unfortunately, she died on the battlefield when she went mad because I rejected her. You can call an evil sword a blood sword, or simply a name that sounds good. Gilgamesh said, not very interested in it. Those names are horrible. Then you can call it Gil Sword. That would be so fascinating that it fills my body with intense emotions. Eris looked at Gilgamesh, who had been acting very strangely lately. Could that be due to some kind of disorder from fighting? She should find out. Weapons are creations of man or their owner. Although this world has lacked true magical treasures since its inception, it seems that things have been changing recently. Since the last human-demon war, many legendary weapons have been lost or completely destroyed, but in my collection, I have treasures that would give a human a unique power, almost godlike. Eris listened attentively to all that information. For those around him, Gilgamesh trusted Eris and Roxy the most, not to mention Elaine, Simon, or any other servant who might be in the distance. Eris and Roxy, who were his future wives, had long surpassed the caution line he usually marked for people who approached him. My sword EA is among the most powerful universal creations in the entire galaxy. An object that only someone like me can wield because I am a unique ruler and bearer of a much more powerful destiny. How could an ordinary weapon compare to one that can completely destroy a planet? Gilgamesh, who was giving Eris a lesson on swords, looked at her and said, "You must have more confidence in your own strength. After all, you are still young. Considering your strength, it's easy to think that you will become more powerful than a sword goddess." Hearing Gilgamesh's words, Eris finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, she had been increasing her training because she wanted to strengthen her power and combat style. Now that she had received a reward, she was very excited. This sword is not just a simple sword. Gilgamesh looked at Eris and said, "It was created from the wishes of a god, and its materials are extremely divine. It contains the great power of destruction along with the profound truths of the divine. So, this weapon was specially created to be destructive and superior in combat. Take your time to learn how to use it and get familiar with that sword. It can be considered a relic in this world." Hearing this, Eris was surprised. A sword that can destroy a world, her world. This statement is simply terrifying to have on hand. This would mean that in the future, she would be as strong as a goddess. "What's wrong with you?" Eris calmed down. She understood the immeasurable and unparalleled value of the sword she had just received, and its value was no less than an unmatched treasure in this world. It was not just a weapon, but also held great value that would give her status and strength in the future. "There are certain swords that I cannot use mostly in perfect conditions. Everyone has different opportunities, and our understandings are also different. Go ahead and find out how compatible you will be with that sword. Why need it? If I do, will you lend it to me?" Gilgamesh asked, obviously joking. He didn't need all the most powerful treasures in his treasury. Although it's true that he uses the Gate of Babylon as a portal to attack his enemies, not all his swords are used because he has millions, billions, in case he becomes more demanding. So when he researches and obtains a treasure, he learns many things, and it is more than obvious that he is not proficient with all of them. "Of course, I will get my all." Eris happily left, and at that moment, Gilgamesh took out the seed of the supposed immortal tree he had obtained in that place. Open. A huge golden ripple appeared right in front of him, and an incredible space came into view. What he was looking at was the interior, a palace reduced to a chamber where the most precious natural treasures were stored. Gilgamesh watched the seed flying and planted it in fertile soil with his hands. The stretches of land seemed to come alive, even the wounds touched by his hand as if wanting to caress him. Along with the integration of this immortal plant, the grass filled with a greenish aura that began to spread throughout the chamber. "It's me. It's been a long time since you've seen me like this, so you must be surprised. Someday, all of you will know the new world I am in. So support the growth of this seed so that it bears immortal fruits as soon as possible." The ground moved in response, absorbing part of Gilgamesh's divinity and began to nourish that seed. This creation continued for a long period, and soon a small sprout emerged. Gilgamesh, who was sitting in front of the golden ripple leading to his treasury, observed this scene carefully. He wanted to be cautious and determine if the origin of that seed was indeed related to the fruit of immortality in his possession. His eyes could not fail him. He had not made a mistake when he discovered that seed. However, at this point, the growth of that sprout was too small for his thoughts to be considered valid. Anyone who saw what was in front of Gilgamesh would tremble with excitement. As a god, Gilgamesh controlled everything in front of him, and within that chamber in the Golden Palace, he simply thought about what he wanted to do, and everything happened as he wished. As time passed, Gilgamesh became immersed in the growth of the plant that would give him more fruits of immortality. At this moment, he began to realize that, even without seeking it, immortality was knocking at his door. Of course, this was so challenging that it would turn him into something completely different from his past life. The most terrifying thing was that he had the opportunity to be immortal right now. What man wouldn't eat the fruit directly and hoped to live for the rest of eternity. Gilgamesh would, of course, seek this path for himself and his wives. He would have considered it if Roxy and Elaine had a human-like age difference. How could he die before his wives? As Gilgamesh thought about all this, the immortal seed sprout began to grow more and more. This growth, under normal circumstances, would have taken hundreds of years to occur. So the utility of the accompanying tools was extremely important. Of course, before this, I must prepare the ritual for cuss and feel. Gilgamesh remembered this subordinate and quickly began crafting the blood ritual in a container. When it was ready, he immediately took it to a secluded place and instructed Cuss and Feel to stay in the blood until he came to see him again. "I'll have a humanoid body," Cuss and Feel shouted before plunging into the blood ritual. After witnessing this scene, Gilgamesh shook his head and returned to the assigned house. He continued to oversee the growth of the immortal seed, and this went on for many days. During that time, no one came to disturb him because they knew he was doing very important things. Several days later, an aura crossed the skies and stopped at the entrance of the village. In addition to him, he was accompanied by two other individuals who were his little creations. In this case, it was a woman, a servant created by Gilgamesh named Flora, and she is one of the most powerful mages at the disposal of his subordinates. Flora was a beautiful beauty. At this moment, she was followed by her two creations, who were mere puppets. With her observant face, she could assess the state of this settlement. "It's smaller than I imagined. We can do it as soon as possible," Flora murmured, but before that, she appeared in front of Gilgamesh and knelt. "My lord, it took me 3 days to get here after you asked me. The teleportation runes are in place, so we can proceed as soon as you wish." Gilgamesh, without any expression on his face, said, "There are more important things I want to know. What is happening with the kingdoms around the Asura kingdom?" At this point, Flora forced a charming and incomparable smile that contained immeasurable bitterness. She was like a withered flower with a lonely and mournful dejection. "As you said, they're preparing their armies with much more resources than before. We don't know when they will attack, but it would be prudent to give them a warning before they decide to invade. Will you kill them all?" Flora smiled bitterly but still acted strong and sat with a straight sword. She felt no pity for herself when uttering such words. After all, her summoned weapon was a beautiful, dull-edged sword along with a magic crystal. "I'm not interested in something like that." Gilgamesh waved his hand, and the golden ripple in front of him disappeared. "That's a small matter that can be resolved by killing their generals, kings, and noble houses. For me, it's not a big problem. However, I really don't know what my enemy is thinking in doing something as useless as that. Wouldn't you be forced to abandon all authority in the world? Due to your love for humanity, it would be too hard to believe that you decide to destroy all those humans blinded by the whispers of a weak god." Flora said this with a slight smile and continued, "I've been thinking maybe that's the only answer." Hearing those words, Eris, who was sitting next to Gilgamesh with her back straight and her swords on her legs glowing with a misty light, was shaken by those words. She had heard that Gilgamesh would be willing to kill everyone, but here, he seems to be against it. For a person like Gilgamesh, who had lived in a completely different way in this world, but remained true to his principles, that assumption was certainly very concerning. He loved humanity, but he also understood that humanity in this world needed a completely different change. Such games from a human god would at most get him to abandon the intention of taking the throne of the Asura kingdom. But what would that being gain by preventing Gilgamesh from becoming king? This matter required better understanding and study. That's a good idea, but certainly, even though I love humanity, it doesn't mean I won't have to kill a few 100,000 just to set an example. What do you think? I suppose you love the life of this world more than even your own life. You remind me of my best friend. When he called Flora to use her magic and transport this settlement to the hidden paradise, Gilgamesh knew he would have to talk about the things happening in the world. Your decisions are the fate of life. I wouldn't oppose whatever your decision is since you are the king of heroes, my lord. Flora, still bowed, whispered these words with a calm expression. Well, I believe you and accept your sincerity. Gilgamesh nodded and said, "But now that I see it, who are those puppets behind you?" After speaking, everyone looked at the two human figures behind Flora. Their heads were covered with a woolen bag. Theoretically, they were puppets, but Gilgamesh could feel a trace of life deep in their souls. At this moment, the two who were covered with a woolen cloth over their heads took it off. These were two beautiful women with blindfolds over their eyes. They are in an eternal dream. I found them on my way here, and because they wanted to die, I offered them the eternal dream. They would offer their entire bodies to live a life in dreams just as they wanted it. Flora raised her head. Being the last creation of Gilgamesh, she couldn't show all her abilities before, but now she could. Even with thousands of words spoken, what she did with people was extremely delicate. But judging by their features, she would not allow a life to be taken from the world without any true purpose. In this way, as long as she could keep the soul alive, she was more than enough. I can give you these women. Both are incredible beauties, although emotionless. They are themselves, but without memories. They can speak, obey, and feel, but they're condemned not to show their emotions. Flora said, after some contemplation, "Not everyone has that privilege. I deign to choose pure souls that have only had bad luck. Happiness, even if magical, must be accepted by those who deserve it, while others in pain will receive forgiveness. Not necessary. I don't require any other women besides my future wives." Gilgamesh stood up slowly and walked towards the entrance of the house. "Shall we begin now?" Flora thought Gilgamesh was ready to take everyone to the hidden paradise. "First, we need to go see one of my servants." After saying that, Gilgamesh took a step forward, and in a fraction of seconds, he appeared 100 meters away. Seeing this, even Eris disappeared from her position, following Gilgamesh's trail. "Some time ago, I encountered a good dog. He has probably regained the ability to form his humanoid body, so it's time to retrieve him. Still, I wonder how strong he has become with the blood ritual. Is he useful?" Flora asked, genuinely surprised. Due to her general knowledge of Gilgamesh, there should be something about this new subordinate for someone like him to pay attention. Gilgamesh stopped Eris after advancing a lot, whispered to her that the dog might be naked, so it's better not to be surprised. Upon hearing this, Eris lost interest and went to find Roxy for training. "Kunzfeel, come out now." Gilgamesh shouted as if giving an order, but after a few minutes, no one approached. "I don't want to." Flora was surprised to hear this response. Quickly and respectfully, she gestured to Gilgamesh, who was in front. "Did you cut his tongue?" "It's not that bad. I just sensed sadness in his voice." Gilgamesh touched his chin and thought, "The ritual has failed. Show a little respect to Gilgamesh if he's the one you've sworn loyalty to. Even if they don't allow it, I'll cut you into pieces if I hear any more disrespect from your damn mouth." Flora, who loved life, had changed completely in just a few moments. "Well," Kunzfeel's voice got closer, and after a few seconds, he appeared in his humanoid form. "It didn't work?" Gilgamesh asked, confused. "Not that. It just didn't meet my expectations." Kunzfeel's voice was as low as the sound of a mosquito. "Come on, show me." Flora looked at this dog, whose seconds later began to shine, and a man in his 30s appeared in front of them. His appearance was normal, not ugly, but not handsome either, nothing out of the ordinary. What was supposed to be wrong with Kunzfeel? "Where did my little brother go?" cried Kunzfeel, pointing to his crotch, and indeed, there was no reproductive organ. "That is unexpected." Gilgamesh hid his surprise and avoided laughing. Surely Kunzfeel's thoughts during the process were closely related to his current condition. "We can fix that. Flora will take care of giving you a reproductive organ," Gilgamesh said in a calm tone. Look on the bright side. You're many times stronger than before, so you've gained what we call an almost immortal body." "Understood, my lord." Kunzfeel was now a fierce monster, but in front of Gilgamesh, he dared not be disrespectful. Even if others called him a fierce monster from now on, the man in front of him could kill him with just one finger. Thus, after hearing Gilgamesh's words, Kunzfeel showed a respectful attitude. When Eris returned with excitement, along with Roxy, to see Kunzfeel's human appearance, Both froze as they saw that he remained in his dog form. Gilgamesh, something is happening with the sky for the past few days. Roxy added in a worried tone. It hasn't been exactly known what happened, but what is seen in the sky hasn't recorded anything like it for years. Looking up at the sky, deep within the clouds, there was a black magical mist. It's just a bit of magic. It couldn't be so bad. Only those with special eyes can see that trace of black magic. Regarding this news, Gilgamesh wasn't surprised at all, and he calmly spoke. Even if it's something we should worry about, we'll simply solve the problems ourselves as we have done so far. These words came out so easily and without any hesitation, immediately silencing Roxy. Uttering that they would destroy an entire continent, she herself had to accept that he had the capability to do so. But even so, because of this, it was decided that everyone would be taken to the hidden paradise as soon as possible. After holding votes for a few days, preparations to bring this space to the hidden paradise had been put on hold. Gilgamesh gathered everyone and said, I have many rules, and Roxy has already spoken to you about them. Today, you will start anew and make many changes in your life. From now on, you will be my follower. It's not too late to turn back now, so your entire life won't be bound by the oath to me. At that time, any disobedience would result in punishment by destiny. I don't regret it. If Roxy trusts you, we will follow you. We are in your hands. Gilgamesh nodded his head in approval as everyone made a silent oath. Above the sky, myriad swords hid behind each Mugard. Then it's time for all of you to go to the hidden paradise, enjoy your lives, and do as you please. Gilgamesh smiled and said, Not because I say so. This matter is for all of you. We will see each other once we finish things in this place. After saying these words, Flora looked at Gilgamesh with a sweet smile and began to use large-scale teleportation magic. The earth vibrated, the surroundings were covered in a golden light, and the entire area began to fade away from life. We're going. Gilgamesh smiled at his Vamana. Eris and Roxy sat beside him, while in the distance, Kunzfiel waited seated on the large pig named Killa. Boom! With a mana explosion, every trace of life in Roxy's hometown vanished, leaving the place desolate with nothing around. She smiled to see this. Now she had nothing to worry about. Now what do we do? Roxy asked in a charmingly subtle tone. Well, we're in the demonic continent. We should visit all the places, but to make it more interesting, we should travel mounted on Killa. Now, we need to find a dwarf who can build us a cabin so that we can live more comfortably. Gilgamesh smiled and said, After all, the nights are cold, so we should keep warm the three of us in the same bed. Isn't that the best method of survival? Listening to Gilgamesh's seriousness, Eris didn't question his authority because she didn't care. She was still excited because she wanted to know what incredible places awaited them. But Roxy had very different thoughts and told herself that she would protect Eris for a few more years from Gilgamesh's mischievous hands. After finding Kunzfiel sitting in his human form on Killa's head, Gilgamesh and the others sat on the back of this great pig. The speed at which they traveled was not very high, but it was surely higher than that of a horse considering endurance. Besides, it was known that this great pig could go at a higher speed if it wanted to. During this time, Kunzfiel reflected on his condition and, after accepting it, began to use his human form much more frequently. Due to his special condition, Flora committed to finding a solution through magic. This made Kunzfiel's life less troublesome. At least now half of his journey was complete. It was only a matter of time before he could finally do the things he had dreamed of. First, let's go north. Surely, we will find a civilization that can help us build a house on Killa and thus travel more comfortably, Gilgamesh said as he took out a bottle of wine from his treasury. During the journey, due to comfort, Kunzfiel preferred to be in his dog form. He mentioned that for the rest of the time, he would be asleep and did not wake up again. Several days later, they reached a demon village. As they approached, Roxy spoke with them and unexpectedly found a good carpenter who had come from the human continent. The construction design was similar to the tip of a tower. Gilgamesh received the suggestion to make the construction resemble a hat on Killa's back, and this was accepted by Eris along with Roxy, who gave many suggestions. with 3 large floors. Although it seemed small in a certain way, the interior was more than enough for everyone to live. While the first 2 floors were occupied by Gilgamesh and his fiancées, Kusenfeel took the top floor. As for Killa, receiving large magic medicines and delicious food like carrot cakes, he showed no complaints because lifting all that weight was nothing for him. His strength was similar to that of a divine beast, so there were no problems during construction. In this way, the journey they would make throughout the demonic continent had just begun, and in the darkness, all sorts of unexpected things were happening. My lord, I implore you to receive this letter sent by the 4th prince in the line of succession, Prince Gilgamesh. That letter Gilgamesh had sent before the mana devastation had arrived late into the hands of the king, but those were actually his true intentions, as he wanted to address the future directly, and it was necessary to do so this way. Dear King Asura, I am writing you this letter months before the mana devastation that will ravage the Fitoa region. Although I know you are prone to reckless decisions and might abandon those people, I am taking steps to prevent it in time. I would have preferred to talk to you earlier, but I confess I don't have high expectations for your decisions, even with my help. I don't expect much from you, but I will do what is within my power for your kingdom. I ask that you hold the throne until my return. During my absence, I will eliminate useless families like the Boreas, parts of the Nodos, and other families from different regions. I request that people from my faction take possession of the territories left without feudal lords. It's possible that the Millis continent will try to spread unpleasant rumors about me, but I hope you take measures to counteract them, such as eliminating the churches that propagate those rumors with the intention of damaging my reputation in your kingdom. If you don't, my people will, just as we have done with corrupt families and nobles. Consider it an honor that, during these months, I have been clearing your name and eliminating those who harm the population. Lastly, but not least, do not yield to any continent or kingdom. If they seek war, I will return immediately to lead my new reign. Among all the children you have had, I know I am the most worthy, and although this may be difficult for someone like you, I hope you recognize it. I have decided to place special guards at the appropriate time, as strong as a sword god, for your protection. I urge you to behave like a true monarch and not heed the words of a useless grabble who will never be king. With hope for a better future, Gilgamesh. What does the letter from my useless brother say? If it's to ask for help, he'd better go to hell. He's been away for more than 2 years, so his requests outside the kingdom are useless, Grebel said coldly as he looked at his father's expression. Had he said something wrong? No, Gilgamesh had been wandering through the continents doing who knows what. And best of all, he had never cared about the kingdom. Maybe he's running away, knowing he could never become king. That was extremely beneficial to him, as it removed one of the competitors he most feared facing. Shut up, get out of my sight. How can you speak of your brother with such a hateful tone? You should be ashamed, damn useless. All you do is talk about the throne and the kingdom. You're a piece of garbage. Get out of my damn sight. Father, forgive my words. Grabble tried to apologize, but at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. What do we do with this young man? Asked the shadow, eventually revealing a tall man with an emotionless expression. Just escort him out of this room. If his son is the one eliminating noble families, that means sooner or later he'll aim for the heads of his brothers. Exhausted, Gilgamesh's father murmured, "You were never an ordinary child. I suppose it's a blessing for all humans of our time." After Gilgamesh and the others began their journey, a year had passed. Suddenly, a monumental event occurred in the Great Rift far from Empress Kisharika's palace. Within the territory of the demonic empress, a malevolent energy suddenly pierced the sky with bright lights. Within the lights were countless ancient coffins that sang sad and painful melodies. On the distant horizon, many coffins were flying as if they were birds in the sky, and there were many creatures attempting to hunt down these stone coffins, but were immediately shattered in a curtain of blood. The feeling of death bloomed over the clouds, saturated with death. Anyone seeing this scene for the first time would be stunned, but for those who had seen this before, they weren't too surprised. This sudden change drew the attention of many, and even many old demons began to stir. At this moment, in the region of Byoga, a powerful being opened its eyes. It could be seen from the expression on its face that it was very excited. Inside Demon King Badagati's territory palace, a figure with 4 arms on its body opened its eyes, alerting many demons around it. Even the demon empress from afar felt the murderous intent of her betrothed as she sensed that energy emanating in the sky with an intense death sensation. Her eyes pierced the sky, and she whispered with a serious voice, "Are those ancients trying to reincarnate?" At this very moment, 100 kilometers away, a young man with a magical staff, followed by a short-haired woman, accompanied by a man with a red pearl on his forehead, looked up at the sky. Many old monsters had risen from their places. Some were sighing, others were excited, and some were indifferent and cold. These coffins belonged to the old monsters and legends, and they were immortals buried underground for countless years. Unless it was an extremely delicate matter, these immortal monsters would not appear. However, due to the sudden turn of events, everyone was alerted. An eternal old man observed the strange variation in the sky and couldn't help but murmur. What made them change their minds? An old man holding a long sword that glowed with a thirsty killing intent murmured, "The ancient apostles are gathering. That's much more interesting than finding that man in golden armor. If they appeared, it means that the ship of death will appear once again in this world. All signs point to that event." The next day, a message spread across the entire Great Central Territory and the Demon Continent like a storm. It then spread across the Great Central Sea, the Millis Continent, the Hidden Paradise, and hundreds of more cities. After a long time, the whole world knew about this news. Within the great influences and powerful nations of the respective continents, even beings that hadn't moved felt tempted. Near-death old monsters especially couldn't stay still. Suddenly, they rose and excitedly said, "The ship of death will come to this world once again. We must prevent the still-living gods from interfering this time as they did before." In ancient times, during the Human-Demon War, a ship appeared in the middle of the sky. This ship was brought from the underworld because it signaled that someone from antiquity could be reborn. The underworld ship was an extremely mysterious existence. Both now and in ancient times, all kings intended to take the treasure from that place, and inevitably, rumors reached all continents. It is said that this ship will take all those who manage to board it to a mysterious, cursed, special place full of opportunities. Many have brought back many god-killing treasures from that place. But something much more interesting is said about that place. It is said that they buried all the dead from the first Human-Demon War there. Many who died in pain asked the ship to take them to a place full of a sense of quality, so they were inevitably taken to that place. The ancient cemetery was created by the underworld ship when it mysteriously appeared in the sky. It is located at the southernmost end of the demon continent, and numerous demon lords were buried there. As for powerful humans, no one knew for sure if this was true. Legend has it that countless beings were buried there, from demon lords and sword kings to even gods. There are even rumors that gods who once walked the earth died there. No one knew if this rumor was true or not. However, as one of the 12 largest cemeteries in the world, it was the place where many dying demons gathered to die, find treasure, or engage in deadly battles with humans in similar conditions. The most fascinating and tempting story was about the possibility of the rebirth of a powerful being within the cemetery. Legends say that when you die, your body becomes mana and becomes part of the world, just as the world becomes part of you. But in the cemetery, many created legends that your body remains trapped in a kind of underworld, giving you the possibility of rebirth. As for who buried all these beings, no one actually knew for sure. This was due to one of the world's unresolved mysteries. Hundreds of years had passed, countless beings were buried in that place, even humans. But if that place really gave people that opportunity, many would have been reborn long ago. But all that history is not directly related to the underworld ship, because what people care about the most is being taken by that ship. In each age, in legends, when the ship appeared in the sky, It took hundreds of thousands of corpses and disappeared from the place. Years later, it reappeared, and many boarded it, so it was said. This ship would move through the sky before descending through a forest of hyssop trees. Finally, everyone would be led by that ship to the deepest part of the forest to reach the most isolated area of the cemetery. If a dying living being could climb aboard the underworld ship on their own and manage to bury themselves alive in the bone forest, where the cemetery grounds were deeper, then they could prolong their life with the help of cursed mana. This helped many to live longer. Although this seemed crazy, the reality was that there were people who boarded the ship and were able to be guided to the right place and managed to regain part of their life by rejuvenating. Because of this, for dying men, the underworld ship, along with the bone forest, was full of men interested in many other things related to that matter. Every man feared death. The most desperate entered the forest in small boats, but all died because the path was supposedly cursed. In this era, I have to rejuvenate for a few years. Many of those on the brink of death could not help but remove the temptation from their hearts and began to move. The underworld ship quickly became the hot topic on all continents, and now with the Tower of Uruk extending its dominion worldwide, hundreds if not thousands moved on magical boats, and the gains for the Tower of Uruk were immeasurable. This news also reached the mountain where Gilgamesh had spent the last few months. Kunzfiel was the most vehement after hearing this news. Quickly on a flying object, he went to find Gilgamesh and said, "My lord, there is news that a mysterious ship has appeared, and it takes people to a cemetery full of treasures, valuable opportunities, and mysteries. Of course, most are interested in robbing and cheating, but many have other plans. At this moment, everyone is going to this cemetery. Should we follow that direction, too, to get some treasures from that place? Maybe I'll find something for my condition." A mysterious ship? Gilgamesh, who had been cultivating his beautiful fruits of immortality, wanted to spend a lot of time in tranquility with his betrothed. Age in his eyes had ceased to be a problem, although he had not yet touched Eris. She now sleeps in his bed and occasionally participates in some special situations. Do you know anything about that? Gilgamesh was not a genius in everything that happened. He barely knew 80% of the demon continent, even though they had been traveling for a year, stopping in various places for no more than a week. Upon hearing all that Kunzfiel knew, Roxy said it was just a forbidden land after practicing dark magic in that place. All opinions were valid. The important thing was to learn much from what is known and then draw their own conclusions. My lord, should we wake up Killa? He's been asleep for more than a month. I think it's important to go to that cemetery and check the mysteries it hides. Kunzfiel, still ecstatic, asked Gilgamesh. He was eager to have his little one in humanoid form. "Didn't you say you would come back with a wife when you left a few months ago?" Gilgamesh asked as he looked extensively at Kunzfiel's state. "I did, but many things came up along the way." Kunzfiel was quite a character, full of misfortunes. Possibly the fruit he ate launched a curse that Gilgamesh couldn't solve. "I'll think about it. First, go and fight dressed." Gilgamesh nodded towards Kunzfiel, and he walked away after hearing this. "Do you want to go?" Seeing the silent Gilgamesh, Eris walked by his side and started to caress his back. She had heard many stories from Roxy about the demon continent, and now, seeing Gilgamesh looking into the distance, she couldn't help but ask him directly. Always being around Gilgamesh, both Eris and Roxy were already accustomed to the way he thought and the way they should act in certain situations. "We should go and take a look. Isn't it interesting? A cursed land. We might encounter interesting beings." Gilgamesh turned around and stroked the scarlet hair of this girl, who now looked like a young woman of 22. Blood rituals had been taking effect on her and Roxy. Now both could easily live more than 200 years considering the quality of their bodies. Constantly cleaning their muscles and nourishing them with blood from dragons and strong creatures had made them extremely powerful women. During the last few months, besides the rumors about me circulating on the continents, nothing else remarkable has happened. Gilgamesh said as his hand rested on Eris's leg without showing much importance. Throughout his life, he had been in the presence of beautiful women, but now she was his future wife, so acting like this was not abnormal at all. Eris didn't show surprise either. She looked at Roxy, who was lying in the distance on what looked like a round pillow while studying magic. "Will this be our last journey on this continent?" Roxy asked as she looked into Gilgamesh's eyes. She had undergone a drastic change in her character, so now that everyone was very close, they acted like a real family. "For months, I haven't used my sword. This place no longer poses any danger to us." Eris looked at her swords hanging on the wall and smiled bitterly. Her desires to defeat Gilgamesh had subtly changed. Now she hoped to defeat him under very special circumstances. "Do you know that place well?" Gilgamesh was sitting on a long chair and asked Roxy, who knew most of the areas in this place. "The ancient cursed cemetery. I heard that it's a place with zombies everywhere and countless corpses under the ground. Any treasure from that place is cursed by magic or battle aura full of murderous intent. We shouldn't go to that dirty place." Emotionally, Eris asked, "Can't we bathe whenever we want? It's not enough just to have strength to move in that place. Due to the magic and strange things around the bone forest, one needs special methods to move. That's why many who have gone to that place without the guidance of the ship in the sky get lost and never return." Roxy explained this while raising the glasses from her eyes. Listening to those words, Eris said nothing more. It was just a small recommendation. Lately, having been in the most eye-catching places in the area, she wanted to explore other places before returning home. While Gilgamesh wondered when to enter the cemetery, Roxy said, "Many will want to go to that place, just to board that ship that may be similar to the ones the Tower of Uruk manages. It's not a coincidence what happens in that place." Gilgamesh knew, in the first place, that it shouldn't exist in this world. Cuneiform is also an incarnated anomaly in a dog, so there were more interesting things happening without him realizing. Wasn't that done by an evil mage or the twist of fate? Roxy was even more intrigued to know the truth. Gilgamesh gently shook his head and replied, "There are certain places that can exist naturally, and others that are created by external entities, like that place where we face the shadow demon. Do you remember that monster we eliminated in the Hidden Paradise? Many, in one way or another, seek ways to extend their lifespan. Being reborn in life, reincarnating, incarnating, there are numerous existing methods that give one the opportunity to live longer." "What does it mean to be reborn in the same life?" Roxy asked, much more interested. Gilgamesh responded directly, "It's living again in the same body, living as if you were born again. Your muscles become young, your battle aura becomes more delicate, and it's as if you relive the same youthful years of your life. However, this method offers you all the resources in your body at the maximum level of your strongest moment. Could one rejuvenate? I remember you mentioned that this method involves something very dark, like human sacrifices." Upon hearing this unimaginable thing, Eris lost her color. The words "something incredible and impossible" were not enough to describe her thoughts. That goes against life, challenges nature, and mocks death. It's very unlikely that someone has that method in this world, but considering that there are different ways to live longer, like me incarnating without memories and then inheriting them, you could say I was lucky, but that was also a tragedy. Gilgamesh stopped when he said those last words. He wouldn't have chosen to live a new life because he died with dignity. He did what he wanted without regret, even though he wanted to seek another ending deep in his heart. Roxy was stunned for a short period. For any living being who would deny living a second life, as Gilgamesh did, this meant that in their previous life, if they were unable to fulfill all their desires, it means they could do so in the next. But Gilgamesh had practically told them that if he had had the chance to choose, he would have refused. At this moment, Eris and Roxy finally understood why many choose to go to that land and the differences in the path of existence. "Now, I am happy. I want to live many years with you, my dear companions, and have many children," Gilgamesh said without a trace of distress on his face. "Of course, as many as you want," Eris murmured, a bit more embarrassed. Finally, Roxy asked, "So, are we preparing to go?" "Of course, it will be our last stop before returning to the Asura kingdom." Gilgamesh nodded with an even more interested look. Roxy nodded and went to change. A few hours later, Killa emerged from the ground and sped away after filling his stomach with delicious food. At that moment, everyone was ready to head to that mysterious place that everyone was talking about. Don't disturb me. I'll communicate with Elaine. Gilgamesh still had things to discuss, so he closed his eyes and focused on contacting Elaine. You must improve your concentration. Use your mental skills to create better spells in combat, Elaine said while training Sylphie in the Tower of Uruk inside the Asura kingdom's capital. Yes, master. At that moment, in the middle of training, an illusory golden figure appeared, interrupting everything that was happening. Greetings, my lord. Elaine bowed very respectfully, while a cute smile appeared on her face. Sylphie, who was on the side, also bowed. It was the first time she saw such behavior in her teacher Elaine. To be honest, she still found it difficult to fully understand Gilgamesh and why everyone revered him as if he were something more incredible than a god. Although she respected him, she looked at him more like a distant friend than her lord. Here's the translation of the passage. This was the third time that Gilgamesh had contacted Elaine, the first time to talk to her about the moon elves, and the other times to gather information. However, his more secretive communications were much more discreet than this. Elaine was the one with absolute authority within the Tower of Uruk. Alongside the fictional families of Gilgamesh, she had been controlling the kingdom for a long time. In that regard, it only required Gilgamesh's arrival for him to be crowned as the King of Asura. The influence of the Tower of Uruk was so great that its presence was strong in other continents. Fortunately, no one knew that Gilgamesh was the owner of this tower. Elaine walked towards the illusory figure of Gilgamesh. After approaching, she could see more clearly the smile on this man's face. I didn't expect you to talk to me so soon. Is there something that requires our attention? Elaine maintained in her beautiful green eyes a calm without turbulence. She was the only one who could see Gilgamesh in that way without being unsettled. Both walked towards the outside of the top of the tower while looking at the city. After looking into the distance at those enormous towers and flying platforms, Gilgamesh was satisfied with what he was seeing. Have you heard about that supposed legend of the underworld ship? I've heard some things. Elaine nodded as she looked into the distance and said, according to our investigations, it is a prison created to take the dead to that place. All the rumors about that place may be true or lies. If you want to go there, you should know that this time there might be unexpected things waiting for you. Do you think any apostle might be hiding in that place? Gilgamesh calmly asked. Elaine thought for a moment and said, we don't know where that human god is hiding, so we must try our luck in different places. You're right. Now that I think about it, that's the last place I'll visit before returning. Then I'll wait for your arrival with great anticipation. Elaine responded with a charming smile. My intuition tells me that in that place, you might find incredible things, and my intuition never fails. It's a pity that several continents separate us. Gilgamesh gently shook his head. Elaine didn't find this comment unpleasant and laughed slightly in her place. After a while, she asked, what would you do if you weren't so far away? Many things. By the way, I'll return to Fitoa since I'm interested in knowing everything that has progressed in the project of my new capital. Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie, who had matured very well, and asked, how have you been, Sylphie? Sylphie trembled a bit upon hearing that question and, after regaining her composure, said, my parents and I are well because of your help. If we hadn't come to the capital, our fate would probably have been death. It wasn't that much. Have you heard anything from your acquaintances? Gilgamesh asked, slightly interested in where Rudius might be at the moment. I haven't heard anything from them yet. I hope they're doing well. Sylphie said with better controlled temperaments. Yes, it would be a shame if they died. Gilgamesh turned his head towards Elaine, giving a report on the situation of the Church of Milis. After hearing about the situation, Gilgamesh smiled and said, let the border families start massive recruitment. We will increase the recruits to our royal guard and create an elite army. Let's begin with the magical warship training, focusing on quality rather than quantity. The current numbers stand at 200,000 soldiers. I suggest we accept 20,000 of them to become blood ritual awakened warriors. If we do this, The Uruk Tower would have a total of 120,000 soldiers under its direct command, operating both outside and inside the kingdom. Many mouths to feed. Indeed, what we need is quality, not quantity, thought Gilgamesh as he asked. What about the nobles? We have rid ourselves of many families and members who only know how to fornicate like pigs. Do we replace them all now? Elaine asked with a cold look. We must initiate city renovations. They're all a damn mess. Moreover, they should continue buying slaves from other realms. If they sell them, we buy them and turn them into citizens of the Asura kingdom. Listening to Gilgamesh's words, Sylphie was quite surprised. This was simply playing the role of an all-powerful god. This was even more challenging for many in similar situations. I will visit the forest where supposedly people can regain their lives. I have a supposition about what is in that place, so it will be very interesting, said Gilgamesh as he pondered more. A few hours later, Gilgamesh opened his eyes and looked at Roxy, who was reading a book. He was lying on her beautiful legs, so he could see her normal face while she read. How long have I been asleep? Gilgamesh asked as he closed his eyes. About 4 hours. Roxy murmured as she slowly closed the book. I must now believe that I am lying on beautiful and soft pillows. Gilgamesh looked at Roxy, who had her hair loose, and smiled. Do you think it's so difficult and uncomfortable to go through that forest? Gilgamesh asked after fully waking up. It could be. My teacher went when she was younger, but most of her companions died instantly upon entering the forest. Roxy wasn't stupid. It was hard to imagine defeating the undead controlled by sinister intent. One had to be aware that it was a place made of mountains of corpses and oceans of graves. It was brimming with a death aura, so no one dared to enter in normal circumstances. From what I read, the place we are heading to is divided into 2 special zones. The forest of bone trees and the area where supposedly graves and the undead are. Although both places were within the extreme side of the demonic continent, many humans may still arrive. Roxy thought and said, we must increase the speed to arrive at a good time. Gilgamesh nodded and sat up. Turning his back to Roxy, he said, what do you want to eat today? Something light. Eris can't stop making this garlic bread that you asked her to make a few days ago. If it weren't for Cussenfield eating most of it, there would be so many loaves that wouldn't fit in the small kitchen, Roxy said as she hugged Gilgamesh's back in a very close manner. Turning to the right, Gilgamesh savored Roxy's aroma and whispered to her as he brought her onto his lap. When should we have a child? Do you still remember that joke? Roxy asked as she held onto Gilgamesh's neck. It was too impactful. It's too inconsiderate to do it without Eris. She's your first fiancée. Yes, but she hasn't turned 15 yet, Gilgamesh said as he stroked Roxy's slender waist. Doesn't she have a better developed body? Yes, but she's still a child. I'll prepare the meal this time, Roxy said, trying to escape from Gilgamesh's clutches before things became more uncontrollable. Thinking of other matters, their group had to pass through large, complicated areas, so Cussenfield's speed needed to be increased. In an instant, the large pig increased its speed several times, yet the house on its back remained unaffected. Due to the existence of various magical spells, the entire journey was much calmer than expected. The weather, as they approached, became increasingly gloomy with heavy rains and strong winds. A few hours later, they appeared at the entrance of a distant city. According to Roxy, this city was called Green Oak. Green Oak City could be considered the oldest city on the demonic continent. It existed in a very, very old era and was unknown when it was built. Green Oak City was also called Corpse City. Aside from people who wished to go to the Forest of Death, only the dying would come to this city, and it was their last stop before dying. Because of this, the price of coffins in this place was very high. Even a coffin made of 4 wooden planks and a few nails would still be worth some money. As for the more expensive ones, they would be made of precious materials. Whenever a particular material could be used to make a coffin, one could find it in Green Oak City. There was a joke among the demons that if a dying person wanted a perfectly handcrafted coffin, it was better to go to Green Oak City. Despite being called Corpse City, it didn't have a lifeless atmosphere or was lonely and abandoned. On the contrary, Green Oak City was very bustling and lively. Countless adventurers within Green Oak City came from all corners of the world. Even individuals of different races could be found here, such as demon lords, the occasional elf, and dragons. It was one of the largest cities on the demon continent and was always full, to the point where it was known as the city that never sleeps. Upon entering Green Oak City, one would immediately be greeted by old drunks and noisy commotions of street vendors. In front of anyone walking, there were countless imposing structures and grand avenues. In the sky, there were many flying structures and moving dragons. In the street full of carriages and incredible steeds among the large crowd, the strong and weak could go together. Indeed, the astonishing number of people easily made individuals blend in without. It could be said that some demonic races were in charge of security, while some humans worked in this place. For example, in restaurants. They survived in this city because the ruler of this place avoided total confrontation between races, cruelly punishing those who ignored these simple rules. Many were familiar with the situation of this place. They knew every corner and, of course, the best quality businesses in the area. In contrast to this, Gilgamesh's group, who were here for the first time, were no different from oddities, getting excited at the sight of a coffin being auctioned. Many adventurers were traveling in and out of Green Oak City. There were groups of powerful human mercenaries being led by sword kings. After all, they were in hostile territory according to their historical perspective. On the horizon, one could see countless explosions and bright lights entering the city, all of which were demons mounted on strange flying creatures. From start to finish, everyone was here for one reason, and that was the legend. In this way, Gilgamesh's group, which was inside the hunting cabin on the back of the giant pig, was not a surprising sight. However, the most attractive things about the group were Eris and Roxy alongside Gilgamesh. These two women were unparalleled beauties wherever they went, their remarkable allure stealing the spotlight at all times. Eris was like the war queen in the midst of blood-filled snow, making other people stop to give her another look. As for Roxy, she was a charming woman who gave the impression of being delicate and refined like a flower, making most think of protecting her. Waves of pedestrians continued within the city alongside restaurants and inns and numerous street vendors. Once inside, anyone would be immersed in incessant advertising chants. We sell incense to scare away demons, a wooden sword, and an oil lamp are all you need to enter the forest of death. We only exchange these treasures for something more valuable than money. Think carefully and make a decision before the products run out. I sell fine silver swords. These works were made by the best dwarves and are suitable for killing the undead that can become as strong as a sword saint. I only exchange this for something more valuable, gold. I sell pills to cure poison. Remember that the Forest of Bones has many poisonous plants. If you don't have an antidote with you, forget about surviving the disaster that can occur within that cursed forest. Inside Green Oak City, outside the large groups of powerful mercenary and small armies of powerful nations, powerful wizards or sages from the Tower of Mages scattered around the world, many have been buying all kinds of materials that might turn out to be fake at the end of the day. Many street vendors shouted to find buyers. Many adventurers displayed their items on the street, while others said nothing and just waited for the right buyers. Of course, this place was full of clever foxes mixed with venomous snakes. There were too many thieves here, but they could only deceive the inexperienced. The story goes that a portal once opened in this part of the world, where numerous beasts came out to destroy everything. However, a powerful wizard fought against them and sealed the place with a spell on par with the gods. A street vendor shouted. At one end of the street, because it was their first time visiting Green Oak City, Gilgamesh's group stopped riding on the back of the giant pig Killa and left its care to Kunzfiel while they walked through the streets. Gilgamesh was fine, but Eris and Roxy were a complete spectacle, announcing to everyone that it was their first time in this city, so anyone who saw them immediately knew they were easy to deceive. After setting foot on the street, Kunzfiel, who stood like a rock at the door of the house on Killa's back, was not tempted by the treasures placed before his eyes. "Oh, great sir, look at this treasure I found when planting apples in the land. I had to risk my life to keep this fruit alive. These apple boxes are of the best quality you will find, and they will give you great health and the possibility of improving your strength in the future. This street vendor carefully opened a box of apples, and they were all incredibly large. When these apples entered Gilgamesh's view, the sweet smell was extremely intense. "What's the price?" Eris was immediately tempted by those large apples. "Great beautiful fairy, how about 10,000 demon crystals?" In the eyes of this street vendor, this beautiful woman who had never left home before is very easy to deceive. The truth is, they couldn't be blamed. She never needed to buy anything in her life. So being with Gilgamesh, she never had to worry about money. 1,000 demon crystals? Are you trying to scam my wife? Gilgamesh, who was watching the amusing scene, approached with a smile and said, "Speaking of those fruits, they are of quality, but obviously, all that nonsense you said is a lie. Let me see an apple. If it's beautiful, we might buy it for 10,000 crystals." The moment Gilgamesh finished his words, the street vendor's expression changed instantly. He immediately closed the box of apples and was about to leave when suddenly weakness attacked his legs without him being able to avoid it. This sudden event made Eris embarrassed. She remembered how her teacher ended up being a slave for not knowing how to read. She immediately argued, "I don't understand the economy of this continent at all. What are these crystals? They are coins. If they are larger and shinier, they have more value." Roxy didn't have time to respond properly since 10,000 crystals were an incredibly large sum. "I'll take the apples. You can take this crystal as your profit. You could live well for a year if you take care of the money." Gilgamesh, who was about to leave, told Roxy, "Burn that man's hands. Let him learn not to steal." "Yes." Roxy raised her right hand without hesitation, and without naming any spell, the man's hands were severed. "Aya! Help! Someone help me!" Moving away from the loud screams in the area, they found a corpse inside the trunk of a carriage. "I would have killed him, but since it's not allowed to kill in this place, I held back." Eris had already relieved her embarrassment. "My hands!" Gilgamesh's group watched as the vendor, who was still running because his hands hurt, crashed into a corpse stuffed in the carriage trunk. "Is that thing alive?" Gilgamesh showed an expression full of disdain. "I'll take care of it," Roxy said as she unsheathed her sword. Seeing Roxy's sword in her hand, one of the nearby merchants whispered, "That's a undead. It's asleep, but if attacked, it will wake up." "That doesn't make sense. How is that thing here?" "It was brought by a merchant." Gilgamesh shook his head and told Roxy, "Cut it in half." After his words came out, the corpse inside the carriage immediately stood up. "Ah!" Someone walking by got scared due to the sudden appearance. That corpse suddenly standing also scared Gilgamesh's group, making them take a few steps back as well. Finally, Eris, who was calmer, couldn't help but clear her throat and murmured, "What nonsense. It seems like there are many parents and people pretending to be dead in this city." Roxy, who was also impressed, felt a bit embarrassed because she had been an adventurer, but she had been scared by a corpse that suddenly emerged from a carriage trunk. This is the city of Green Oak, and it is said to have existed for a long time, being one of the largest in the demonic continent. It wouldn't be a surprise that, like any other place, there's a surprise. Gilgamesh responded with a smile. For someone like him, even thieves have value within a city. They walked a few blocks without stopping. Gilgamesh was not in a hurry and walked slowly. The truth was that he wanted Eris to see the world. She's still a child experiencing and learning. For that reason, in addition to being her teacher, he has taught her trivial things like these. A few blocks ahead, they encountered many more people selling tools, some real and some fake. Not everyone was a scammer. Some people did have quality items at their prices. In a corner of the street, an elderly adventurer was sitting with a beast skull displayed in front of him. He emitted a cold air so many people gathered to see. Gilgamesh's group also joined the fun. "Old man, how do you want to sell this skull?" A man interested in his things asked after seeing the skull. Someone, who couldn't interpret the expensive price, responded in his place. "He's only exchanging that skull for a special medicine, something that can cure any kind of illness. I have some cave herbs here, trade or not." A very intrigued adventurer asked. The seller said nothing. It was a clear rejection. However, from his aura and face hardened by his expression, no one dared to have any strange thoughts. At that moment, Eris looked at Gilgamesh. He nodded and said, "A good item. It can keep us cold whenever we travel inside Killis Hat, and that way we would prevent Roxy from cooling the house with magic. Could we buy that?" Roxy looked at that huge skull, and her eyes showed what she really thought. That skull was very ugly. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "You can paint it. After decorating it, it could be much better. Wouldn't it be good to place it somewhere in the house? It would be an unnecessary expense. I don't understand. Why does that skull release such a chilling energy?" Eris was amazed. This treasure would be worth a lot of money if sold in the Asura Kingdom, so she thought the price would be high if they bought it. It's not surprising if we look at the origin of that skull. It possibly from some frozen race. Their bodies must withstand the cold well. So after some time, for some reason, the skull acquired the ice attribute. Gilgamesh sighed softly. Without having an answer to any question asked, he might make mistakes in some parts of his explanation. Frozen race? Eris asked curiously. Frozen, beasts from the deep north where the world is always snowy. There are places like that, so somehow a skull from some mutated beast made its way to this city to be sold. Roxy, who was more knowledgeable, replied briefly. Maybe someday we can go to those places. Gilgamesh, who felt something, stopped dancing. A chilling aura could be found deep in his eyes. Roxy immediately felt a change in Gilgamesh, but she didn't ask the reason. The group continued for a few more blocks. Outside the large auction houses and shops, they saw many street vendors. Monster corpses were the most common items. Are those human corpses? Why are people selling them? I don't know, but it's disgusting. Gilgamesh responded with a smile. They're called grave robbers. Why do people come to this place? It is said that deep in the forest, as long as you bury yourself, you either recover your life or age faster. People who go to that place hopeful usually die. When they die with their most precious treasures, these men find them and sell them as they are. Isn't that interesting? You buy the one that catches your eye, and whatever the corpse is carrying becomes yours. Roxy understood and said, "This cemetery contains too many corpses. Some are even strong warriors in their time. So many took the risk of robbing their corpses from wherever they died. It's a profession that has existed for countless years." Upon hearing this, Eris felt a bit relieved. Within the city, not only were there street vendors, but one could even see groups of mercenaries in different races. Seeing people with human heads along with a snake body or a human body with horse legs was not uncommon at all. A large, muscular man walked past Gilgamesh, catching Eris's eye. The man's body was made entirely of rock, and his face seemed to have been finely carved. What kind of being is that? Seeing this person walking away, Eris asked curiously. Gilgamesh didn't answer because Roxy, who was following him, responded, "This is a person of the stone golem race, very rare demons, but their strength is very difficult to compare with humans." What race is that? At that moment, Eris saw a minotaur with a completely furry body. On top of its head were two huge horns. Minotaur race. Legends say they were once simple animals without consciousness until a certain person taught them the language of speech and the qualities of intellect. Eris nodded with some emotions. "Oh." Eris opened her eyes wide. Eris couldn't believe it and said, "I thought they were beings that only appeared at night or in dark places. What are they doing here? We are in their continent. Maybe it feels curious about the forest." Gilgamesh couldn't formulate a satisfactory answer. Walking in this old city really broadened Gilgamesh's group's knowledge. They have seen many new things today. Finally, they arrived at a street, and a treasure inside a store caught Gilgamesh's eyes. Seeing this treasure, Gilgamesh laughed. And Roxy, who was always attentive to his mood, noticed that this store was named Black Rose, and she said, "We should go in and see." "Let's go in." Gilgamesh smiled and nodded repeatedly as he walked into the store. The store called Black Rose was really large. Outside, it looked like a common store, but once they entered, people would find that it was an ancient store with a wide and high corridor. Inside the ancient corridor were huge shelves with books, wine bottles, old swords, and things that were invaluable. It could be said that everything could be found here, especially when every treasure was in front of everyone's eyes. Gilgamesh's group entered while the store owner personally greeted them, even though they seemed more curious than interested. However, Gilgamesh was calmer with two unparalleled and beautiful women by his side. Any shrewd merchant would immediately know that this was a big customer. Moreover, Eris and Roxy were not ordinary people. Eris and Roxy were a bit nervous when they entered such a large store, but he remained as calm as ever. The merchant stepped forward to greet them and was very sensible. Seeing Gilgamesh's expression, he didn't open his mouth to randomly introduce objects. Gilgamesh's eyes fell on the wine boxes at the back. Those boxes looked ancient and of very high quality, so as a wine lover, he needed to buy them all if they met his standards. Besides, he could see many things like old books for Roxy, large boxes of premium food around, and magical treasures. As Gilgamesh was looking at these two things in a pleasant manner, the merchant was very smart and just stayed silent on the side without saying a word. Bottles of wine specially made for the god of war. These boxes were found after the last war, so they have been in this place since then. My father never wanted to sell them, but also never drank them. Now that the store is in my hands, they only see money in every item in this place. I like wine. Any kind of strange wine you have in this place, you can bring it to me. Also, strange magic and fury books, you can bring them too. After appreciating it for a moment, he praised the antiquity of the wine. Seeing Gilgamesh's happy state, the merchant was also happy and opened his mouth. This box of wines was made by the dwarves. I also have these stone containers where there's also wine, but it's a liquid that undergoes extensive preparation before being consumed because it must be strained. Where does this wine come from? Eris asked while holding a bottle as black as ink. Remember, the wine doesn't matter where it comes from. The only thing that's important is its taste profile. Gilgamesh, who appreciated wine, knew the value of it, having numerous bottles that he himself named as the wine of the gods. Gilgamesh's words were only understood by the merchant, and Eris didn't see through the meaning of the wine. The merchant knew that Gilgamesh had great knowledge and pointed to 3 yellow boxes on the side to explain, "If you're interested in this wine, it's supposedly what the elves use to prepare. They have a more refined palate, so their wine is smooth and doesn't have consequences when getting drunk on it. If it were any other day, he would be too lazy to explain even if someone asked." However, with Gilgamesh here giving him a sense of having a sentimental pair, he had a favorable opinion of the women accompanying him as well. "That's what my grandfather wanted years ago," Eris thought as she looked at the bottles. She knew that her grandfather drank a lot of wine, so she knew much more than just the taste of it from Gilgamesh. "The cherry wine," the merchant murmured, drawing everyone's attention. Roxy, who had heard of that wine in a romantic story between an elf and a human, murmured, "That wine was made in the name of the Moon Woman, daughter of the Tree of Life, unable to join her life with a human. She used the wine to drown her sorrows." That was written in the novel by a famous writer. The story goes that many years ago, in a quiet corner of the enchanted forest, lived Liriel, an elf whose beauty and wisdom were legendary among her people. Liriel had the peculiarity of her race and lived over 300 years, allowing her to contemplate the beauty of the world for centuries, but also condemning her to see countless friends and loved ones depart. One day, on a cold autumn morning, Liriel met Aemon, a handsome and brave human. Despite the brevity of his life compared to Liriel's, Aemon captivated her heart with his passion and curiosity about the world. Together, they explored the enchanted forest and shared stories of their respective worlds. Time passed, and love blossomed between the elf and the human. However, the shadow of time always hung over them. Liriel knew that, sooner or later, Aemon would age and die, while she would continue to live. The wine, which was a special gift from her people, symbolized their love and moments together. One day, while sharing a glass of wine in the forest clearing, Liriel and Aemon made a difficult decision. They decided to part ways to avoid the inevitable pain of separation. Both understood that their love was deep and sincere, but they also knew that time was relentless. Liriel returned to her solitary life in the enchanted forest, while Aemon immersed himself in human society, hoping to live a full, albeit fleeting, life. Over the years, their lives took separate paths, but the memory of their love always accompanied them until the last breaths of their respective lives. The wine became the symbol of their story, the bond that connected two beings from different worlds who made a painful but wise decision to avoid hurting each other. And although Liriel and Aemon lived different lives, they always carried with them the memory of their immortal love. That's a beautiful story. Every detail that describes it feels like it was written with the heart in hand and the pen on paper, narrating with nostalgic tears that incredible story. The merchant smiled with slight nostalgia. Many have chosen to dedicate their love regardless of time. Would it be foolish to abandon what you love through parting from this world before? Gilgamesh was very calm with that story. It was truly tragic, but neither was selfish. The merchant was also very pleased and said, "This wine is extremely special. My grandfather was a collector of rare wines, and my father continued to be due to a long history. I want to sell everything in this store to go to the human kingdom. This sad city is coming to an end." Gilgamesh simply laughed. He was more than interested in buying all the wines in this store. So, after appreciating all the wines and giving a signal to the merchant, he walked to the back of the room where there were numerous books in different languages that he was also interested in having. The merchant hurriedly followed Gilgamesh around the inside. He didn't present anything to him and simply allowed him to enjoy his stroll. If he were an ordinary customer, then he wouldn't be personally accompanying them. Not to mention the many people who have come to this place. Even Eris and Roxy were surprised by the amount of precious treasures here. Being able to open such a store was indicative of how secretly captivating this city is. Is that the skull of a dragon? There were many weapons on display, and many were still locked inside chests. Each of the treasures floated randomly. One was a dragon skull, magical fish swimming like fish in the water. It swam peacefully without stopping. Those flying fish, it would be incredible to have them in a gigantic library. Roxy seemed interested in the magical fish that flew curiously everywhere. "Are those fish for sale?" Gilgamesh asked casually, as if any treasure in this place could afford it. The merchant nodded and said, "In my store, aside from the treasures in my room, everything else is for sale. These fish are weak spirits, but they bring life to such lonely places. There are about 200 fish in my entire store. Feeding them is the problem because they only eat pink gold. I can leave all those fish along with the wines in the warehouse, in addition to the ones you saw in the books, for 30,000 gold ingots." 30,000 gold ingots. At hearing that price, even Roxy shuddered. Not to mention gold coins, ingots were something that was almost never traded. Eris was also surprised. She had thought that if it were coins, everything would be fine. However, they were talking about gold ingots, something that even someone like her had never seen before. "Then we have a deal for now." Gilgamesh, on the other hand, remained unfazed. That small amount was just a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth he had in his treasury. The group followed Gilgamesh around in a complete circle. Although the treasures were very flashy, many were things that Gilgamesh already had, such as swords and weapons. Anything other than books, spiritual creatures, books, and food were not of importance. And as Gilgamesh walked all the way around, he didn't speak and only maintained a smile on his face. At best, he only nodded occasionally. Eventually, he stopped to look at a wooden chest on top of a cupboard. This wooden chest did not seem precious. It had 4 items inside. One was a closed box, a seed wrapped in cloth, and the last item was an old silver key. The moment he stopped his steps, Roxy's gaze condensed, and she carefully judged the items in this wooden chest. She understood that Gilgamesh wanted the items inside it. After following him for so long, she knew clearly that the items valued by Gilgamesh were by no means simple. "How much do the items in this chest cost?" After carefully observing the items inside and confirming that she was not mistaken, she asked the merchant. "Only 10,000 gold ingots," The merchant replied with an ironic smile. All the prices were in ingots, and it really scared Gilgamesh's group with the prices. All the things were ridiculously expensive. Then I'll buy that too. Gilgamesh nodded with a smile. Roxy wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. She didn't understand what was so special about those items. Can I ask you something? Gilgamesh asked as his red eyes gleamed in a very intense blood tone. Go ahead, said the merchant with a smile on his face. How long have you been dead and trapped in this magical store? What? Eris and Roxy felt a chill run down their spines. Was the merchant in front of them dead, or did they not hear the question correctly? Well, I do have a great customer this time. It seems you've glimpsed my origin before entering this shop. You truly are a formidable being, said the merchant with a smile, returning to his initial demeanor. Roxy, is that old man dead? Eris asked, slightly frightened. She hadn't noticed it. I didn't notice it first, but it seems to be the case. Roxy, like Eris, had no words to describe her feelings. The merchant shook his head and said, but that doesn't matter. My death was hundreds of years ago, and all I've done since then is sell until every item in this store is gone. It's a shame not everyone is willing to buy my items without crying about the prices. As long as I sell everything, I can finally rest in peace. That means... Roxy understood those words to some extent. Gilgamesh smiled and said, it means a piece of his soul is in this shop because he won't depart until all the items are sold. His unconditional love for his objects makes him cling to life. He must have been a very powerful mage to achieve that naturally. Is that possible? I mean, I've never heard of something like this before. Eris's expression changed immediately. She was at a loss for words after hearing the merchant's response. The merchant continued with a deeper tone. Dear customer, at this moment, our little shop is closed only for special customers. Of course, what else would you like to buy? Then sell me all your items. Gilgamesh finally nodded after seeing everything and looked deep into the merchant's eyes. Please follow me. The merchant didn't seem to distrust Gilgamesh's words, so he walked towards a basement where numerous walls were lined with gold ingots. How much gold is here? Roxy asked, extremely amazed. Enough to live a life of luxury for hundreds of years without problems, said the merchant, sharing a bit of his life. Long ago, I was a passionate merchant. My life was dedicated to selling and buying valuable items. Every day was an adventure, exploring markets and deals, seeking hidden treasures and unique pieces that could pique the interest of the most discerning collectors. Upon hearing these words, Gilgamesh created a golden ripple and pulled out a golden jug, pouring drinks for everyone, including the old merchant in front of him. Roxy and Eris were surprised that Gilgamesh would bring out that wine. After all, it was something that, according to him, very few people could taste. My shop was a treasure in itself, filled with fascinating objects from every corner of the world. There were ancient relics, rare jewels, and art that told silent stories to those willing to listen. For me, each item was a connection to history, a link to the past that allowed me to travel through time, through objects. However, as my love for treasures grew, a magical illness began to devour my own life. I didn't know where it came from, but its symptoms were unmistakable. My skin paled, my strength waned, and my eyes lost their shine. The wizards I consulted couldn't do anything for me. My disease wasn't a curse that could be broken. Gilgamesh watched as the figure of the merchant became increasingly translucent, as if slowly fading from life itself. As my body weakened, my love for valuable objects became even deeper. I began to collect even more exquisite pieces, as if I wanted to embrace the beauty of the world before it completely abandoned me. My clients noticed my decline, but my passion for trade was stronger than my fear of death. A lingering life. It turns out we were drawn to this place to buy. The trap or riddle was to make sure to have the money, be worthy of the purchase, and not hesitate about the prices. I suppose he just wanted to pass on his treasures before dying. Gilgamesh drank the wine in his hand. A vague memory of himself wanting to give away his treasures at the end of his life was ephemeral because it never happened. War broke out, and he died on the battlefield. What do we do with all this stuff? Roxy looked at those huge bookshelves without knowing how to react. We take it. It's ours now. Gilgamesh didn't hesitate, and eventually, everything entered his gate of Babylon. All these treasures were small compared to his treasury, but it was still a great fortune for anyone who entered and suddenly obtained all this. For Eris, having obtained those magical fish was what she liked the most. As for Roxy, she simply remained silent, knowing that death, in most cases, is lonely and bitter. This city was full of mysteries with numerous secrets and things happening simultaneously. In a place with qualities like this, what couldn't surprise people? This place is extremely intriguing. We could spend days, and there would still be new things we haven't seen. Gilgamesh walked out of the Black Rose shop, which, after being emptied, looked like a place forgotten by people. Although I was born on this continent, I never explored it in depth like we did this past year. Compared to other places, this land is extremely difficult to make a living in. While I become more powerful, I will nurture this continent with life. Roxy said these words, perhaps thinking of a distant time. She wanted this land to be as green as other places, and there was only one way to do it, through magic. According to what I heard earlier, this place is the result of one of the fragments that fell after the ancient battle where the human race was almost defeated. That battle destroyed and split the continents we now know. Those continents are no longer connected as before. That's true. The fight that year between the god of battle and Leplis was something that left the world in complete silence. Many are grateful not to have lived in that era where everything was destroyed. They say the Dragon King finally sealed him and currently waits for him to supposedly resurface. Listening to Eris's words, Roxy and Eris spoke while sharing their knowledge. Given that the Dragon King had the strength to seal that enemy, why not just kill him directly? A man who was walking stopped at a stall selling meat skewers and asked that question suddenly. The vendor shook his head and said, "I'm afraid no one knows the reason. This has always been a mystery. Even those who wrote the history didn't know that reason." But going back to the battle between the god of battle and the demon god, who won? Someone who was eating asked excitedly. A battle between two powerful gods that divided the land. How terrifying could that battle have been? It is said that the god of battle won. Gilgamesh's group, who had joined to buy some meat skewers, were surprised to hear that. Roxy and Eris had witnessed powerful battles of Gilgamesh and could confidently say that he was much stronger than those gods being talked about. The attack he used to destroy the world of ancient enemies was one that this world probably couldn't withstand. While everyone talked, Gilgamesh said nothing. He stood there, lost in thought. As his women, Eris and Roxy noticed the difference in Gilgamesh. When the conversation shifted, they dared to ask, "What's wrong? Don't you like them?" They say these are meat skewers from a captive beast. It tastes like challenging meat to eat. Eris said with two large meat skewers stuffed in her mouth. She just wanted to make Gilgamesh have a good time, and he smiled. Gilgamesh, who recovered, maintained his calm smile, looking around. He never expected to share these moments with someone by his side other than his friend Enkidu. This raised a question for him. Could he summon the spirit of his friend using the chains of heaven? What happens if you don't remember? He didn't want to taint the death of his friend, feel that open wound in his heart burn due to his selfishness. For him, making the decision to let him rest was the best thing he could do. It wasn't necessary to have him close because this life was a new one and the old Gilgamesh had died long ago. Now, in this life, he was accompanied by sweet wives. Having managed to have them by his side was more than enough. He had never thought of achieving something like this, and he didn't bother having feelings about his decision. But now, after a year of adventure together, he could say that he loved them more than any treasure in his treasury. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He didn't care. It's nothing. It's just that the story is quite amusing because the enemies I eliminated in my past life were far superior to the gods of this world who haven't learned from the two wars they've suffered. Maybe it's cynicism. Such an unparalleled confrontation. It's a shame not to have been born in that era to witness the celestial battle with my own eyes, said an idiot who was eating next to them in a cheeky tone, as if he had been able to survive even miles away from that battle. You have more experience to give an opinion now that you've heard that. Do you think that battle happened for something specific? Gilgamesh asked after sticking and walking back to where they had parked Killa. A fight for human survival, but that sudden hatred towards humans by the demon god is something we can't understand. Roxy, who understood more about the topic, responded calmly. Upon returning to the pig, Kunzfiel was asleep at the entrance of the house while maintaining his dog form that didn't scare even a rabbit. Looking at this small house that was actually huge now, it had small fruit blankets outside the walls where a cherry tree was growing very slowly and plants that released bright spores. On the outside, it was very small, but after entering, they found a huge room that was connected to the kitchen. The stairs to the second floor were small, but suitable for comfortably going up without any problems. Undoubtedly, this small house had taken on a very homely appearance where traces of everyone who lived here could be seen. As for Kunzfiel, he had a small circular mattress where he slept in his dog form. Returning home, Gilgamesh smiled and, checking that all the windows were closed, released all the magic fish that immediately recognized this new place and swam throughout the house. The merchant said they eat pink gold. How can we get that type of mineral? Riss asked, captivated by those beautiful fish. Don't worry, I have many pink gold ingots, so you can feed them. Gilgamesh opened a golden ripple, and as if they smelled a delicious meal, they all approached cautiously. You can feed them. Eris, remember to give each one a name. Eris, who received the ingot, was smiling until she heard Gilgamesh's last words and said, "How can I name them all?" But before she could throw a tantrum, the fish moved to her hand and began to nibble on the pink gold ingot as if it were bread. The fish magically shimmered, and Gilgamesh, seeing that one wasn't enough, took out 2 more to satisfy the hunger of these fish. As they watched this scene, Kunzfiel entered and asked, drool dripping from his snout, "What did you get?" Shall we move immediately towards the area where the ancient cemetery is located? Just from what we saw in the city, it means there will be many people. They are a problem considering that there will be humans and demons in one place. Eris, who had restrained herself, said naturally, "If they're a problem, we just hit them a bit. No one would be our rival today, so we can be confident that we'll solve all problems without much effort." Gilgamesh shook his head and replied, "It's not necessarily important to solve those problems. We can stay on the sidelines and act quietly while observing what happens. When we get tired of that, we can leave that place and take our own path. Can we take that freedom?" Roxy had heard the rumors about that cemetery and the disappearances in the bone forest. Although they were strong, they could get lost, and that might cause them setbacks. Gilgamesh held his wine glass and gently slid the liquid around the crystal, then said, "If that place is a problem, we just have to destroy it from our position, as we have done before." Listening to this, Roxy and Eris looked at each other. It's no wonder why, wherever they go, they're simply eye-catching things. Perhaps Gilgamesh calls them unconsciously. Destruction was good, but attracting attention in that way is something that could give them a certain reputation they don't want for now. In reality, it doesn't matter. Even if we get lost on our own, each of us except Kunzfiel would leave that forest without any problems. What intrigues me the most is finding out what caused that problem. So while exploring with the others, we will slowly learn about the environment. Gilgamesh smiled and continued, "Besides, it's not like no one knows us nowadays. We are the dynamic trio and the non-threatening divine beast. That title has been circulating in many parts of the demon continent. During their travels, they had found numerous wonderful things, magical places, and extremely powerful beasts. In most cases, the place ended up completely destroyed, and soon their fame would be recognized when they destroyed a stampede of magical beasts with a simple attack." Happily smiling, Gilgamesh drank the remaining wine and simply remembered the previous events. The next day, while Gilgamesh was sleeping, Kunzfiel let out a shout at the entrance of the stairs to the second floor. The underworld ship is estimated to appear in a few hours. Gilgamesh had recently enjoyed long naps, but as he had told Kunzfiel to inform him of anything that happened, he frowned and said, "We'll be down in a moment." Roxy on his left side smiled and murmured, You even get angry when you ask him to wake you up. Surely things are changing. Eris, who was lying on his right side, murmured, I don't want to wake up. Forget it. Let's go to that place now. Gilgamesh got up and walked towards a large full-length mirror. Instead of his usual clothes, this time he decided to wear his golden armor. As for sleeping, they would leave that for when there was time. Everyone, put on your armor. Let's give an appearance of intimidation to our competitors. Gilgamesh had told them that as long as there were treasures, the interesting part of their journey would be competing for them, even if they didn't care about what it was. Let's steal what we can. Eris loved two things: competition and fighting alongside Roxy against Gilgamesh. Even if we manage to find treasures, they will all be mine. Gilgamesh, with an arrogant smile, gave his women a subtle glance. What does that matter? In the end, you are ours. Eris shouted while standing next to Roxy, as if asking for her support in these words. That's true, Roxy said with a calm look. Are we just four? The silent Kunstfeel was a little worried and said, Aren't you afraid of leaving Killa totally alone? There are valuable things in the house. We're just going to find treasures, not to fight. Our group is more than enough. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and Killa submerged in a huge ripple while munching on carrot cakes. Eris wore her armor with her two swords, both on one side of her hip. This time, she even wore a helmet on her left side, while Gilgamesh put on the crown he had obtained that time in the cave. Roxy also wore a set of armor along with her beautiful staff, with a sword spinning around it, as if flying with magic. As for Quanfeel, he wore black armor in his human form. If we don't want to attract attention, it would be impossible with this attire, Roxy said as she put on a white mask like snow. First, let's make a transaction. Gilgamesh, adorned in his beautiful golden armor, earrings, and necklaces, looked into the distance with a serious expression, then spoke slowly. Let's go to the cemetery to discover what's in that place and find out the truth. If possible, I'd like to negotiate with the dead. Negotiate with the dead? Hearing these words, everyone felt a chill. Trading with the dead, this matter sounded ridiculous. But indeed, they had traded with a dead person, the merchant who should have died long ago. Does that anomaly have to do with the cemetery you're going to? My lord, can the dead still do business? Quanfeel, who was ready for the battlefield, couldn't help but be Gilgamesh smiled and said, It depends on who the dead person is and who is conducting the business. A clever person will be able to make a deal, while a fool will find their death. Since we are ready, let's go to the cemetery. Today we will learn why the dead don't leave the world in this place. Upon hearing such a spooky and absurd matter, Quanfeel, usually the fearful one, having lived for hundreds of years and knowing Gilgamesh better than even his wives, gathered courage and stood tall as they boarded the Vimana. Doing business with the dead. Even Roxy muttered. The city of Green Oak was built very close to the cemetery. Even when the distance was so close that outside the city walls, undead were walking. These undead seemed to be ghouls, having the strength of their predecessors and maintaining the desire to kill. Standing outside the cemetery, the eyes and mouths of Gilgamesh's group opened wide. From the beginning, they thought this cemetery was a place where white bones were as vast as the ocean. In their imagination, the ancient cemetery must have been a lonely and barren land with corpse energy spanning even the sky. However, this cemetery in front of their eyes had green hills and clear waters. Looking around, they saw undulating mountain chains and some valleys resembling a sleeping snake. In this place of sky and earth, mist was everywhere, covering the bone tree pillars that rose to the sky and the very tall springs cascading down from mountains. Although the landscape was full of undulating mountain chains and tall bone trees, along with very high waterfalls, one could see quite a few graves ahead. When powerful adventurers activated their special sights, they could see many incredible places. There was a coffin hanging on a cliff. Some graves were made of stone, some of wood, and some were made of gold. There was one located on a lonely peak with a majestic aura. It was as if this coffin lay in the high sky. There are also some coffins floating on top of a tranquil lake. At times, there were venomous snakes swimming, creating a creepy image. Were all these graves made by someone? Or did they just form on their own? Kunzfiel couldn't believe that this place was feared by others. He originally thought there would be mountains and rivers of bones and corpses. Don't people say there are undead everywhere? Why don't we see any? Eris asked in surprise. Look at that group of adventurers over there. At that moment, Roxy pointed out that a group of adventurers had rushed into the depths of the cemetery. Gilgamesh's group looked toward that place, and there was a group of adventurers leaping on the undulating mountains. They seemed to have a purpose as they looked at the entrance to a valley. There might be treasure inside, so they rushed directly with a breath of desire. But the moment they rushed into the valley, suddenly, within the thickets and caves, many shadows appeared. They were all undead with different attire, originating from different places and races. Countless undead quickly rushed to kill this group of adventurers. Charge! The adventurers who rushed in arrogantly were all battle experts, so they roared and immediately started the battle. The undead didn't speak or roar. Silently, they fought against the adventurers. It was so strange that countless undead began using sword styles, casting spells, and techniques. Each attack carried a malignant aura as they began attacking the adventurers. The sound of magical gestures resonated. These undead were not only able to use weapons, but they were also capable of using magic. An adventurer was killed by a sword containing rotating flames like a bellows of a fire dragon. Those undead are extremely powerful, which means they are corpses from the Second Human-Demon War. An adventurer decapitated a couple of undead at once, but suddenly a metallic spider the size of a fist appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the head of this adventurer. A crack sound occurred, and it began exerting force while devouring. As it penetrated the skin, it reached the bones and soon the brain. The sharp scream of that adventurer echoed throughout the bone forest. Don't retreat. The experts in that group of adventurers formed a powerful attack. They continuously pushed forward with terrifying force, advancing step by step. Boom! As they risked their lives to enter the valley, victory was within their eyes. Suddenly, there was an explosion that shook the earth, turning the ground into a black hole, like the mouth of a mighty dragon, and all the adventurers who were taken by surprise fell without being able to do anything. The cries of fear, terror, and death resounded everywhere, and those adventurers who were actually powerful were devoured by the earth. Then, after swallowing all the adventurers, the hole closed without a trace that it had ever been opened. In a short time, the valley regained its tranquility. If there were no blood on the ground, no one would be able to imagine that a bitter battle had just taken place here. As the cold breeze blew, Gilgamesh's group trembled. This was the first time they saw undead using weapons and casting spells. They always thought that the undead were like zombies or puppets. In that valley, at least, there is an undead who, considering its strength, is a sword king or higher. Kunzfiel looked towards that valley and sighed, then said, I wonder what kind of treasures we could find if we go there. At this moment, those who still questioned how powerful the undead were and how terrifying this place was felt the urgency to be alert. This was only the entrance, but a powerful group of adventurers was completely destroyed by underestimating the enemy. Think about it. How terrifying would the undead deep inside the cemetery be? Are you scared? They are definitely stronger than any undead in this place. All you need to do is not underestimate the group. Gilgamesh looked at his group that had fallen silent and gave them some small hints. Kunzfiel nervously swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage, then laughed and said, With my lord here, what could we be afraid of? I have seen demons kill humans, also killed demons, battles of gods, and true ominous beings. How could I be afraid? Less drama. Gilgamesh smiled at seeing Kunzfiel, who despite having lived for hundreds of years, still had fear. What do we do if the ground sinks while we're fighting? Unlike Roxy, I can't fly. Eris expressed her concerns about fighting in this place. Yesterday, I looked a lot at what has happened and will happen in this place, so there's no need to fight with the undead who don't make deals. We'll do business with those who want to exchange products for information. Gilgamesh shook his head and replied. Eris was curious and asked, Who will do business with us? It all seems like they have no intelligence. Do those beings we want to negotiate with have consciousness? No, then yes. Gilgamesh looked ahead and explained, for what I could find out, the undead here are nothing more than prisoners. To be exact, supposedly, there's no one controlling those beings, but hypothetically speaking, if they had a master, he would be here. The rumors in this place are pure legends without evidence or facts. So the things this place can hide are very tempting to ignore. Can we find that answer? Roxy asked, a bit excited. If she manages to solve this, she might consider writing a book about all the things they have done over the past year. I'm not sure. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, this place is too ancient to investigate in just one day. The undead are troublesome, but they are not the only problem. Mosquitoes, adventurers, snakes, and dragons once swallowed by the earth of this place will turn into undead. So, what about those who come to find out for themselves? At this moment, everyone was very curious. This was the first time they had heard of these things. Those who come determined to surrender to the earth are not interrupted, since they will become part of this cemetery. The problem arises when each of us enters for different reasons, replied Gilgamesh, recalling what he had seen yesterday. Could they really regain their youth? This time Roxy asked with some suspicion. That's quite exaggerated, but the undead we're going to negotiate with are indeed people who have come to this place to regain their youth. As for the undead that attack, they are adventurers who enter this place to steal. Of course, this is only limited. The longer the burial time, the longer the minutes of life. Over time, some of their youth is restored. One has to be buried for hundreds of years to even live a few more weeks. So it's a possibility of rebirth. Eris murmured a bit excited. Her grandfather could come here if he wanted to live longer. Gilgamesh nodded and continued. Regarding the principle, yes. However, the possibility is less likely than being able to find a fortune in a dangerous mountain. Many give up the desire to live longer when they feel the loneliness of this place. That means the test of this place is to have a strong will to keep living. Roxy drew a conclusion from this. That's correct. Moreover, people like us who come to this place in search of treasures could possibly be food for this place, as well as for extending the lives of those still buried. Gilgamesh nodded in agreement. Listening to this, everyone was amazed. That's the sacrifice of living longer. Roxy murmured, having a different perception of life compared to humans. But Gilgamesh was totally different since he had been able to become immortal, but eventually accepted his humanity, becoming something he never expected to be. So, all of us are their food. Shouldn't we destroy this place? Eris asked while touching her chin. Gilgamesh just smiled and said, follow me. All of you need to stay right behind me. Everyone should be half a step away. Don't be too far from me. Remember, when I'm negotiating, don't speak. Gilgamesh's group followed his steps, extremely excited about what they were going to find. Unlike others who can enter with special methods, they first entered with the Vimana and walked. They dared not be careless. They split to both sides, and as they entered the cemetery, suddenly, combat experts like Eris and Roxy immediately felt as if dazzling eyes were watching them from the caves around the mountains and burrows in the earth. All those eyes staring at them intently, and in a matter of seconds, hundreds of undead emerged. Seeing the sudden arrival of the undead caused the group to be on high alert. Boom! However, at that very moment, Gilgamesh raised his hand, and the chains from the sky shot out at great speed, creating a mysterious rhythmic sound with golden ripples. Disappear before me, you damned, filthy creatures. Gilgamesh released a powerful shout that shook the earth, and the chains, feeling the authority, began to tear apart the undead. The sound of the chains moving was incredibly powerful, and the golden color soon illuminated the surroundings. Within the harmonization of the two distinct sounds, the atmosphere suddenly became terrified. It was as if someone in the darkness was swallowed by the golden color of the chains from the sky, causing everyone nearby to look in that direction. But the sound of the chains along with Gilgamesh's cry echoed in the skies, and this immediately caused the undead to retreat slowly like frightened ghosts hiding in caves and underground. Seeing the result of this scene, Gilgamesh's group finally understood the true power of the chains from the sky. Of course, Kunzfiel already knew this. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be reduced to ashes. I will not only destroy their bodies, but also their souls. Whether gods or demons, bow your heads and hide like the filthy scum you are. The chains from the sky wrapped around Gilgamesh's right arm. Many of the chains penetrated the earth and split two mountains. The calm rivers began to vibrate, and this disturbance caused many to be afraid. Even large undead that lingered in this place felt intimidated. Coming out and bothering Gilgamesh had caused such a great turbulence that it split the earth for several kilometers around. At that moment, as a form of defense, the cemetery gathered truly dark energy that flowed along with the earth. This began to gather around Gilgamesh's group. Seeing the death energy gathering at their side, everyone went into defense mode. If suddenly buried by the earth, they could hardly react with effective attacks. At that moment, the chains from the sky began to embed themselves in the ground, surrounding Gilgamesh's group and emitting vibrant sounds. This made the earth beneath their feet vibrate. Speaking from the point of view of strangeness, when the chains began to vibrate, the earth alongside that energy had no way to approach. As they delved into the cemetery, the death energy became more severe. The places with a high density of undead inside the cemetery were normally weak, but as they went deeper, these undead became increasingly powerful. However, nothing could penetrate the chains from the sky. Gilgamesh, who walked without any fear on his face, began to pass by mountains and tread on lakes. Step by step, they moved forward, encountering numerous undead consisting of humans, beastmen, and demons. Moreover, all these beings were extremely powerful. Nevertheless, with Gilgamesh manipulating the chains from the sky while moving his hand, he prevented all these undead from approaching. No one attacked Gilgamesh's group. Instead, after a few seconds, they returned to their domains. They saw many graves along the way. Many tombs were placed on mysterious cliffs. Some floated in the water, and others sank beneath the lake, while a few lay on top of the bone trees. Seeing all these old and new coffins protruding from the graves sent shivers down Gilgamesh's group. This place called the Ancient Cemetery was entirely appropriate, because there are many graves here. They were also curious to know if there were corpses in the coffins, alive or dead, but without Gilgamesh's permission, they didn't dare to take any hasty action. In fact, they began to wonder how those chains moved on their own. Moreover, how were they originally constructed? They passed through countless mountains and rivers before stopping in a flat valley. This valley was like an abandoned wheat field. It had a very methodical appearance. This will be the first chosen one. Standing in this valley, Gilgamesh, with his eyes shining, assessed this place and made a decision. At that moment, there were quite a few wandering undead outside, their eyes emitting a faint and hellish light. They were like the eyes of the dead or evil demons, giving others a terrible sense of crisis. Standing inside, they were a bit nervous, not out of fear, but out of caution, not wanting to have the chance to make a mistake. My name is Gilgamesh, King of Kings, Emperor of humanity, and future immortal being in this world. I plan to conquer the whole world under a doctrine of self-love and unique judgment. Everyone will have the right to think. Gilgamesh's words were as authoritative as if he were the emperor of the world at that moment. However, the next event was even more terrifying. Boom! Deafening noises rang out, and the earth seemed to open. Suddenly, the entire earth in the valley lit up, and wave after wave of bluish light spilled out, intertwining into a large magical formation. This formation shone brightly, and clear sounds of swords continuously occurred with a dominant aura like tidal waves. In a blink of an eye, with a crack, a coffin floated slowly from the ground. This coffin was violet. It was evident that this coffin had experienced countless moons. Seeing this coffin, the people behind Gilgamesh had never before thought they witnessed events like these. What do you have to offer? Finally, an ancient voice came from the coffin. Gilgamesh opened his hand and said slowly, "A fruit that can cleanse your soul." Crack! Finally, the coffin slowly opened, and the character inside took a step out. At that moment, everyone clearly saw the incomparably old centaur. He wore silver armor while holding a finned sword in his hand. Although the old centaur had his eyes closed and no power in his body, there was an endless and majestic battle aura that caused others to tremble. A demon lord, Roxy whispered softly as she looked at the centaur race. When Roxy uttered these words, the centaur opened his eyes and shot a sinister aura toward Roxy. "How dare you, you damn filth!" Boom! Gilgamesh unleashed his murderous intent that split the earth and divided the skies. All that bloody aura made the centaur unconsciously tremble and fall to his knees. "You filthy wretch! Now you will answer my questions if you don't want to die this instant," Gilgamesh said solemnly while his body emitted a suffocating heat. "If you are willing to answer my questions, nod your head. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the centaur touched his heart as his body throbbed. "Give me that fruit, and I will answer whatever you want." After sitting down, the old centaur uttered those words. Gilgamesh then threw a fruit of very low quality due to the disrespect from the centaur. "Now I will ask my question." Gilgamesh looked coldly at the centaur and asked, "Do you know anything about the human god?" Also, Gilgamesh's group became serious as they wanted to know the answer to that question. They knew that this human god was the enemy he was seeking in every place they went. According to his words, he had given up searching for him in the demon continent, and this search would begin elsewhere to somehow find him. They knew of many gods like the dragon god, the god of war, the god of the sword, and many other powers that held the title of a god. However, no one besides Gilgamesh knew about the human god, so they considered that this being had remained hidden since ancient times. If something is known, they could find the answer at this very moment. But Gilgamesh didn't need their answer. He just wanted to see him for a few seconds before knowing exactly what he wanted to know. Meanwhile, the old centaur sat on the ground as his breathing became heavier. After a long silence, the old centaur finally took out an object and placed it slowly on the ground. "It was many years ago. My race can live at least 600 years, and for that same reason, we were perfect warriors for the demon god at that time. If you ask me if I know about that human god, I know some things: an ancient temple that idolized an ominous figure. It had no face, but they all worshipped it. My family pledged loyalty to him. Our goal in the early years of being in this era is to dominate the world. Still, we failed. At this moment, it was evident to everyone that this centaur was talking about a temple where supposedly Hidegami, or better said, the human god, was idolized. Although those words were weak and meant nothing, they still gave them some answers to their questions. "Where is that temple?" Gilgamesh asked, and the deeper the centaur went into his memories, the more blurry they became. A story about a tale of a divine tree. Our goal, besides ruling the world, was to use that tree to make him descend. That god is only resentful of his situation, but we had to kill him. And when discovered, those apostles annihilated my entire race." The centaur opened his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh, then said, "That temple is closer than you think. Many of those you know may know its whereabouts." "What is this place?" Gilgamesh asked again. "The result of a rebellion and the extermination of many stars." "What are those stars?" "Reincarnated from other worlds. Those who were tempted by the human god and ended up dead with each other. I know what you're looking for. I entered this demon place because we knew that a powerful being would come to this place." The centaur looked at Gilgamesh and whispered, "He's afraid of you." Upon hearing the name of those words, the hearts of all the people following Gilgamesh suddenly tightened. It's obvious what they mean, but it would be imprudent to simply trust those words. "What do I do to find my answer?" "You already have the answer. You just don't open where it will come from. Just remember, your path may be preparing a new trial that only you can overcome that obstacle without millions of living beings dying. I don't need your recommendations, and clearly, I don't require your words." Gilgamesh didn't say much more before finishing what he wanted to know. If this place is a result of a battle, It means that what happened here is something simple to interpret. Everyone behind Gilgamesh was extremely confused. How is it that this place is the result of a battle between people from another world? They knew that Gilgamesh was one, but they didn't exactly understand when there could be more at once. It wasn't common, but it seems that it used to be. The old centaur smiled slightly and said, "What exactly are you looking for them? If he dies, this world may be destroyed. You don't need to worry about that. Gods can be replaced, and their divinities extinguished. The world belongs to humans, not to a god who is just for show. Why do we need that god if we don't need anything from him?" Gilgamesh was secretly surprised. He didn't know exactly how the world would collapse if the human god dies. It's true that this world would undergo some changes, but if they can indeed, they must be prepared. Do you know what the end of this place is? Gilgamesh focused his gaze on the centaur. Isn't it just to destroy it? The centaur asked as he looked at the fruit on the ground. You make your decisions, I'll make mine. I fulfill my mission of warning you. The centaur said as the traces of life in his body diminished. After that, the coffin closed, and he ended up being swallowed by the earth. After the old coffin sank into the earth, Roxy quickly seized this opportunity and eagerly asked, "Why didn't you ask him more?" "There's no need to know more. He's dead." Gilgamesh was quite perplexed. He couldn't analyze any hint of falsehood in a corpse. So now he was trapped in an alley for the first time since coming to this world. "Could you see anything?" Kusafil knew Gilgamesh better than anyone, so he asked first. "The past was blurry, and I couldn't see anything in the future." Gilgamesh shook his head as he said this. "So, is this place only the result of a battle between reincarnated beings?" Just at that moment, he didn't answer any more questions because the undead approached them again. Boom! Watching Gilgamesh's attacks, the group didn't stand still, and when they saw him move forward, they walked naturally behind him. They set off once again to find a second target. Gilgamesh stepped on swampy ground, and this time Roxy took care of freezing the path, making it solid. It was obvious that Gilgamesh understood to some extent what had been told to him in this place, but he needed more time to understand, so he wanted time to think. On the way, Gilgamesh's group didn't say a single word because they were not interested at the moment in asking questions. If for some reason they neglect again, things could get out of control. Now they knew that things in this place were not simple, and it would be better to keep their eyes wide open. Death is a dimension of life. For the current Gilgamesh, death is the essential event in human adventure. Death is a mystery. We consider it as the moment of saying goodbye to everything. It is the journey of going and not coming back. However, now that resolution had changed. He wanted to spend peaceful times, but that tranquility was not something he was feeling now. Until he eliminates that human god, he won't be able to rest comfortably. Eventually, as they delved deeper into this place, Gilgamesh chose a deep lake. The water seemed stagnant in a dead silence where the bottom could not be seen. It exuded a cold and oppressive atmosphere. Most people couldn't help but shiver standing next to the lake. After Gilgamesh stood in front of the lake, all the water soon turned black as ink. Waves of black lights resembling demonic swords rose to the sky, making everyone in the distance shiver from the cold. It was as if the god of the underworld himself emerged from the underground. Crack, crack, crack. As all the black lights intertwined in one place, a torturous laughter echoed. A shadow emerged from the black light. Moreover, this shadow was completely enveloped in black mist as thick as ink, making its real appearance impossible to discern. Within the black mist, there were sounds of the dead along with transforming mist. It seemed as if there was a prehistoric fierce beast wanting to emerge from those shadows. The malevolent energy of this shadow caused Gilgamesh's group to tense. This malevolent energy directly affected their souls, as if a devil had its gaze on them. Ha ha ha! The approaching shadow let out an insidious laugh and spoke diabolically. That divine aura, you are definitely a god. This is my first time seeing one since the devastation of the ancient groups. Speak, what is it that you want? The first words of this undead, after appearing, changed the expressions of everyone. They did not expect that the sudden rise of this undead would not be like the old centaur from a moment ago. We'll make a transaction. I'm willing to do that. However, if you want to steal, then get out of my sight. Gilgamesh remained calm as he looked at that indescribable figure. You little shit, when I ruled over this land, my title would be enough to crush any human. The ominous black shadow spoke. Gilgamesh smiled carelessly and replied, I'm just seeing a damn lizard. What's impressive about that? Nowadays, dragons are very present in the human world. I wonder if I should start hunting them and take the ones I like as special toys. What do you think about that? Damn human, who are you? The shadow immediately shouted like thunder and, in that same second, made a move. A horrible black hand came and struck directly towards Gilgamesh. The hand of a dragon carried a horrible aura that could conquer even the sky and earth, crushing its enemies in its path. They were capable of using battle energy and even handling any combat doctrine. Not only that, they were incredible for their long life, giving them the opportunity to be present in many important events. Crack. However, this dragon in the eyes of others was just a lizard to Gilgamesh. Sent by the chains of heaven, that figure hidden in black mist was firmly held. The sounds of cracks and the moving chains were heard clearly. A lamentable scream sounded, making Gilgamesh's group cover their ears. Everyone thought that Gilgamesh had been hit by the black shadow, but when everything became clear, they were all frozen. Suddenly, golden chains penetrated from under the ground. These chains emerged from various golden ripples. The chains held the body of the figure in front of them, making it impossible for it to move. The tips of the chains pierced the skin of the shadow dragon. They were extremely sharp, like spears sinking into the hard skin of the dragon and imprisoning it as if it were an insect. An ancient dragon. And so what if you've lived for thousands of years? In the end, you ended up in this battlefield forgotten by all those you cared for. Seeing the figure of the dragon in front of him, Gilgamesh smiled as his words showed indifference. You're of no use to me. After being kneaded by the chains of heaven, the black shadow was completely annihilated without even ashes or bones left. Boom! The chains exerted force, crushing the dragon's body, and all of them penetrated the lake, searching for the main body of this dragon. An useless dragon eliminated, a new one will appear. Gilgamesh slowly smiled and said, Dogs can't change their habit of eating shit. After thousands of years, even a cursed dragon still thinks it's supreme among the races. The people behind Gilgamesh stood motionless. They clearly saw parts of a huge dragon fall back into the lake, but this time without any trace of life on its body. Ancient dragons are usually fierce and incredibly powerful monsters. However, just now, one had been eliminated, even though many wouldn't dare to approach one. The sudden appearance of the chains of heaven also scared countless undead in this area. At this moment, even the powerful undead hid in their nests, not daring to come out. Wasn't it necessary to extract information? The calmest person was still Roxy. Although she was surprised, she still asked calmly, Anyone who shows murderous intent towards me or my loved ones dies. That's the end of the interaction with us. Always keep that in mind. Gilgamesh smiled slightly as he waved his hand. Do dragons have magic? Custerfield took a step forward and murmured, I mean, how does a dragon end up in this place? It may be trapped by the rules of this place, something that many have germinated according to their conditions. Gilgamesh replied naturally. Eris, who had nothing to contribute, remained silent. She was very excited about Gilgamesh's attitude and promised to follow that code no matter what. Both she and everyone else felt that it was the right way to act, even if it meant killing enemies. Naturally, they felt it was impossible for them to kill a dragon so easily. It's not that they weren't strong, but their experience in combat against enemies they had never faced before is still poor. To kill a dragon, strikes must go for the eyes or the heart. Killing in one blow is the best idea to keep calm in case another enemy is nearby. If you can't, aim for precise hits in vital areas. Poking the eyes is the best. Eris murmured as she stored those beautiful insights in her thoughts. After crossing the high mountains, Gilgamesh finally chose the third location. This was an ancient, unfathomable cave. After Gilgamesh introduced himself, waves and waves of noises arose. After a while, everyone saw four skeletons carrying a giant throne from the ancient cave. This throne was excessively extravagant. It was crafted from the rare and precious black metal. This was a metal of the finest grade used to create incredible weapons. When the giant throne descended, the resonant sound appeared, and even the great earth trembled. A childlike-faced old man with gray hair appeared in front of everyone. Although he wore a simple cotton robe, it wasn't stained with even a particle of dust. It was as if he were a spiritual elder. If his eyes weren't closed, and he didn't have a weak breath, then others would find it difficult to imagine that this elder in front of them was a dead person. An interesting peek. I never thought an elf would be in this place. Gilgamesh looked at that old man and slightly mocked. I never thought that today there would be a human capable of entering this cursed territory. You must be a very powerful man. Although he was a dead person buried in this place, the elf elder spoke in a pleasant and friendly manner. Gilgamesh smiled and pulled out the same fruit that the centaur had eaten before dying. This fruit gave those who ate it the possibility of dying in peaceful tranquility. If you're an elf, then I don't need to say many words to you. I need information on how to reach the human god, and I also want to know what happened in this place. The elder pondered for a moment and slowly pulled out an old book in an ancient language. This book was small, more like a diary where many unknown words and dates were written. This is my diary. It carries a record of everything I have lived so far. My memories are weak. I'm sorry I can't be of much help. But if you want to know what this place is, then give up. Even the gods of this world don't know how to solve the problem that man caused here hundreds of years ago. That's fine. Gilgamesh took the diary and didn't press on with his questions. I can feel the mark of the moon on your body and the blessing of the divine tree. You must have been chosen by that tree for something much greater. You must take care of yourself and what you cherish. The elder's words left everyone uneasy. Why do old people always speak in mysterious tones that are hard to understand? Is it so difficult to speak in clear words? Eris asked while looking at Roxy. I'm a shadow. Many in life seek power, and they're willing to go to great lengths, even to take it with their teeth. But the consequences of having that power are many. Gilgamesh had been observing from the sidelines the events of the future and what happened in this place. But even with his divine eyes, he couldn't observe much because everyone in this place was in a state of life and death. As far as he knew, this place was a site where a battle was unleashed, and there was a certain being responsible for creating the condition in which the dead live here. They weren't alive. Everyone who, for some reason, ended up here received vitality from those who died here in search of treasures. But as is well known, some of those who end up here, or the vast majority, eventually decide to die. So, their vitality should go somewhere, and that place should be where that entity is. In this way, the attraction here is enough for hundreds of people to die every day, and their vitality is absorbed and distributed evenly all around. Nevertheless, Gilgamesh discovered that this was a trap. In the end, it would end up destroying this place due to the conditions in which they lived, and it was a danger to anyone who lived here. When Gilgamesh saw the elf eat the fruit, just like the old centaur, he died with a faint smile in his eyes. Having gained information along the way, he knew there was one last place he wanted to visit. This way, Gilgamesh led them to the edge of what was a cliff, but this time above the Vimana. Finally, by choosing the right mountain, from that point, they could see the surroundings from a single dwelling. Standing at the top of such a place, everyone felt amazed by the views. This mountain was truly too majestic and could simply be called the #1 mountain in the demonic continent. It's not a place you can access by walking, at least that's my impression. This time we are here to ask again before joining the main events that will happen next. When Gilgamesh chose this place, it wasn't by mere coincidence, but by the sensations and energies that were here. Finally, with a majestic voice, Gilgamesh awakened the undead, and there was a person who immediately rushed out of the cave. No one could feel how or when that person appeared. When they clearly saw this person, the group identified her as a young woman of no more than 30 years with unparalleled elegance. It was difficult to describe only with words. The unparalleled elegance of this woman possessed a mature charm, shaking the heart of any single man. Roxy had an uncommon beauty, while Eris had a unique charm, but compared to the woman in front, they lacked a mature air. Eris was a beauty that caused a young and tentative sensation, but she didn't have the same maturity and sensual atmosphere as the woman ahead. If the woman's eyes weren't closed, then the group wouldn't have believed that this woman in front of them was dead. The princess of the ancient kingdom in the central continent, a unique beauty before the start of the first human-demon war. Her appearance and talents were unmatched. She was the only one capable of captivating any hero of that era. Although the title of the #1 beauty is a bit exaggerated, it wasn't far from truly considering it. Gilgamesh looked at the woman in front and sighed, seeing a bit more of that person's life. This great beauty recognized in an era, as she can use her ability to see the past and present, could see certain things. However, no matter what happened in the past, her present was dark, indicating that she was dead. The unparalleled beauty in front, with her beautiful features, opened her eyes, and bloody rays appeared in her pupils. Then she closed her eyes and said nothing more, as if she were waiting for something. Gilgamesh, as a king with experience, sat on the floor without caring about his manners, and the woman in front of him also sat. Gilgamesh took a fruit, just like the previous ones, and placed it in front of her. Eventually, their attention focused on what she wanted to seek. You can take that fruit and rest eternally. Everyone can have that right, so you're not excluded from that feeling. But keep in mind one thing, once you eat that fruit, you will eventually die without any impossibility. Once Gilgamesh's words came out, the woman stood up and walked to the back of the cave without saying a word. I will add another condition. I will kill that man for you. Once I get what I want, I will destroy this place. Gilgamesh smiled indifferently. The body of the supreme beauty stiffened, and she quickly turned with her terrifying gaze, looking at Gilgamesh with absolute fury. This bloody intention to kill seemed as if she wanted to crucify him while trying to see through Gilgamesh and how he knew this. Don't be too emotional. A fluctuation like this isn't good for you. You've been accumulating energy slowly and through countless moons to save your pride and kill your fiancé. Do you expect to use it now? Gilgamesh knew everything about this woman, so his words were sincere and very harsh. Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and slowly sat in complete silence. I know you have a star map that could tell me the way to a certain place I want to find with absolute certainty. If you give it to me, I promise everything I propose to you now. Gilgamesh spoke slowly, and Gilgamesh's group remained silent, watching this scene with total confusion. Naturally, they didn't know who the woman in front of them was, let alone what they were negotiating. As for why Gilgamesh knew so much, there was no need to ask anymore. They were getting used to Gilgamesh being able to uncover people's secrets without any problem. The beautiful woman contemplated for a long time and finally took out a stone box. She placed it gently on the ground, still in silence. Gilgamesh slowly placed his hand on the stone box, but he didn't open it. He simply felt it and finally sighed. A map made of animal skin, where the stars of the ancient and new worlds can flourish. Placing the magical fruit on the ground, Gilgamesh's voice was incredibly sincere and gentle. Don't be afraid. I never break my promises. After hearing this, the beauty's body shivered, and suddenly she opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a bloody rainbow-like glow. Don't get too excited. Your lifespan doesn't come easily just by being in this place. If you use it now, I would kill you, and you wouldn't gain anything. Gilgamesh gave a warning with a deep tone. Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and took the fruit Gilgamesh had left on the ground. Then, her shadow disappeared without a trace. Her speed was incredibly impressive, but everyone was strong enough to see her. Gilgamesh solemnly put away the stone box without saying anything. Then, he patted Eris on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. When you're older, you'll be much more beautiful than any other goddess. You must give your body, aura, and heart time." Eris, who understood what Gilgamesh meant, furrowed her brows and murmured, "Brute, will she die?" Cuneifiel asked in a dignified tone. "Of course, she will, whether or not when I completely destroy this place," Gilgamesh said, nodding. As for Eris and Roxy, they sat on both sides of Gilgamesh's throne. Cuneifiel didn't care too much about treasures. In fact, he had many treasures. For him, being with Gilgamesh was more than enough to gain benefits he could never have imagined in the future. Gilgamesh decided on the location. They descended from a mountain and were ready to leave the ancient cemetery for the moment. There, after leaving the mountain, when they tried to approach a corner of a valley, Roxy noticed something strange in front of the valley. She hurriedly pulled on Gilgamesh's sleeve and whispered. Gilgamesh raised his head to look, and the people in the back also followed suit. At that moment, they saw a coffin slowly drifting away from the valley. In the ancient cemetery, everyone suddenly saw a flying coffin that instilled fear in anyone. This slowly moving coffin was too strange and completely silent. At this moment, not to mention the undead, even Gilgamesh's group was dumbfounded. Gilgamesh analyzed this coffin, and his heart tightened. His eyes became serious as he stared at the coffin drifting from the valley. He was surprised because he didn't think he would see such a sinister killing intent again. This coffin was very common. It was as if it were made of the most common wood. Within this cemetery, there were many better coffins. This common wooden coffin in front was not worth mentioning. Down, there are black creatures under that coffin. Cuneifiel meticulously discovered those creatures. Everyone took a second look at that stone coffin. It was just as Cuneifiel had said. The bottom of the coffin was densely populated with creatures resembling black starfish. It was as if they were an army lifting the coffin out of the valley. Seeing such a strange scene of black stars carrying a coffin, not to mention Eris, who hadn't had much experience with strange things, but even Roxy and Cuneifiel, who had practically traveled all over the world, were very surprised. Although this cemetery produced many strange curiosities because it was one of the most mysterious and bizarre places in the world, and anyone who came here had seen many strange scenes. Seeing the black stars carrying a coffin was the strangest thing they had seen, and it even sent chills down their spines. Those things are similar to the entities from that portal inside the hidden paradise. Looking at the black stars carrying the coffin, Gilgamesh's eyes expressed his total authority. As he traversed countless battlefields as Gilgamesh, son of the gods, no matter what enemy he faced, he would eliminate them without losing a single battle. But here in this world where he had to decipher everything, he couldn't comprehend everything in front of him. How could he imagine what those stars were that were moving a coffin out of the valley? Is there a corpse in that stone coffin? Could we encounter a living being or a completely dead one? Eris, seeing this incredible scene, asked aloud, "Perhaps it's a treasure, not a corpse. I've seen those runes on that coffin before, but I can't remember where." Cuneifiel threw an interested look. "My lord, why don't we open it and see what's inside? If there's something, we can eliminate it. It can't pose many problems for us." Eris agreed with this and expressed her desire to fight. "And what if it's something much more complex than we think?" Roxy asked as she looked at that stone coffin. Cuneifiel didn't give up and laughed. "What is there to be afraid of? My lord Gilgamesh is here. He knows God kills God. He knows a demon kills the demon. A dry corpse in a coffin can't pose a problem." Of course, Roxy didn't join the commotion. She had been in dungeons and knew the danger that something as seemingly harmless as a flower could pose. She couldn't imagine how terrible what was in that stone coffin might be. Gilgamesh finally withdrew his gaze from the coffin carried by the black stars. With one hand, he struck Cuneifiel's neck and said, "If you want to die, I'll throw you in there. Even if you're invincible, in dangerous areas like these, there could be places that even led a god." Being reprimanded by Gilgamesh, Cuneifiel laughed ironically and quickly shrunk into a corner. At this point, the black stars carrying the coffin headed towards the deepest part of the cemetery. Speaking of strange things, When these black stars were busy carrying the coffin, all the nearby undead immediately retreated. Even those hidden underground ran away from this coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath, thinking about something. Did you see that? Even the undead avoided coming into contact with that thing. Wouldn't we be getting into unnecessary situations? Roxy unconsciously looked at Gilgamesh, wanting to know if this was really a problem. Gilgamesh stared at the coffin heading towards the deepest part of the cemetery and said nothing, nor did he take any action. Seeing Gilgamesh's expression, Eris and Roxy knew that this was a serious matter. Watching the coffin disappear from everyone's sight, Kunzfiel asked again, "Should we take a look?" "No need." Gilgamesh finally shook his head and said, "There are many things at stake for the future that shouldn't be touched to have better control of the board. Even if that's not a threat, it might be an advantage we can use against others hours, days, or years later. Let's go. We have to join the main event. Staying here longer would be useless since I know what I came to look for." In the end, Gilgamesh sat on the Vamana's throne and moved away from this place. Gilgamesh's group arrived quite early at the city of Green Oak. After entering, the city became even livelier, and there were even more adventurers from different continents and powerful mercenary groups from the most capable nations visiting the city. Especially those located on the Millis continent. They were the ones with bases closest to this place. Many old warriors also brought their young ones to the city so that they could experience the world and open their eyes to events that might eventually make history. In the end, any powerful disciple with potential would inevitably face an existence as a formidable enemy. Among the known figures who arrived in the city of Green Oak, there were some who drew everyone's attention. For example, Alexander, the god of the north, and Kalman III, considered immortal by many. As the current leader and third-generation practitioner of the sword style of the god of the north, Alexander is a very powerful fighter. As a descendant of Atoph and a relative of the god of war, Badagati, who is his great-uncle, it is said that he is over 200 years old, practically immortal, and considers himself the hero he aspires to be. When he heard that incredible things had happened in the demon continent, he abandoned his mission to eliminate all superts. As a descendant of Atoph, an immortal demon lord, he is also immortal and will recover from injuries that would kill a normal being, in addition to having a long life. This gave him the confidence to venture into dangerous places like these to extend his fame. Alexander arrived in the city of Green Oak with many soldiers from his grandmother Atoph, with the goal of eliminating any evil they might find in this place. Such ostentation left many adventurers in the city of Green Oak angry at seeing that narcissistic god of the north. Being a descendant of an immortal being must feel incredible to live for so many years. If I could live 100 years, I'm sure I would be stronger than that self-proclaimed hero. Watching such a pompous scene, many experts sighed with envy, as well as jealousy. Although Alexander's growing power is not well remembered every time he is talked about, new rumors and things he has done over the years emerge. Should he be a god of the sword? He looks as young as my son and possibly older than my great-grandfather. Alexander, with his followers, along with experts borrowed from his grandfather, entered the city vigorously, attracting the amazement of everyone. An incomparable genius among contemporary geniuses. I'm afraid not many people could compare to Alexander, Some women in the vicinity were captivated by this man. "Haha, incomparable genius?" A demon coldly snorted. He did not like Alexander's attitude at all. He spoke in a hostile manner. "He's just a lucky immortal dog." "Old serpent, what are you saying about this matter?" A friend of his, another demon, curiously asked. This demon looked at Alexander being adored by everyone and spat. Then he disdainfully replied, "He's just a child in my eyes. Even though he has more years than even my father, he's a damn immature man." Many demons hate Alexander. His arrogant and accusatory attitude towards all demons, especially the superts, is something that repulses everyone. It's not surprising that many powerful demons challenge him to a duel, but they all end up defeated by that arrogant god of the north. What they didn't know is that In addition to his mission to become a hero, he had heard that some of his disciples had recently died in this place. It was a pity that he found nothing related to their deaths other than a lot of destruction. I heard that many have seen Gilgamesh, the prince of the Asura kingdom, around these parts. Many say he's so powerful that he has slain all his enemies without exception. The Red Prince, a truly bloodthirsty man who will likely become a king in a few years. Little animal. I'm sure that with the rumors Millis religion is spreading about him, he won't be in public much. Being harassed in that way by those believers is not something easy to ignore, but I'm certainly intrigued to meet him. Sooner or later, he will die facing a powerful enemy, but it is even said that he might be the incarnation of a hero from history due to his strength. In the city of Green Oak, a gathering place for the strong, when someone mentioned that Gilgamesh had been seen here, Alexander snorted coldly and contemptuously said, "I'm sure he's nothing special. I could crush that Gilgamesh without using a sword." Upon hearing this, many people stiffened and looked at each other. At that moment, they understood the implications of his words and the warning from the Church of Millis about the demon that was Gilgamesh. Perhaps for that reason, Alexander had come to this city. I'm undoubtedly thoughtful about it. Is Gilgamesh really as weak as they want to portray him when he has survived in the demon continent without any problems? After hearing Alexander, a young genius lamented. Alexander's visit to the city of Green Oak left many very furious. However, even if they somehow hated him, they couldn't do anything about it. During the current times in the demon continent, there weren't many who could compare to Alexander. However, just at that moment, a very different group, led by a powerful man, arrived, making Alexander's appearance take a back seat. The Adventurers Guild has arrived. This message left many adventurer groups ecstatic. Some knew that if this happened, there would definitely be captivating missions that could leave them with much more rewards than they imagined. Did they say that Epsilon is leading the group to this check? Someone with inside information emotionally murmured. It is said that Epsilon is an adventurer superior to S rank, at the top of adventurers from all continents. His arrival, does it mean he is here only to protect, or does he have some other mission? What did you say? Do you think they sent someone so powerful to enter the ancient cemetery? Upon hearing this information, an adventurer's mind was shaken, while others had to take a deep breath. Epsilon used a scythe. He was the only powerful adventurer using a sword, but the mere use of this weapon was still highly questioned due to the sword styles with which many gods have been crowned as the strongest in their profession. If someone so powerful emerged with the scythe, it could only be attributed to his talent, as many had failed using this fighting style. Having that talent and surpassing even sword emperors from the north have been significant achievements for his reputation. In this way, Epsilon had a great influence and subsequently became a high-ranking member within the Adventurers Association. Not only that S-rank adventurer groups are being led by him, that is truly important to know. They are worthy of being called the spearhead of adventurers, so most would join them. An elderly mercenary exclaimed enviously, "Adventurers have worked through the Adventurers Association. If the association itself sends a branch to this place, it means that all adventurers and important groups would be under its authority if they wanted to receive rewards from the association. It was that simple. However, not everyone could create or be interested in association missions. If one tried their luck in this place without being tied to something or representing a renowned power, the rewards might be too juicy. There were countless adventurer groups that were not here for a mission. All of them had come to this continent to try their luck on their own, but seeing the difficulty of entering the ancient cemetery, they still doubted if they had the capabilities to enter. The opportunity to touch the underworld and gain immortality. Many heard the legends, felt the desire, and therefore wanted to go on their own. Such a message or legend caused many great and ancient influences from the continents to feel the need to obtain something. If they could be immortal, what would they care about life here for 200 years? Living over and over again, restarting life every 110 years was a wet dream for everyone who lived no more than 60 years. The appearance of the underworld boat River marked a history-breaking event, causing all influences in the world to pay attention to this place. from many realms and mercenary groups. Traveling through dangerous territory is an extremely difficult thing to achieve a few years ago. However, the Uruk Tower had long offered travel through flying boats, which greatly facilitated the journey. Although it was extremely expensive, it was safe, and they were completely sure they would reach their destination. In the last few days, adventurers from all over the world arrived through magical boats descending from the clouds. All kinds of races, including humans, gathered in the sea. But among all the territories, there was an unparalleled presence of demons because they lived on this continent. Therefore, many formed secret alliances to halt the advance when the time came. At that moment, countless large mercenary groups, powerful nations, and even immortal clans had calculated the hour when the boat descended from the sky, especially those with accounts of the journey experiences. Meanwhile, inside the ancient celestial cemetery, Gilgamesh's group flew over the mountains and finally reached the borders of the cemetery. They were the first to enter and come out alive without any problems. Outside the cemetery, Gilgamesh, called by Eris, saw a man with severe wounds on his body sitting, while behind him were two little girls with black hair and purple eyes. The most striking thing was that they were of the beast race, possessing the natural traits of the species, such as their large wolf ears and a thick tail. "Damn bitches! Why are you unharmed? And I'm dying." The man, who was possibly their owner, scolded them, but the wounds on his body prevented him from doing much more. "Hey you, how much do you sell the twins for?" Eris asked with a cold look on her face. The man who was growling looked into Eris's eyes and muttered, "Now everyone wants to stand out on this side of the world? Name a price." Roxy looked at the twins and thought that if she didn't help them now, they might die. "You're a mage. If you can heal me, then they are yours," the man said with a wicked smile. "Deal." Roxy cast a powerful healing spell without naming it, and at first glance, the man's wounds healed immediately. By God, I thought I would die in this hell." "You're lucky. Both are still virgins. You can enjoy them whenever you want." The man looked at Gilgamesh with a lustful look as he passed by Roxy, but at that moment, he felt something strong holding him by the neck. What the hell? Gilgamesh's action surprised everyone, including the beast girls. "I'm curious. Eris, give each of them a sword." Gilgamesh lifted the man in the air, holding his neck, and gave a calm look to Eris. "Okay." Understanding what he meant, Eris unsheathed her sword, and once she suppressed her aura, she handed it to one of the wolf girls, then did the same with the other. This man possibly stole part of their childhood. "What will you do now?" Gilgamesh looked at the wolf girls and asked, while his voice turned as cold as winter. It's been a long time since he trained anyone besides his wives, but now that they had adopted two little cats, it was time for them to show their teeth. They looked at Gilgamesh, their eyes dull, with emotions showed more and more hatred. And in the end, when the man was about to die of asphyxiation, they themselves ran and stuck their swords in the back of the man who wanted to sell them after leaving this place. Blood flowed down the row of both swords, staining the hands of both girls who had tears in their eyes, full of resentment. "Your name will be Delia and Alba. They're both now in my group because my women like them. They'll be trained later. For now, just change your clothes." Gilgamesh threw the man's corpse, but not before breaking his neck. "What'll we do with them?" Cussenfield asked as he reflected on what had happened. Does his lord now have 4 wives? He should seriously consider looking for someone in this life. Of course, it would be aggressive to have more than one wife. No need to think about it. They're my property now. That's what Eris and Roxy decided. I don't have to worry about that. Gilgamesh said as he wiped his hands. "I like their names, plus they're incredibly beautiful." Roxy felt happy and caressed one of the girls' heads with a smile. Delia and Alba are beautiful teenagers with black hair and big wolf ears on the top of their heads. They have purple eyes. Their bodies are slender, and as long as they continue to grow, they would be wonderful women. As a breed of wolf, they possess the natural traits of the species, which are their large wolf ears and a thick tail. Gilgamesh couldn't lie. They were adorable. Eris, of course, couldn't pass up adapting them, which intrigued her, but it was a trait she showed very often with women with furry tails and ears. She liked soft. "They are beautiful. Should I take care of one of them? Kunzfeel shamelessly asked, earning the anger of Eris and Roxy. Gilgamesh shook his head and said, "Your sexual orientation has been lost. You haven't felt anything like that in hundreds of years. Have you seen it?" Kunzfeel jumped back into his dog form and closed his eyes as if he were asleep. "I will help you. When I am emperor, I will marry you to a beautiful wife who can live the same years as you. It will surely be complicated, but you will live a full life of happiness." "Thank you, my lord," Kunzfeel said with dog tears in his eyes. Leaving the ancient cemetery, the now 5-member group was in high spirits. At this moment, Delia and Alba were seated on the laps of Eris and Roxy, both being cared for as if they were treasures. Both girls glanced sideways at Gilgamesh, seated on the Vamana's throne. They were deeply grateful, and a sense of loyalty and love was growing deeply in their hearts. If Gilgamesh knew, he would simply say it's a natural reaction given his situation, so they could do as they pleased. However, as they departed, they encountered a wandering individual beneath the mountains. This person, sitting on a large rock, had the impulse to enter the cemetery. Yet, after careful consideration, they stepped away, not daring to enter. The eyes of this person turned serious after seeing Gilgamesh's group exiting the mountain. Especially after seeing the pair of twins, their expression turned furious. Stepping forward, they instantly blocked Gilgamesh's path. This person blocking the way felt as if he were the most powerful man in the world, making them think he might be a formidable enemy. At this point, the group clearly saw the appearance of the person blocking their way. He was a young man over 20 years old. With a sharp forehead and cold eyes, he had a firm and resolute presence. Although his stature wasn't particularly large, he gave off a sense of strong character, like observing a towering mountain. It was as if he were unusually huge, making others uncontrollably look up to him. The young man in front wore black, and an invisible aura of battle surrounded him. Yet he still seemed like a mountain blocking the light from the sky, separating heaven from earth. Regardless of where he was, he remained a formidable man. Even with just his imposing presence, it was stifling for those who were especially weak. Firm and resolute, this young man in black in front of them seemed like an embodiment of an immovable mountain. "Another clown, my lord. Attack without mercy." Kunzfeel raised his tail like an arrow and whispered to Gilgamesh. Seeing this young man in front of them, Gilgamesh said nothing. However, Delia and Alva, who were beside him, focused their eyes, and their expressions darkened. Both girls stared at that young man, and one of them said, "Brother, what are you doing here? It's been years since we were taken from the clan. Now that we've been saved from our captor, we have no intention of going back." "You're mistaken." The young man glowed with a faint light, revealing his true appearance, and said, "Young sisters, now that I'm here, nothing will happen to you. I've been following your trail for a year, but couldn't find you. My father, our father, thinks it's an unnecessary search, but I don't see it that way. You know this is our instinct. The weak die, and the strong survive. You are strong, so I advise you to return and show how strong you are." "Insolent bastard." Kunzfeel let out a scream that pierced the sky and said, "Devil's idiot dog. My young ladies are now my lord Gilgamesh's women. They have nothing to worry about, especially now that they are with my lord. There is no one who can touch them, even if they wish." Kunzfeel returned to his human form and held his large sword, influenced by his speech. Gilgamesh, on the side, didn't even bother to get up. Since when did others involve him with any woman by his side? That made no sense. Although Kunzfeel was a powerful warrior, he didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Upon hearing the words of the young man in front of them, Gilgamesh's group learned about his background, especially Delia and Alba, who had been sitting next to Eris and Roxy. "Listen, I have no intention of getting in trouble with you, who are my sister's benefactors. However, I hope you advise them to return to the clan where they were born." The man in front of them said in a deep tone, "We are no longer under the care of the clan, and we definitely do not want to return to a place where we were not taken care of as children. As we used to know each other, I call you elder brother, but if you're here to take me back, you'd better leave." At this point, very few had the qualifications to interfere. They could only wait for the situation to unfold and see what Gilgamesh wanted. Little sisters, you are corrupting and harming the reputation of our clan by associating with a human. The man called Josh looked at Gilgamesh's group, and truth be told, he didn't think much of it. So he said, "Today, the human realms are weak because of those who rule them. In contrast, we have always been in battle, so there is no comparison in the way we live. A human cannot protect my sisters. Save those annoying words." At that moment, Gilgamesh grew impatient and waved his hand. It was as if he were shooing away a mosquito, and he said, "A good dog doesn't block the path of someone who can become its master. I'm in a hurry to get home and embrace my beautiful women. Do you understand? Get out of my presence." Gilgamesh's words left Josh with a somber expression. He glared at Gilgamesh with eyes like divine lanterns, and a voice as heavy as iron came out of his mouth. "You are Gilgamesh, right? You dare to shout in front of me. I want to see if you have any capabilities." After saying that, a powerful battle aura burst from his body, and with one side, an attack resembling claws shot out. Josh's move had no real threat that Gilgamesh's group could consider. It was simply a gathering of battle energy capable of crushing a mountain. Custafiel's expression darkened after seeing Josh's sudden movement. He wanted to take action, but Gilgamesh coldly sneered and extended a single hand. In an instant, a beautiful golden axe appeared in his hand and swung forward. Gilgamesh's movement seemed simple. He used nothing. Gilgamesh's action changed Josh's expression. He was one of the 3 guardians of the Violet Wolf tribe. How could a human dare to compete with his physique? As Josh saw Gilgamesh's hand move while holding that deadly axe, he coldly sneered. He had complete confidence in his physique. In his perspective, Gilgamesh was seeking his own death. As his powerful attack descended, not only would it break Gilgamesh's hand, but it would also easily grind him into minced meat. Boom! A loud explosion occurred right in front of the tip of the vimana, and both were shaken by the wind. Josh's expression suddenly changed. That impact was enough to make him retreat, just from the air pressure, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Under this strike, Gilgamesh's body had been shaken. He stepped firmly on the vimana's mountain and took the blow head-on, as if he didn't care, causing Roxy, who had taken control of the ship, to cover herself and the others with a magical shield. Jumping, Gilgamesh stepped on the ground, repeatedly swinging his axe. Josh had a lineage of a divine beast. His body was naturally strong, and his formidable battle aura. Gilgamesh, in one step, destroyed the surroundings, and Josh was slowly pushed back, but this time he had stopped using his battle aura. This exchange of blows, using only their physical strength, was incredible to witness. However, the biggest surprise was from Josh, who felt that Gilgamesh wasn't exerting himself. He had absolute confidence in his physical strength, but Gilgamesh seemed to be making no effort. Josh was no older than 40, and for his kind, he was a young man who would be the future most powerful guardian. This was a significant issue. However, he was underestimating Gilgamesh too much. Although the man in front of him wore powerful armor, his physique seemed unparalleled in this world. That's enough for you to know the difference. There's nothing impressive in the outcome. Gilgamesh looked at Josh and said calmly, "Wait until the day you can defeat a dragon with a finger. Then you can come before me again and claim the right to a duel." Josh's eyes turned serious and shone like divine lanterns. He stared at Gilgamesh and moved, recovering from the shock. Finally, he spoke slowly. "I didn't know I was in the presence of a powerful human. Today, I made a mistake. I was too arrogant, and my words were not enough. I still have time. We will meet once I can defeat a dragon with a finger." Although Josh was arrogant, he was also a smart man and not so blind as to consider himself invincible in this world. Under this blow, he realized that not even using only his physical strength did he have an advantage. So he was determined to leave and not die in this place. This was also Josh's intelligence. In terms of natural talents and strength, he was absolutely no weaker than men like Alexander or a sword god. But because he had always kept his strength hidden from the world, it was all because he knew when to advance and when to lower his head and retreat. Actually, a bit smart. Gilgamesh said calmly and carelessly as he looked at Josh's fading shadow and murmured, "But it won't be me who defeats you. Delia and Alba, you will be stronger than this guardian. I don't care about the reason. I want results." Gilgamesh appeared beside Roxy, who had stood up for him to handle the Vimana. When they returned to the city, they climbed onto Killis' back and entered the house. There were many things to look forward to in the coming days. After Gilgamesh felt comfortable in a closed and quiet environment, Roxy brought some interesting news from outside that he surely wanted to hear. The Uruk Tower sent news, my letters arrived, and there was an immediate response. Also, many renowned figures have arrived in this city. Well, I'm planning to go to the cemetery once more. Gilgamesh nodded and said slowly, "Are we going into the cemetery again?" Eris, who was teaching some fencing manuals to Delia and Alba, suddenly looked at Gilgamesh upon hearing this. "We will go. Why wouldn't we?" Gilgamesh smiled and said, "We will explore that special place deep in the forest because it would be interesting to observe some more things before destroying everything. It may not be very interesting, but there are certainly good treasures that I wouldn't mind having in my warehouse." Hearing Gilgamesh's words, the two great beauties, Eris and Roxy, couldn't help but look at each other. When did they agree to destroy the entire cemetery? Only very few people in the world would think that way. How are things with the bigger influences? Gilgamesh asked casually. Roxy shook her head and said, "I don't know the exact details. According to our information sources, many of the major influences are gathering. However, none will move again until the ship fully appears over the expected area. It seems like all those foxes are very clever. They move with practically little security, which makes me somewhat bored, thinking that I would find someone at least decent. I guess we should focus on other things." Gilgamesh understood the mindset of many major influences. Surviving within the cemetery is complicated, and there are few benefits in risking that way. The so-called powerful beings were not willing to die for a trivial mistake of their arrogance. The moment the ship appears, everyone will have easy access to the forest, and each will head to certain places with unknown motives. The more they think and plan their moves, the more chances they have of surviving. In theory, we still have time before the ship fully appears. We'll take a short break before entering the cemetery again on our own. Once we finish our affairs, we will join the rest." Gilgamesh said with a slight smile as he looked at the twin sisters who were actually a bit clumsy. Although Gilgamesh said this, hinting at taking a break, he prepared blood rituals for those twins and selected suitable weapons for them. He handed one a pair of reinforced gloves and the other a massive hammer. While they had their blood ritual, Gilgamesh checked the progress of the seed that would bear fruits of immortality, and a small tree had grown in less than a year. The tree was beautiful, and there were about 5 sprouts, meaning it would yield 5 immortal fruits for him to use. Without proper guidance to care for this tree of immortal fruits, he had to be very careful not to damage them, and be attentive most of the time to avoid any mishaps. The life essence poured into the immortal fruits gave them an alarmingly fast growth rate. At that moment, Gilgamesh was overseeing the growth of the future of his immortal fruits while drinking wine. Roxy was beside him reading new books on magic while stroking his hair, and as for Eris, she was taking care of her 2 new friends. Something strange was happening, so Gilgamesh wasn't interested in intervening. "Do you know anything about the beast race to which those twins belong?" Gilgamesh asked, a bit interested, recalling the strength of that guardian who was slightly surprising in height but would be a formidable opponent for anyone else. "Beast wolves live like wolves in a pack, and the strongest in the pack is the leader. The stronger members of the wolves, as authority, have many concubines and, as a result, have many offspring," Roxy told him, recalling that rare race that is hard to find nowadays. "That's why they are so beautiful, and the same reason their father didn't care about them. Regrettable, but it's completely understandable. If we look at it objectively, they probably didn't hold much value in the tribe or clan they belonged to. Maybe that's why they were abandoned." Although Gilgamesh spoke these somewhat cruel words, his gaze focused on the future, and he murmured, But by our side, they will be more than just strong. I suppose they will grow with a new education. We should prepare. Maybe we can practice with them for when we have children. Roxy? Yes. Roxy nodded, slightly without thinking too much about it. Although it would be better when the fruits of immortality are ready. Only then will our descendants have the ability of immortality, perhaps not as strong, but certainly living for hundreds of thousands of years, Gilgamesh said, slightly pensive. Roxy, on the other hand, thought, would they live that long? What would happen to the world? That way, she would be a goddess in every sense, something she had never thought about before. She had undergone many changes beside Gilgamesh. Her temperament and nobility had awakened stronger than ever within her, and a certain air of arrogance was expressed in each of her movements. This attitude might be due to Gilgamesh's influence, but now she was increasingly exuding a mature and charming air. Rewards and punishments. Insults and praises. To me, it's all the same ink on paper. I didn't have a name since my father didn't give me one, but now I call myself Delia. That name resonated within me and made me feel extremely grateful to the world. Delia looked at her body, which had practically evolved and gained highly defined muscles. She glanced at her sister Alba, who was still immobile in the blood ritual while regaining the mobility of her body. Both Delia and Alba had received a reward from fate, if one could call it that, in this encounter with that mysterious and unfathomable human man. His scent was enchanting, his gaze penetrating, and a serenity on his face that made Delia feel like she should serve him for the rest of her life. Eris had told them that they would now live with them. They didn't ask anything about their past, and it seemed that it was not something that mattered to them because they never questioned it. Delia clenched her fists. She could now feel her strength, and according to their principles, Gilgamesh, who is the strongest in the pack, should be the one she served. I wonder when he will choose me. Delia, who had a misconception of her situation, looked at her body in a mirror and smiled. She was hungry right now, so she needed to be fed. Demon Continent, over 100 kilometers from the ancient cemetery. Rudius stood on a mountain with a lifeless figure behind him. This was one of his great creations through magic. A puppet might sound unreal, but he had been investigating more and more to advance in the creation of inanimate servants to have increasingly better skills in this magic and eventually have a formidable armor. How much time has passed? Rudius hadn't initially trusted someone like Hiragami, but things had led him to a point where he couldn't turn back. Gilgamesh had threatened his family, and he probably always distrusted him for some reason he didn't know. He didn't blame him, but listening to all those rumors about him, the idea of killing him became more and more present in his mind. Killing someone as powerful as Gilgamesh was a very bad joke. How to kill someone who is possibly more powerful than a god in this rule. It wasn't absurd to imagine that he would be crushed with his entire family if he faced Gilgamesh directly at this moment, but he believed deep in his heart that if he was careful, he could do it. In the story he knew of Gilgamesh, he had lost. Even with powerful weapons, he lost to weak humans, so he was confident that he could defeat someone as arrogant as his target. If he continued training in secret, he might find a way, and of course, he wouldn't directly risk exposing his intentions. He had heard from Hidegami that Gilgamesh couldn't know that he had spoken with him and decided to mark him as an enemy. If he had the protection of a god, Gilgamesh should have problems facing him. Besides, he wasn't completely sure if he could eliminate him with complete safety. During his stay in this place, in addition to training, he had improved a lot in his magic to the point where he was extremely strong. He had received certain aids from the human god, but it was never something surprising. As he had been repeatedly warned, he should not leave the continent because of the dangers lurking in the outside world. Tensions between humans and demonic races had been intense for generations, and clashes were frequent. But for some other reasons, he learned that there were much more dangerous things happening in different places where he definitely shouldn't step unless he sought death. He found several allies, like a man the human god had told him to trust. Ryujerd was his name. He had taken care of helping him in many of the difficulties he had in this continent, and thus he was able to find a way to move forward at least in the first year surviving in this place. However, he had no plans other than to prepare himself. And after having enough strength, meet with his family to know that they were well. If Gilgamesh is behind his problems, it's because he did nothing to avoid it. So if for some reason they were hurt, they unleashed their fury against those involved. Just as he was about to leave this continent, he encountered a group of adventurers called Counter Arrow. They had come to the Demon Continent because they wanted to seek some opportunities in what was happening near the ancient cemetery. In that group, he met Sarah. She showed some disgust toward his last name, but he didn't have to take it too much into account since he didn't quite understand women. But after many adventures together, they both opened up more, and that hatred seemed to be forgotten. Since they were the last groups to be sent, they would be in charge of receiving and sending resources to the Green Oak City several kilometers away. Before that, he and Sarah had some discussions about approaching that place, which Rudius told them they would die if they approached that place. That night, by the time everyone returned to their respective places to sleep, something kept Rudius from sleeping. He opened his eyes and began to chat with Rudyard, who was still keeping watch even while asleep. "Why did you decide to say something like that to Sarah?" Rudyard opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Rudius. "Because no matter how much time passes, everyone dies when facing destinies that are far superior to their strength." Rudius was focused on his own demons. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, and he also didn't understand how someone like Gilgamesh could be in this world. He wanted to ask and know more about it, but he doubted if he would answer all his questions. He wouldn't do it if he thought about it. HNNN. While pondering all this, Rudyard, without making any gesture, closed his eyes and said the following. "Well, I guess that's how things are." What does he mean by that? Rudius didn't understand, but in the end, he didn't dwell too much on his response. However, for some reason, he had a bad premonition that led him to do so. Early the next morning. This is the last ship destined for the Green Oak City, so board quickly as you won't be able to catch the main events that are about to happen. As they boarded the magical ship, everyone was impressed by its great capacity, both for carrying resources and mobilizing people. "How much have you heard about Prince Gilgamesh?" A priest from the Holy Church of Milis waved his staff and shouted to everyone boarding the ship. "Why do you preach against the fourth prince?" Sarah couldn't understand the hatred towards the fourth prince of the Asura kingdom, who was the only one in royalty who made the effort to send thousands of requests to find the citizens of Fitoa who were teleported. "I have no idea." Rudius didn't respond to this because he didn't care. "Let's not get involved." However, just at that moment, two figures in black cloaks passed by Rudius's group, and one muttered, "Kill him, cut off his head, and throw his body off the ship." "Yes, sir." "Wait." Sarah wanted to stop them, but at the last moment, the figures moved at a terrifying speed, and with a single swing of their swords, that priest died brutally. "What are you doing?" The man walked forward and exuded a powerful battle aura as he said, "My name is Raj, a lion with the title of Sword Emperor. If you have any issues, you can step forward and we'll gladly address your concerns." "He's strong. Let's not get involved." Rudyard backed off from this, as he could sense that he was no match for the other party.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.